Yeah. It's the truth right here. Say you like portals. We don't talk dreams, we talk facts.
Say you like portraits, yeah, we got the facts. Sit back, relax, so your ass get taxed. Money on the line, super chats, cash out. We expose the lies and we bring it all back. Say you like portraits, yeah, we run the block. Truth hit hard like a 30-round Glock. Facts in the booth, no cap, just stacks. Sit back, relax, so your ass get taxed.
Yeah, lights on, camera roll, it's the real life show. Talk slick on the net, in the flesh they froze. Cash app blinking, super chats on fire. They pay for the game cause the truth inspired. From the streets to the streams, I was raised on grit. Now the podcast popping, they can't fake this shit. Every word that I drop, man, it move like weight. They tune in for the ism, don't matter the state.
Say you like portraits, yeah, we got the facts. Sit back, relax, or your ass get taxed. Money on the line, super chats, cash out. We expose the lies and we bring it all back. It's the wake up call, ain't no cap in there. We bring truth to the front, let it blast in yeah. I'm the host with the hustle, put the city on my back. When you step in this arena, you get checked with facts. It's survival of the real, and the fake don't last. We been grinding every night, steady counting this cash. Cellulite on the screen, yeah, the game too raw. If you front for the crowd, we exposing the flaw.
You know what it is, man. Somebody gotta keep it real. Cellulite, facts over feelings. Relax, or get taxed. I'm the truth on the mic, I don't bend, I don't fold. Every lie gon' crumble, every secret exposed. Super chats in the chat, cash apps on deck. They invest in the vision cause they know what's next. There's more than a show, it's a code, it's a vow. We the ones telling truth, you can't silence it now. Cellulite podcast, put respect on the name. We done built this empire off the hustle and pain.
Say you like portraits, yeah, we got the facts. Sit back, relax, or your ass get taxed. Money on the line, super chats, cash out. We expose the lies and we bring it all back. Tell you like portraits, yeah, we run a block. Truth hit hard like a 30-round Glock. Facts in the booth, no cap, just stacks. Sit back, relax, or your ass get taxed.
Yeah. It's the weekend, but we ain't playing. Yeah. Detroit Rays, man, hood and grave. Weekend at Willies, where the real ones gather. Snakes get exposed, fakes get folded. Let's ride. Weekend at Willies, masculinity on the table. On the table. Call out the snakes, the fakes, the bums. Unstable, they unstable. Real men hold a line, steel in the spine. No fables, no fables. Fatherhood, brotherhood, proud, unbreakable. Detroit grit in my veins, can't break us, we stable. Stand tall when the world tries to label. Weekend at Willies, real talk, no cradle. Man up or man down, choose your label. From the D where the winners bite cold and the blocks don't sleep, we built different. Forged in the fire, no time for the weak. Snakes in the grass, to the soft with they slick ass schemes. But we spot them from a mile, cut their head, fulfill the dream. Fake flexing for the grand, posing hard, but they fold under pressure. Buns begging handouts, crying victim, avoiding the lecture. Me, I stand on business, provide for the seeds I planted. Teach my sons to be lions, not sheep. Legacy granted. Brotherhood tight like a vice grip. We link in the trenches, no cap, no cloud chase, just sweat scars in the wrenches. Fixing what we break, lifting up the ones who grind. While the culture screams toxic, we just call it being a man fine. Detroit steel in the chest, 8 Mile heart, no surrender. Weekend warriors gather, call the bullshit right out the center. Weekend at Willies, masculinity on the table. On the table, call out the snakes, the fakes, the bums. Unstable, they unstable. Real men hold a line, steel in the spine. No fables, no fables. Fatherhood, brotherhood, proud, unbreakable. Yeah, fatherhood ain't a trend. It's the weight on the shoulders. Waking early, grind heavy, turn boys into soldiers. Show them how to take a hit. Get back up, never fold. Protect the fam, built the name. Turn the story from cold brother to brother. We check each other when the ego gets loose. No soft hands in the circle. Truth hurts, but it cuts the noose. They want us quiet, compliant, emasculated, and tame. But the D taught us different. Rise through the flame. Bums talk big online. Hide behind keyboards and filters. Real ones in the flesh. Building empires off the little. We the ones holding the line when the world's going sideways. Proud in our manhood. No apologies for the straight ways. From the factory floors to the crib where the legacy lives. We raise kings, not victims. Give them tools, not just gifts. Weekend at Willies, the table set for the raw and the real. Detroit anthem blasting. Feel the power to steal. No snakes at the table. No fakes in the cipher. No fakes in the cipher. Oh, bums get the boot. Real men hold it tighter. Father, brother, provider, fighter. Detroit in the blood, ignite the fire. We weekend at Willies. Yeah, masculinity on the table. On the table. Call out the snakes, the fakes, the bums. Expose them. Real men hold the line. Hold it. Proud strength in the veins. Fatherhood. Brotherhood. We never break the chain. D-Town, stand up. Weekend at Willies. Man, the fuck up. Real men only. Hold the line. Weekend at Willies.
Yo, what up, though? What up, though? What up, though? What up? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? I hope y'all have taken the time during the intro to go ahead and get the likes up. Welcome to yet another, once again, episode of Weekend at Willies. Y'all know it's the weekend. We like to get in here. We like to get it down. We like to put it down. But the most important thing is that we like to have fun. As we get off on into this thing, I have sent out quite a few invitations to quite a few people. If they are more than willing to come up, they're more than willing to come up. I already have one guest in the back, so I want to give a huge shout out and salute to my brother, my man's Money Boy Trey. What's going on, my G?
What's going on, say like?
Oh man, nothing much. All is well with me. How's things on your end?
No complaints. I didn't get to catch all the part one, so I hope I don't repeat some y'all that I already said about this here situation.
Hey, if you did, it's okay. It's perfectly fine. Let me go ahead and say to each and every last one of y'all that's already in the building, salute to you, and hopefully you having a good weekend. If you like to donate to the show, you know you can do so by hitting the Cash App. That is $SELLYOULIGHT, or you can hit the Super Chat or become a member. It is entirely up to you. That being said, of course, Money Boy Trey, you here already. Excuse me. Shout out to my man's Brandon, No Chaser, Malcolm D. What's going on? Supreme is in the building. What's going on, brother? Almanize. What's going on, sis? How you doing? Brian, excuse me, say yes, sir. It's Weekend at Willies. Absolutely. Gas Mask in the building. What's going on? Shout out to my man's 3-man podcast for $5. He says support, like, share, and sub. Greatly appreciate you. 94 Rodney. What's going on? Appreciate you. Said we ain't playing. Not at all. Dr. Manhattan, what's going on, my G? Hey, Tina, how you doing, sister? Hope all is well with you. Dims is in the building. What's going on, my man? And then lastly, we got Studio Mansioners in the building. If you haven't already taken the time to drop down and say hello, salute to you, I'll go ahead and give my hellos out first. But let me go ahead and give the premise, not too much to a recap, but more so to get caught up. So recently, well, I don't know, Trey, how familiar you are with this whole Anton Daniels, Corey Holcomb situation that happened back in January?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay, cool. So there was that situation. And then the situation came about where Corey Holcomb then went and put up a picture of Anton Daniels, 17-year-old minor child. Then he put up a picture of Anton Daniels' wife. And then there was a depiction or a caricature of them depicted as monkeys or as apes on a T-shirt, which he then put up for sale. Then there was more ongoing defamatory statements, allegedly, derogatory statements, allegedly, things that was said. And then now we end up here where recently there has been a lawsuit from Leslie Daniels, which is the 17-year-old minor, and the wife of Anton Daniels, Shareta Daniels. It has blown the space up. It's almost like people are picking sides. People are saying that it's Anton's fault that his wife and his daughter end up getting put up on the big screen, and that he should take responsibility, and that he's wrong for filing this lawsuit, even though his name is not the one that's on the lawsuit. And the other side of the aisle is that this is 100% Corey Holcomb's fault. I don't think anyone is going to say that it's justifiable, that it's okay for Corey to talk about the 17-year-old and the wife in such a way that he did, but it's more so people are putting the blame back on Anton. What's your thoughts?
I think the entire lawsuit is a publicity stunt. That's the first thing, because as you said, it's blowing up the space. Secondly, I think Corey will have his lawyers draw up something and get this easily dismissed, because at the end of the day, Corey he had to go to a public site to pull the picture off. He called them ugly. He said they monkeys. He can do that. Mm-hmm. Antoine was talking shit on his podcast back and forth. I find it really punkish that Antoine did not put his name on the lawsuit, though. You got your women out here, and you're the one that started the situation, and then you've just brought more attention to both of their names for people to go search them and look them up.
Okay, that's one way to look at it. So typically on the weekends, I'm usually not a panelist. I'm typically just a host. I'm just here to keep the conversation moving forward, not to participate in the conversation. But when more people start coming up, then that's when y'all will see me step back into the host role. But I do have rules here. Please make sure that you are following all terms of services, YouTube guidelines, or whatever platform that you're watching on. Me per se, this is my position on it. I don't mind sharing this because I already shared it before. Anton didn't bring his wife and daughter into this situation. On January 13th, when he went on to Corey Holcomb's show after he was invited there, it started off as expected. Corey's not one to back down. Anton's one not to back down. It is what it is. They're both strong, prominent figures, and they're masters of their craft. When it goes to how it is, they all spilled out to where there was almost a fight. There was arguing, all this, that, and the other. Anton never brought up the name of his daughter, nor the name of his wife. That very next week, when Corey went live, after Anton was like going around from panel to panel, talking shit, as always, it usually is. He was going around from panel to panel talking to shit, like a person would, a usual casual person would. Corey goes live again a week later, and he was like, "Oh, everybody's looking for me to respond. Well, here's my response. I'm about to talk about your daughter." So then he puts the daughter up there, calls her the B word, said that she's a lesbian, a dyke, said that she now this is a minor that we talking about in the state of California, and that she's ugly and all this, that, and the other. And then he goes to the wife, and he puts the wife up there. Again, no names have been brought up by Anton. Now, Trey, what you're saying is that this is all Anton's fault for bringing his daughter and his wife into the limelight.
I'm not saying it's his fault, but what I'm saying is he just highlighted their name even more by putting them on a lawsuit. I'm not saying it's his fault. Corey did what a whole bunch of YouTubers go to. They go low all the time. When you fuck with it, that's just the first thing they go to. The scene happened 1,000,001 times. But Antoine didn't put his folks in the spotlight, but him going on that world tour after the show kind of egged it on. I think if they had just left it how it was, he even did his show the next morning, maybe Corey wouldn't have had the same vitriol.
Right. So now we get to, because have you seen the lawsuit? Have you seen the paperwork?
I have not.
Okay, I got the paperwork. I don't mind.
You got the work?
Yeah, I got. Of course. Come on now.
You got the work.
You know I got the work, G. I got the work. Give me a second. Let me pull it up right quick. Here it is. This complaint right here. And we already went over this. We went over this yesterday, like in its entirety from top to bottom. Although I did not show the last 2 pages because the last 2 pages has a picture of his daughter and his wife, and I don't feel like being a part of that. But is there a way to? Yeah, it is.
See what I mean? No, he put a bigger target on their back because their pictures included in the lawsuit, names, and all of that stuff.
Well,
Now, I
one,
noticed before when you were talking, you said she's 17.
Yeah.
Like, since he did something on the internet, does that apply in California since the person he was talking about live in Detroit?
well, that's the argument that's being made. I'm glad that you brought that up, right? The argument that's being there she is. What's going on, sister? You good? You ready to come up? She can't even hear me. Just put a thumbs up when you're ready, sister. Amen. Can you hear me now, sister?
Yeah, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, cool. Yeah, there we go.
All right.
But yeah, so
go ahead. I'm sorry.
What I wanted to point out that Anton. Goddamn dog is barking like a motherfucker. All right, so what I wanted to say is that when it comes down to it, Anton and his antics had, again, I'm just the host. Trey, you saying that his antics and his behavior on the internet, him going on the loop, I'll call it a celebration tour. Is that okay? What to call it?
Yeah, I think that provoked it.
It provoked. In your opinion, it provoked Corey to behave the way he did, put his daughter up there, put his wife up there, talk shit.
Yeah, I've seen it done a million times. I've partaken in it. It happens. Everybody don't fight the same.
Absolutely. That's 1,000% true. For all the new people that's coming in, welcome to the show. So I wanted to pull up this lawsuit really quick for the simple reason that when we look at this, it says complaint filed by Leslie, an individual Daniels, plaintiff, and Shareta, an individual Daniels, plaintiff. And we go here, we got Leslie Daniels and we got Shareta Daniels versus Corey Holcomb, an individual, the 5150 Show, a business organization, and Doe's, that's Doe's 1 through 25 inclusive. So Anton's not on this lawsuit, right? He's not a part of this lawsuit. This is not him bringing this to Corey. This is his wife and his daughter bringing it to Corey. And though I get what you're saying, Trey, because it's him and because he's the husband and he's the father, this is attached to him. But on the legal side, this has nothing to do with Anton. This only has to do with Leslie and Shareta. You get what I'm saying?
Attached to him. I get it.
Gotcha.
Because he's technically not suing for anything, so he's not a part. I wish he could have had the Anton Daniels family or something in that motherfucker.
He didn't even.
There you go. All right, cool. Almond, go ahead and give us your spiel.
Okay. So, I mean, I get the whole Anton opened up the door philosophy. I feel like that really doesn't matter, but since that's what people want to go with, we'll use that. I don't think that Anton filed the suit specifically because Corey talked about his daughter. I think it was what he said. Like, if it had just been like, you know what I'm saying, your kid is ugly or she don't have no talent or you know what I'm saying, something of that nature, it wouldn't have, you know what I'm saying, it wouldn't have gone to this level. But the things that grown man said about that child, no. No, yeah. Absolutely not. That what he said is why Anton filed that lawsuit.
Well, again, I want to stick with the record because we got to stick with the facts.
Okay, excuse me. That's why
Anton did not file this lawsuit.
Yeah, Leslie filed the lawsuit.
He pushed them to file the lawsuit. His name ain't on it, but we know he told them to do this.
Mm-hmm. He didn't have to tell them anything. If you have been watching the Millionaire Morning Show, because most people don't, they like, you know what I'm saying, Room 9 because it's, you know what I'm saying, the EBT sector. But those of us with some brain cells who trying to have something in life, we watched the Millionaire Morning Show. Anton told us what was going to happen. He just didn't use the words that slow people needed to get with the program.
Yeah. So,
he told y'all he was going to recommend
what Corey actually said.
Go ahead, Trey.
No, I'm saying, so he told y'all he was going to recommend his family to sue.
No, he said they was going to sue. Wasn't no recommending that. He said it was coming. And the
it was his idea, though. His wife wasn't studying that shit.
We know that.
Let me ask a question, because this is something that I've been hearing pushed across social media, right? This is why the title of the show is Victim Shaming, Defamation, or First Amendment Speech. Do you think that people are participating in victim shaming because they're saying now that Leslie and Shareta is wrong to bring a suit towards Corey because of the engagement that he or the interaction that he had with Anton? Do you think that that's victim shaming?
I do.
I don't think they're wrong for filing a lawsuit. They have the right to. They feel like they were defamed and slandered. That's their right. So I don't feel like they're wrong. I think it's more of a publicity stunt because I don't think it holds much merit. You can file a lawsuit, doesn't mean you're gonna win.
Absolutely. Almond?
Well, I think it is victim shaming. But it speaks to the goofiness of average people. Because I'm a paralegal and I know what step checkpoints have to be met. They definitely have enough for this suit to hurt Corey. It's definitely enough there, and the fact that he still got all the videos sitting up there.
Well, even if he wanted to delete it, and that's why I said
it's really too late.
Yeah, it is too late, and that's why it's important that when you see the does 1 through 25 inclusive, I think where it says defendants, that's just going to be probably some prominent people of the organization of the 5150 show. Probably going to be some organizers or some facilitators, and I think it's going to be some YouTubers. Me personally, it's quite a few people who have been on the F Anton train, and they're not playing around. And has it been any vitriol towards his daughter and towards his wife? Well, we got a few YouTubers on video on their own live stream repeating some of the same things that Corey was saying. So it definitely could have an effect. Like Trey said, like Armin said, there's some things that it can fit as far as defamation per se, false light defamation of both Leslie and also Shareta, due to with the respect to the t-shirt images, and then intentional infliction of emotional distress suffered by Leslie and also by Shareta. It's a possibility, but we all know, and I'm hoping some of the people who I invited who have a background in this, they can speak to this as well. It's not about right and wrong. It's about what you can prove in court. It's all about how you argue it. You see what I'm saying? So to the point, I want to talk to Trey a little bit and elaborate on this a little bit more. You say you think this is a publicity stunt. Typically, when people are participating or they engage or activate a publicity stunt, they stand to gain something out of it. What do you think the Daniels family can potentially gain from this?
What you said earlier, it blew the sector up. Everybody's talking about Anton Daniels' family is suing, which brings revenue and name value to his brand, and everybody wants to hear what he has to say about it.
But wouldn't that also cause a further detriment to his family, putting them in the bad light? Because if he's doing this just for the benefit of his brand, which is the benefit of himself and possibly his family, he's sacrificing the public image of his daughter and his wife.
He's done it. Well, I won't say he's done it before, but he's let y'all know he about the business.
Almond?
I don't think Anton is. We're talking about him, but the dollars are not going directly in his pocket. So yeah, I don't think this is about him getting money or attention. I think this is about holding a scumbag accountable for running off at the mouth.
Okay. Well, there's a potentiality that his lawyers could argue First Amendment speech. Now, we can't forget that there could be an anti-slap. And for those who don't know what an anti-slap is, it would kill this whole entire lawsuit just from jump. The anti-slap just puts a stop to it right away. And Anton would have to pay the legal fees of Corey Holcomb and his lawyers. Shout out to everybody that's coming to the building. I'm sorry that I can't keep y'all. I'm sorry not clicking y'all name one by one, but also to anybody that's coming in from Almond's side of the game, please thank you. Make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe and support your content creator. The thing is, right, I'm looking at how the community, how the space and the internet is reacting to this, because I thought this was just going to be a YouTube thing. This is growing bigger than just something that's just on YouTube. It's all over TikTok. It's all over Twitter. It's all over Facebook. It's everywhere. And what people are pretty much saying is that they're glad that Anton is finally getting humbled by Corey Holcomb. But the community's whole entire message prior to January was F Corey. Now, all of a sudden, they're championing Corey and his antics. Do you think that if this case was to go through, I'm going to deal with the go through part. if this is successfully going through and Corey Holcomb is sued, what precedent do you think is going to set for the rest of the internet, the country, the world? What precedent do you think is going to set?
You're going to be scared to talk. You're going to be scared to tell somebody they ugly, call them bitches, hoes, X, Y, and Z.
So I just want to clarify. You think that the First Amendment constitutional right is being threatened with this lawsuit? Not saying it, that's what you're saying, but I'm just saying in short.
Yes.
Almond?
No. I think you do need to, well, it would allow you to have to be more creative in how you criticize people.
Gotcha.
But again, Leslie and Rita had nothing to do with Corey's, disagreement, fight, whatever you want to call it, with Anton. So again, if his beef was with Anton, he should have kept it with Anton. And if he just couldn't control himself, which he couldn't, and put his wife and child in that, I'm sorry, y'all. The things he said about Leslie, there's no excuse for that. Something got to be wrong with you to even go there. We're talking about a child, and a child that you've never seen before. But again, we see what his track record is and his opinion of children. No, that it wasn't funny. His sliding into it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny when he said it. What he said after it wasn't funny. So all of that, he a comedian and woo 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 woo. That's not working for me. And again, people always want to talk about the first. You can say whatever you want to. The First Amendment doesn't absolve you of any consequences or repercussions for what you said. It just says you can say it. That's all.
But shouldn't the First Amendment protect you? Like,
no.
as a
it protects you.
You weren't gonna get in no trouble for saying it.
It protects you. You just got to go through the process. Corey just has to go through the process, and it could be as simple as his lawyer writing up a great motion to dismiss and the judge agreeing with it. It doesn't necessarily have to see a courtroom.
No, motion to dismiss is gonna see a courtroom.
So, Almond, also, because we streaming vertical, it's only showing your shoulder on your camera. If you can adjust your camera, it's only showing your your right hand. You have to slide to your right. But Trey, you good? You're in great position because you're right on camera on the vertical stream. So the thing is, right? I'm one who believes in free speech. I'm one who believes in the First Amendment. I believe in the Constitution. That's just the way I was raised. That's the way that I followed. That's the way I came up in this country. I don't think the First Amendment should be approached nor encroached by anybody. If I have a right to speak it, I have a right to speak it. I'm in agreement with you, Almond, that when it comes down to it, I still have to suffer the consequences behind it. But morality versus legal is always going to be the battleground of how it is that people try to set these arguments up. Trey, I'm in agreement with you as well, that I should be able to have the right to say what I want to say. But also there has to be some type of precedent that can be set to where moving forward, I'm in agreement with you. If this goes through, people are going to have to change the way that they talk about people. But I don't think that it should have to come to a court to tell adults how to behave. It should just be a common, basic human decency. Do not, if I have a problem with Trey, I should only be addressing Trey. I shouldn't be addressing his family. I shouldn't be addressing his children. I shouldn't be addressing his associates, his friends. I should only be addressing Trey. If I start addressing Trey's kids, I just look like a bully. I look like I'm afraid of Trey because I'm not going after him directly. Now, is it a possibility that these two could have met up, might say on the StreamYard link or something like that? Possibly. But when it comes down to it, we're talking about that whether or not his constitutional rights to participate in free speech breaks or oversees or supersedes her constitutional rights and her civil rights. Talking about the daughter and the wife. Don GQ was in the building. If you are having a good show, I'm gonna tell you a secret. If Don GQ drops down in your chat, you're having a good show. Just to let y'all know. But what do y'all think about that? Should one's constitutional rights to First Amendment free speech, should that override or supersede one's civil rights or constitutional rights not to be overlooked? Should they be protected? Go ahead.
That's a no.
Okay. Almond?
again, I mean, your right to say what you want should, definitely be protected, but that doesn't transfer over to consequences for saying what you said, especially if
Right.
you're saying something that is going to be harmful.
Yeah.
And harmful to a child, because again, here in the EBT sector, we always hear, as soon as something happens to a black female, their frontal lobe wasn't developed, and they all of these different reasons as to why they can't be held accountable. So if we're gonna use that logic in those situations, we're gonna use it here with somebody who didn't do anything.
And I have a question. You're the second woman that I've heard use this term, the EBT sector. I think she was using it in a derogatory term towards me. What is it?
It's not towards you. I coined the.
Well, no, it's this other chick she was using it towards me, not her. I'm asking. I don't know what it means though, other than food stamps. That's what I know.
I'm the one that. I'm the one that.
You have to let Will explain.
I named Black YouTube the EBT sector. So anytime it's some derogatory shit going on, or some crazy shit going on, or just some nigga shit going on, it's EBT sector. Like the Umar shit is EBT sector.
That's who called it. That's who said that to me, the chick from the Umar sector.
Yeah. So it's the EBT sector. Like, it's a revolving door of nonstop buffoonery. That's all it is. And until it comes better, like everything that's happening right now, even what's going on with this Anton and Corey thing, this is nothing new. Is it different because now there is a legit lawsuit that's being brought forth that can have consequences? Absolutely. Look at Brittany. Look at Brittany. Oh, snap.
Hey, Brittany.
But no, it's not derogatory or slight at you when people say EBT sector. So yeah, back to this. I was talking with E Black last night, and I'm not gonna lie, E Black pissed me off last night. E man, what's going on? E Black pissed me off last night because he wanted to introduce, and this is why we're having the show today, that people are reacting to this Anton and Corey situation, saying that this is entirely Anton's fault. And again, the link is posted at the top of the chat if y'all want to join up. If any of my invitee people come through, they're more than welcome to come up. I did send them the link. Please, it's preferred that you be on camera. It makes for a better show. But people are saying that since January 13th, that this is solely Anton's fault, and that this should set the precedent if this lawsuit is met with an anti-slap and it's pretty much struck down. I have a fear for that. And the reason I have a fear for that is because now you're opening the door to anyone to say anything about minors, especially in the state of California, because this is where it's happened at. What's your idea on, should it be okay? Do you think that Corey was justified to behave the way and do the things that he did on this show?
Absolutely not.
Trey, you muted.
Yes and no. He has the right to be as despicable as he wants to, no matter how I morally feel about it. And as I said earlier, I can't tell nobody how to fight. It's despicable what he did, but it's his right to be despicable when he feels like
it's Anton's family's right to say you took it too far. This is how they're saying he took it too far. So yeah, everybody's within their rights.
You gotta let him finish.
I was done.
Oh, okay,
but we're just gonna go in circles about that because we just gotta wait for the court to decide if there's who wins. That's all we gotta do. We just gotta sit back and watch. I don't say Antoine, it's his fault, but I give him like 15-20% because I think if the show had just ended the way it was and everybody went their separate ways, it wouldn't have got that far.
Right. Brittany B brings up a point. She says, so if I have a big butt and a man slaps it, it's my mama fault or my fault or the man's fault. Whose fault is it that she has a big butt? Since that's the angle that Brittany B wants to come from this from. Whose fault is it that she has a big butt? It's weekend at Willies. I'm just letting y'all know we just have fun. This is how we decide. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Y'all do know his name pronounced Anton, not Antoine, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So whose fault is it? Because we can't say that. We can say that because of genetics and DNA that Leslie looks the way she looks, but are we going to say that, oh, I have a right to say that she's ugly? Do you have a right to disparagingly talk about a minor? Do you have a right to talk about anybody? Of course you have the right. You have the First Amendment right. Do you have the right to be sued because of your statements? Absolutely. And that's why I think the line is being drawn, because now people are saying, oh, Anton the snitch, he wrong for defending his daughters. Well, first, he's not on the lawsuit. Second, his daughter and his wife is the one that's on the lawsuit. So they can't defend themselves. They're using the example of what just happened with Pooh Shiesty and Gucci Mane. A lot of people feel like Gucci snitched. My thing is, y'all said the same thing about what's the boy with the color hair that got picked up by the Bloods?
6ix9ine.
6ix9ine. They say that 6ix9ine a snitch. So this is why I asked about the question about victim shaming. If I pursue to receive damages, compensatory damages or punitive damages because of how you treated me, does that make me a snitch?
No.
Oh, so people are just saying things out the side of the neck. Now we get to the big question. Do people just not like Anton that much that they are willing to accept the disrespect to his daughter and his wife? Or is this still just Anton's fault?
Oh, my bad.
You good? Go ahead.
Absolutely. This is classic jealousy. Folks are still butthurt because Anton, said pull the plug on Fight Club. He pulled the plug on Fight Club. He tried to take cornballs and jokers and goofballs along. They didn't want to, they didn't have the ability to pivot into what Anton was getting into. So they just, instead of owning that and coming up with something, popping theyself, they want to spend all their time mad because Anton was successful in pivoting and getting paid and he left them behind. Black people, back up. Negroes don't want to do any work is the problem. Because Anton, let me go all the way back because I didn't watch Fight Club. I had a life. I didn't have time to be giving up 8, 9, 10, 12 hours every day, on the weekend for that foolishness. He gave them ample time to get their life together because he was like, this is not sustainable long term. YouTube is demonetizing these videos because y'all are out of hand. We got to clean it up. They didn't want to clean it up. They wanted to keep doing what they wanted to do and be in the EBT sector. So he pulled the plug. They pissed. It's that simple. Because in the sector, that's all you hear about Fight Club. Okay, why y'all keep trying to recreate Fight Club? It wasn't sustainable. Let it go.
Absolutely.
Something else to talk about. So now we got all these beefs going back and forth.
Absolutely. Also, what up, the three man? Welcome to the show. Nita says, why is the question whose fault is it that she has a big butt and not whose fault is it that the man slapped her butt? And that's the grand scheme of things. Whose fault is it that Corey put those pictures of the daughter and the wife up there on the big screen? Whose fault is it?
Fault.
Absolutely.
Corey's fault. He chose to do it.
And he should be held accountable for it, right?
Yeah. That's how I see it.
All right.
Whatever that looks like.
I like
if he wins, if he gets the case dismissed, was he held accountable?
No, he was not held accountable. Well, I would say yes, he was held accountable because
he would be.
Yeah, based on the judge said, "Hey."
No, I'm saying if Corey's lawyer gets it dismissed and he wins the lawsuit, did he, other than paying legal fees, did he?
In a way, he's being held accountable now. He's losing gigs. 5150's circling the drain. So he's in a way being held accountable now. If all we care about is access and visibility and money, Corey already being held accountable.
Absolutely. Give me a second. Let me read the super chat right quick. Shout out to Brian. Says just fun, allegedly. LOL. Blessings. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate you. Three man, go ahead and give us your spiel right quick before we move forward.
Well, you have everyone have the First Amendment right you know, the right to free speech, freedom of expression, so on, so on. The problem is whenever Corey Holcomb's First Amendment rights ended when it overlaps Antoine's daughters.
Mhm.
You just can't dock somebody out there who is not a public figure.
Mhm.
Now, and what I mean by doxing, you know, is different things when it comes to doxing. But his daughter, her name was not out there over the internet. Her
Mhm.
picture was not out there over there. I didn't even know what Antoine daughters look like until Corey Holcomb showed it.
Mm.
So when it comes to free speech, yes, you can say whatever you want. You can say the most egregious crap to the president of the United States.
Mhm.
Now, the problem is, some of y'all got it mixed up, is, say example, we're all in the movie theater, right? We're all in the movie theater, enjoying the movie, and I just yell out, fire, fire, fire. Everybody everybody runs out the movie theater and somebody get hurt. Am I liable?
Yes.
Yeah, because you screamed fire and there was no fire.
And so that's basically kind of how this situation is. It's that, yeah, like he has the right to say what he wants to, but I'm like, yo, and you put the man's door. Like for me, honestly, keep it GP ain't cool with me. I don't rock with men like that. I don't care what you say, if you're a dirt bag, garbage, whatever. I just don't rock with people like that. But the thing is, will this set precedent? Well, will this set a precedent if Antoine wins?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it will. It should. It should set a precedent. Also, shout out to the OG for joining the panel. With salutations to you, OG. Hope all is well with you on this wonderful weekend. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm just trying to figure out why everybody think this is a First Amendment issue.
Well, that's the arguments that was being made. Last night, early this morning, rather, I was on E Black show, and me and him was going back and forth about this whole issue that is being a First Amendment thing. So I start scouring YouTube, and I seen multiple content creators. Which, by the way, I've sent those content creators invites to come to the show today to really, share their side at Weekend at Willies. But a lot of people saying that this is a First Amendment issue, that Corey Holcomb should be able to allow to say what it is that he wants about whoever it is that he wants, because he's a comedian, he's an entertainer.
None of that was funny.
Guess what? We have a Second Amendment too. That don't mean I get to walk around shooting people.
That's absolutely true.
This is not a First Amendment issue. And the reason why it's not a First Amendment issue is because Corey Holcomb had a back and forth with Anton Daniels. Because of that back and forth with Anton Daniels, he decided to be malicious towards somebody that had absolutely nothing to do with anything of that situation.
Mm-hmm.
The person that he decided to slander and attack verbally was a minor. Period. This is not a First Amendment issue.
You said verbally attack. It is the First Amendment issue.
It's not a First Amendment. It's not a First Amendment. It's not a First Amendment issue. And I heard what you said a few minutes ago, talking about he has every right to be despicable. No, he doesn't.
No,
when did being despicable become a right?
When you wake up in the day, you can be a citizen or a criminal.
That's actually a choice.
That's not a right.
It's okay. It's a choice, but he still
exactly.
Okay.
It's a choice. It's not a right.
To be despicable, or he could be righteous.
Okay, but here's the thing:
a choice or a right.
Okay, but here's the thing. Here's the reality of this: words matter for a reason. There's a huge difference between someone having the choice to do something and someone having the right to do something. The right means you're entitled to do it. You're justified in doing it. If you choose to rob a bank, that doesn't mean you had the right to rob a bank. And that right there, Will, is what I'm talking about as it pertains to Black people. Many of us think that we have the right to do despicable shit. And we don't.
Gotcha. I'm sorry, Trey or anybody else would I like to also let me go ahead and set this precedent here. As the host of the show, I'm only here to push along the conversation. Unless you see this layout here, this layout where I end up in the middle and another and there's two people up here. At that point, I don't defend anyone. I'm not here to say, hey, stop, let the other person talk and all this, that, and the other. So if y'all have back and forth rebuttal or against each other, cool. I have no problem with that. That's the whole point of us.
My bad, I pulled you into it.
It's all good. It's all good. The thing is, I want people to have differences of opinion because we need to really just lay this out and talk about it because people are having various opinions about this whole entire situation. For example, Skates 1544 says, First Amendment is about the government restricting your freedom of speech, not you can say what you want about a minor. Facts. Let me go ahead and read these super chats right quick. Brian says, Mr. Will, it is Brain. It's Brian. Oh, appreciate you, Brian. Brain or Brian? Brain. Sorry, Brain. Appreciate you, Brain. Brain says also with $2. Salute to the protector monk of knowledge, Angry Man. Appreciate you for pulling up. Also, my bad for not playing intro, big dog. All right, so y'all want to continue the conversation, or y'all want to move on to the next?
I'm glad the brother brought that up about the government.
Mm-hmm.
See, here's the issue, right? If the United States government decided to say, we're going to make a blanketed law that says, I can't call any one of you an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're going into the territory of infringing upon freedom of speech,
Mm-hmm.
right? But that has nothing to do with Anton's family having an issue with what Corey Holcomb said about their minor child and filing a private lawsuit against him. That's two entirely different things.
Mm-hmm.
And even if Anton wins that case, that doesn't set a precedent for freedom of speech. What sets a precedent for freedom of speech is United States government versus Corey Holcomb.
Yeah.
That's what sets a precedent. If the United States government, if Corey Holcomb ended up in a situation where they tried to shut down him talking about certain topics or whatever, and he went to court and that shit got pushed to the Supreme Court, and it's the United States versus Corey Holcomb or the Department of Justice versus Corey Holcomb, and he loses that case, then you're talking about precedent. Precedent is like the case that Luke had back in the day when it came to hip hop.
Yeah, he had to be on some Larry Flint type time.
Oh shit!
Is there a law
Right.
that says you can't call a minor ugly?
He
You said
could have
what?
left it at that though. He just kept going. That's the problem.
Now-
It's not that he called it ugly. It's all the other stuff he had to say.
Here's the issue. It's not about him calling a minor ugly. That's not the problem. The problem is, one, he did not have permission to display that child on his bro. You know how many times I've done shows where I've had to blur out a kid's face, or if we're on a live stream, all of us have been on live streams where we're on panels and we'll be like, yo, don't put your child in the shot or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So we already know you're not supposed to put children up there that are underage without the permission of the parent, right? So he was already in violation of that. That's one. Because look, here's my thing. I don't give a shit what people say, right? When you start violating laws and infringing on people's rights, that's when I have an issue. And Corey Holcomb infringed on the rights of Anton and Rita the moment he decided to take the liberty of posting their child. He infringed on that right. And then he took it a step further by saying extremely derogatory things about her, which some of those things, it's not illegal. It's not a violation of the law, but it did cause harm to that child. So
Now,
in my opinion, they have grounds for a civil lawsuit.
Now, I'm trying to think of the amendments right now, but wouldn't it technically violated their Fourth Amendment right because you do have the right to privacy. So they do have the right to digital privacy, or does that just
Well,
go
that's
towards,
How
companies?
did
Well, that's
Corey
the-
get the picture? He didn't go into a yearbook or a photo album and get it.
it doesn't matter where he got the picture, because he could have got the picture off of Facebook where the parents posted it, which they have a right to post it. You see what I'm saying? So it just because it's on the internet, that doesn't necessarily make it fair game.
It
Right.
doesn't make it illegal either, though. It's illegal. It's what the
I didn't
law
say it was
gotta
illegal.
go.
Him,
No, I'm saying it's the thing that we would have to iron out through the legal process.
no, that part was a
Yeah, that
violation.
part's clean,
because
because they're
that's-
not arguing whether or not it was legal. They're arguing the damage that what he did caused. They're not arguing whether or not it was legal.
Now, here's the thing. Here's the
Where
thing.
does public domain fall?
Here's the thing, because this is going to get.
sign these things with these.
Okay,
platforms?
here's the thing, because problem is we're in uncharted territory, so to speak. And the reason why is because even though the internet has been around.
Hold up, angry man. Somebody has an echo. Chris, I think it's you.
Okay.
Go ahead, angry man.
So we're in uncharted territory,
Mhm.
because even though the internet has been around for a while, it's just been recent that many of us have come on to YouTube and we up here conversing and doing all of this stuff, right? The internet has been the Wild West for a while, right? But as you know, once you develop the Wild West, you have to have some type of laws and stuff.
Correct.
Doxing is something that people do a lot. You feel me? And eventually that's going to have to get mapped out as far as whether that's legal or not. If somebody comes to the internet and they use a pseudonym and they don't want their real name out there, they don't want their address out there, that falls into the territory of civil rights. Somebody violating your civil rights. You feel what I'm saying? To privacy and all of those things, right? So sooner or later, that's going to have to be mapped out.
Thanks. I want to. Jesus, my phone is going off. Y'all go ahead. If y'all got anything that y'all wanted to add before I go ahead.
Well, I would ask Angry Man, on the last thing that you said, well, once they decide to be a public figure and come on the internet, they're just like Jay-Z. Everybody know his name, Sean Carter. You don't get that
He told us his
expectation
name.
of privacy once you
Let him
become a
finish.
public figure.
Jay-Z told us his name was Sean Carter in Dead Presidents. He said, you know this nigga, Jay-Z, Sean Carter, GS the fuck up, Trieste, like, come on, man. He told us his name.
We know most of these rappers' real government name.
Cause they tell they real government name.
Then at what point did Leslie decide to be a public figure? When did she say, yeah, I'm cool?
I wasn't talking about Leslie. I was talking about the last point that Angry Man had made.
So,
but no, I hadn't. She's not a public figure.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. Fair enough. Let me ask you this then, right? Let me ask you this. So let's say, for argument, you in your crib, right? And let's say that there's a police officer that he went to school with you. You know, a dude went to school with you and he became a police officer after y'all got grown. Now, he know back in the day you used to smoke weed and shit. He like, yeah, man, he used to chief it up all the time. I know he got weed in that crib. Do that police officer get to walk in your crib just because he personally know you got weed in there?
No.
Why?
Because he doesn't have any current probable cause.
And you have a right to what? You have a right to what? Privacy
and illegal search and seizures. Against illegal search and seizures.
Okay. Now, this is something that I've pointed out that a lot of people ain't talked about, right? You got people getting convicted because of stuff on their social media page, even if their social media page is private. That's a violation. And because it's on the internet, it's treated differently. And that's what I'm saying. Sooner or later, what we do on the internet is going to have to align with what our rights are off of the internet, because we're still people on the internet. So when you have somebody like Corey Holcomb just deciding, you know what, I'm going to hit you where it hurts. I'm going to put your child up there and I'm going to talk crazy about your child. something has to be done about that. You can't just set a tone to where anybody can just start going in on your family members. It ain't got nothing to do with what you're doing online.
Yeah, because that's gonna escalate.
So it would be a Fourth Amendment violation then, because you do have digital privacy. But I'm not sure completely. Does it falls like, is it just companies to an individual, or can it be individual to individual?
3-Man, let me pose you this question. Do you have children, 3-Man?
Adopted.
Okay. At my place of work,
That wasn't a question though.
we have a media policy.
Yes.
Yeah. At my place of work, we have a media policy, right? And in this media policy, just like in school with your children, you have to sign something. You have to give the school permission to take your child's picture. And when they go on a field trip or something like that, you have to sign off on these things. You have to give them consent to utilize your child's likeliness. Like, let's say they want to use your child picture for like a banner or for a poster or something they want to use in the school. They have to get consent from you before they do that. Without them getting your consent, they open themselves up to lawsuits. That's what getting consent is. The same thing goes for social media. Same thing goes for mainstream media news and all this, that, and the other. The problem is we have a situation where this thing called paparazzi and the what is it called? I can't remember what it is called, where the news can pretty much report on whatever they, because they have a journalistic right to do so.
Some type of journalistic credibility that allows them to do it.
Right. So the argument that was being made last night is that as a media figure, which Corey Holcomb can be assumed to be because he's an entertainer and comedian, Corey Holcomb technically he has the right to put up Anton's daughter because he's like a media person.
Well, E-Black should know better because he knows good and damn well Corey Holcomb is not no fucking journalist. So that right there is going to get thrown out of the conversation.
But even worse,
he's not even TMZ.
But even worse than that, Christopher, you got all of these people up here trying to defend Corey Holcomb shit from the aspect of him being a comedian or him being a freaking public figure or whatever, right? But here's the reality. Corey Holcomb isn't even in compliance with YouTube's terms of service.
Sure not.
Right there.
He's not even supposed to, his channel ain't even supposed to be there right now behind what he just did.
Yeah. Technically, his channel is supposed to be gone.
Technically. And also people
can choose when they want to enforce them. They done did all types of shit to my baby on this internet.
And I'm gonna use
now, look, wait. Hold on. Let me ask Trey a question. Let me ask Trey a serious question. Now, how do you feel about that, brother?
I ignore it. The first time it happened, I was pissed the fuck off. And since then, I've just trained myself to ignore it, except for the time CPS called me and I had to deal with them. But other than that, I just tune it out and I don't react. Do I like it? No, but I know it's some fucked up people out here.
Look, bro, I want them to keep that same energy across the board. Apply the rules equally.
Exactly.
And let me use this as an example real quick. Charlamagne, when he does Dunk of the Day, Charlamagne has been sued for some of the things he has said on Dunk of the Day. Power 1051, Breakfast Club, these people, they just settle out of court. They're not going to deal with that. These are Charlamagne's words, not mine. So you can get sued for the shit that you say and the shit that you post. This is where Corey Holcomb is in right now. So is he going to accept his lawsuit or is he going to settle like he did with the other situation?
Correct. Also, let me say this before we continue, because I see y'all are tearing the chat up. Thank you to each and every last one of y'all that's keeping the engagement up. Hopefully y'all have liked the stream. If you're watching on vertical, please double tap your screen. If you're watching on horizontal, go ahead, hit the like, hit the share, and if you haven't subscribed, please do so. Let me read these super chats right quick, and then I want to get to a few things that I saw in the chat. Through the Fire podcast, RBN with $5 says, how is there any debate that in the closet Corey was foul for posting a minor? Corey is not a victim.
Thank you.
Be streaming with $5 says, y'all better hope this crap don't fly, because any creator that reviews content violates at least half the things in this lawsuit. And then Brain with $2 says, Corey has community message YouTube privilege.
Yeah, Yep.
We gonna see, because the closer this get to as soon as they come up with a court date, we gonna see. Corey Channel might not make it to the beginning of this lawsuit if it actually gets into a courtroom.
Possibly. And then Edenman Williams with $2 says, another dark-skinned man expressing his feelings. Appreciate you for the super chats. Make sure y'all support the show. Uncle Streaming says that Anton brothers say it didn't cause her harm.
How they know?
How would they know? They're not. Their feelings and her feelings are two different things. Her feelings is the one that has to be addressed.
Yeah, because they don't have an axe to grind.
Absolutely.
You know, but my thing is this. Let me just throw this in real quick, because somebody said a few minutes ago about it being fucked up people in the world. So them fucked up people, not just on the internet. She could be going to school with some of them fucked up people. Some of them fucked up people could be at them taekwondo matches and feel like because Corey, you know what I'm saying, was able to say what he wanted to say, they can say what they want to say and take it a step further. One of these fucked up people that y'all was talking about could actually try to put their hands on her. Now what?
Pain and suffering, punitive damage.
And then that's when you go into other responsibilities and things.
Hold up, Trey. Christopher's talking, then you got it, Trey. Go ahead, Chris.
No, I'm good. I just said pain and suffering, punitive damage. I don't know what Corey Holcomb was thinking, but he really fucked up on this one.
I just got one question, because I'm confused, man. This is really confusing me.
Mm-hmm.
If it's open season on black women, why do I get so much flack for criticizing black women?
I have a sound effect for that. Just give me 1 second.
Because I'm trying my best to figure out where are all of the protect black women people at.
Ain't got nothing to do with this.
They got everything to do with it.
Right now,
y'all be glad I ain't on my
It's Anton.
And that's why I corrected myself.
Almanaz, you know full and well that when it comes to our community, they pick and choose when they want to defend black women. They pick and choose. Like if it's a situation where they feel like they don't like the narrative, right? They're gonna defend black women to the fullest. They're gonna go ham. They're gonna cancel people. They're gonna do all of that shit. But when it's a narrative they like,
they down.
Like they down with it. And right now, this shit is sad because Anton's daughter ain't did nothing to nobody. Right. Anton's wife ain't did nothing to nobody. I met Rita. She is the nicest person I ever want to meet. And it's sad that they got to be cannon fodder. You feel what I'm saying? For this situation. And it's not Anton's fault because Anton was going back and forth with Corey. Anton didn't pull Corey's family into this shit.
Not at all. And he could have, because Corey himself has provided more than enough information for tons of content on his jacked up family situation.
Absolutely. If Anton wanted to be grimy, as big as his platform is, he could have reached out to Corey's daughter. He could have reached out to Corey's baby mama. I know they got plenty to say.
And you know it.
Unc be streaming. I'm sorry, not Unc be streaming. Brain says the rules made for ninjas is not for the angry man. Unc be streaming says did Anton protect his black women? That's another.
Doing it now. He's doing it
right now.
Unc be streaming. Get out of my notes. Unc be streaming. That's the next point I was making. That's what I was about to bring up next.
Hey, Will, don't you hate when the audience beat you to your talking points? Because then it makes
right?
copying them.
yeah. It'd be the bullshit. I don't know who this is in the chat, but yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get you up out of there, big homie. We don't need that. We don't need that type of day. So now AM don't understand the game. You cross someone and your family can become collateral. That's not how that works.
Why we keep going there?
Okay. So number one, brother, I do understand
how legality works.
Hold on, I do understand the game because niggas did the same shit to me. Niggas pulled my family into the shit, and I'm not gonna say no names, but a couple of them niggas paid the price for the shit too.
Absolutely,
you feel me? So it's not. Look, right now as we speak, there's some individuals that's about to go to prison behind their activities on YouTube, trolling people and cyber stalking people and shit. So don't think it can't get real.
Mm-hmm.
It can get real.
This is why even yesterday when I titled the show the way I titled the show, the internet has now entered the courtroom, right? And this is not the first instance, even with Angry Man, what's happening with Anton and Corey right now. There's been a multitude of content creators who have ended up in the courtroom. We all know about Cardi B and Tasha K. Everybody knows about that.
Mm-hmm.
Is a few channels that I've been on where they even covered other incidents of where the internet entered the courtroom. This thing where now people are depending on the law or the judges or the federal government to settle their basic human behavior, to me is kind of sickening. But in this particular instance, it doesn't have to go that far, but we're here now. We have to deal with what's going on right now. Go ahead, Angry Man.
And by the way, with the Cardi B situation, they didn't have a problem with that shit either. They didn't have a problem with that Dominican woman taking that black woman to task and charging her up with $4 million. In fact, they thought it was funny.
And rallied to try to help her raise the money to pay her.
Yep.
So was she not supposed to sue her though for saying she had an STD?
She was. Yeah, she was supposed to sue her for that.
Yeah, she was supposed to sue her.
But she could have just took the video down. A lot of this shit be self-inflicted. She could have just took the video down.
Well, this Corey situation is
Corey could have took the video down.
Yeah, Corey didn't have to be despicable. But Corey hasn't had a judgment against him yet, so he's still good right now.
Oh, yeah, more for real.
But Trey, I gotta call you on your shit.
Hold on one second. Eat Man, can you come on camera? Oh, he is on camera. What up, Eat Man?
I gotta call you on
cut it back off.
I gotta call you on your shit, Trey. Why didn't Tasha K saying that Cardi B allegedly had an STD? Why wasn't that covered under free speech?
Because it was a lie. You saying something bad and ugly is opinionated.
That's not all he said.
That's not all he said.
That ain't all he said.
That ain't all he said.
What else did he say? I got those two things. What else did he say?
He said that she was a les, you know what?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Well, he said she was going back.
He was out here
buy box.
That's still not. That's talking shit too. That's not saying you're for factual going to do that.
Hey, where I come from, saying somebody got the herpes, talking shit.
Out of here.
That's talking shit too.
Trey, you gotta be consistent.
Corey has a judgment of $4 million.
Did they ever do?
Then we can revisit this.
And by the way, did they ever do any testing in that case to find out if that was a lie?
They testified.
I don't think they did.
I don't know if they tested though.
I think with Cardi B, I think she had
to take the video down.
No, I think her doctor submitted a statement saying that it wasn't true.
He did? Okay.
I think he did.
Okay, because I was trying to figure out how she won that case if they did.
So I think the problem is that Tasha K presented it as a fact, not an opinion. And that's why she ended up losing that case. What Corey Holcomb presented about Anton's daughter is up in the air. Some people say, like Unc be streaming, he says that's an opinion too. Some people say it's an opinion. Some people say that he was just joking and it was just satire. E Black said last night that that it's a war of words, and he brought up a few cases that talked about, you know, the incident where if I have a back and forth with Angry Man, I have a back and forth with Angry Man, and whatever happens between the two of us, either to our brands, to our health, that's between us two. If something happens to Angry Man's family, it's not a war of words anymore because they are not. They're not the ones that's involved in this. Now, in this particular situation, this is why I'm bringing this up because Unc B Streamer says, so we're going to ignore Anton talking shit for a whole week. That doesn't matter. He can talk all the shit that he wants to.
I don't understand why we keep saying.
And I think y'all missed it. Y'all missed it. Corey didn't say nothing for a whole week. Listen, it is not. I'm about to tell you what that means. I can say whatever I want about Angry Man. If Angry Man don't tell me it's a problem in court, they go say, how did he know that was a problem? What happened, the reason this is bad, and I think Anton actually got a chance of winning this case is that he was told not to do it. And then Corey doubled down. This is where the quote unquote bullying come in. Because now somebody warned you not to do something and you double down and do it again. Now you can't you can't say you was ignorant that it was bullying. I'm telling you right now. So you can't say, well, he talked for a week. Corey was silent for that whole week. Corey went live Thursday, and guess what? Anton did not say nothing after Corey went live. That's why he went live for a week. But you know, y'all ain't
forget
nothing
the
no
T-shirt.
courtroom.
But let's be real about the
saying,
Anton going live.
don't forget that Corey put all three of them on a T-shirt though, as well.
He
so
did. That was
what E-Man is saying.
Yeah. But the thing is, folks keep talking about Anton went on this victory tour. Anton did this. Anton did that. Anton is always popping in and out of people's, streams to see what's going on. What Anton did was he pulled up to each and every one of them bootlicking. Let me jump on this and see if I could get popping ass niggas who was like, I bet you Anton ain't gonna come up here. Anton showed the hell up. So I don't understand why we calling that a victory tour. Like he just fired up a bunch of live streams and was like, let me tell y'all about how I'm flexing on these niggas. Nah, he pulled up because they said he would.
But y'all don't realize. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
I would have went on a victory tour too. If I was on your show in person and you told me I was kissing Caucasian ass, and then I tell you sucking D, and you get up like you tough and come sit in front of me and start talking shit, and then I say, I tell you what, homeboy, let's go outside, and you don't go outside, I'm gonna talk shit about that for a month.
And I think people don't realize it's a lot of people with their legs crossed watching this case, because you don't understand this. If Anton win this case, this is gonna open up the floodgates. You know how many people can sue Corey if they can prove this one?
Go been suing Corey.
Yeah, so I'm just telling you, like, y'all think this is the first lawsuit. Even if Corey settled, I think we're gonna see 4 or 5 more cases at the minimum.
He got one coming with Poetic Flacco.
My bad, y'all. I spilled water all over my desk. Y'all
I
can
saw
continue.
you.
Rob must came in the room and got him nervous, man.
Yeah.
You got to tell us stop beating on you like that.
Hey, I saw you fumbling and shit.
As you saw me fumbling.
You gotta stop fumbling, bro.
Hey, my bad.
You gotta move with purpose. Anytime you move with hesitation, you feel me?
But I do
get this
think
together. Y'all hold it down for us.
Yeah, I do think this case is gonna settle. It all depends on Anton, but I think that I think
he wants a settlement.
He can't settle it.
It's not really.
What?
I think he gonna settle. I think he find up all these 5150 shows. This is why he started selling T-shirts. He trying to sell T-shirts and mugs.
But I don't think the money is gonna be enough for Anton.
But it's not about it. Well, the money's not.
Hold on. Get on 5150 and apologize.
What I'm saying is the money. Hold on, the money. It's not up to Anton if it's settled or not, right? It's up to Rita and his daughter, because that's who the settlement goes. No, I'm just saying based on law, right? So the point that I'm saying is, I think what's going to really come down to is, believe it or not, if Corey can't move in this way, he really don't have a show. Like, people don't understand, this is the end to Corey.
Well, see, okay, E-Man, let me ask you this. And I personally haven't heard anybody, discuss this particular part of this whole situation for the 3 months we've been listening to this. Did anybody feel like, that 5150 is basically, it's not comedy, it's just kind of it was prior to this, a back door, I'm gonna talk shit and try to roast because I gotta axe the grind. Like, when was the last time we saw true Corey Holcomb comedy on 5150?
Well, no, I think it's comedy.
5150.
No.
5150 is the show personification of Red Pill Rage.
Okay.
That's what it is. The whole show is just Red Pill Rage, and that's the reason why he got so many supporters.
That makes sense.
because they want to see him get up there and go in on women. You know, the side effect, the side conversation is him going in on comedians that he feel was able to benefit from being comedians more than he did. But most of it is him going in on chicks, which is the main reason most of them don't have a problem with him going in on Anton's daughter.
So I do think his show is comedy. And just because I'm not a fan of the comedy, I'm not going to say that it's not comedy, right?
It used to be.
Huh?
It used to be.
Yeah, even like I really, you know what I really think?
He's nothing more than a podcaster that's talking to be a comedian.
No. What I'm saying is because I truly believe this. I believe that Corey started going on the roads because I don't talk to people who've seen him in person, and he's talking about this stuff on his show. So I think he needed more content for his live shows, and I really think he's using it as a leverage or something to talk about.
Well, see, that's the thing, Either Man. Like I've seen Corey 20 times at least. He ain't funny. He used to be, but I know the last 6 or 7 times I've seen him, Corey ain't been funny. Like,
yeah,
give me
but that's your opinion, though. The reason I say that's your opinion.
No, I mean, like literally nobody I'll be in the front row. Nobody in the spot was laughing. Like the last time that I saw him, I think it was like 24. It was to the point he wasn't funny till he canceled the last 3 shows of his engagement.
Because we know why he canceled. He canceled because he was stressed out. He couldn't sleep on the plane.
No, it's because look, here's the thing, man. This is the reality about Corey, right? And like I said, I'm not taking nothing from him. When he's on his game, he's hilarious. Mm-hmm. When he's on his game, he's funny as hell, right? Mm-hmm. And 5150 used to be funny. Mm-hmm. The problem is, as Corey's gotten older, which tends to happen with men when they don't accomplish whatever they set out to accomplish, they get bitter.
I can see that.
He's gotten bitter.
I can see that.
He's gotten bitter, and because he's a comedian, comedians draw from their life to tell jokes. They draw from their life. They draw from real life situations. So you're hearing his bitterness in his comedy, and he don't know how to balance that shit out. And that's the reason why it's coming off the way it's coming off. And his fans don't want to hear that. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure there's some of them in the chat room right now. His fans don't want to hear that, but that's the truth. Until Corey finally gets off of this shit and recalibrates, it's just going to keep getting worse.
Yeah, Brittany B said, I seen him in Nashville in February, and he brought up Anton. I would love to know what was the room's response to that. And the thing is, when Corey was live, the day that him and Anton got into it, I think it was like 20,000 or 15,000 people in the chat.
Yep.
When Corey went live that following week, it was more people in the chat.
Mm-hmm. Like 45.
Yeah. As the weeks went on, those numbers got progressively lower and lower and lower. As a matter of fact, people was even saying that because he wasn't addressing Anton, he wasn't really talking about it. You said nobody knew what he was talking about. Crazy
he
work.
Flopped.
Wow.
He flopped. And see, Will, that's the thing. He flopped. He got on that show and he said, show the video. And even his people wouldn't show the video. Like, it was a flop. His response was a flop.
It's bad production, bad planning, bad execution. Like, they didn't have any clips together. Like, it's like he just get on there and talk. You know, have nothing to, whatever's coming.
He's a YouTuber. He just famous.
No, he's not a YouTuber.
He ain't no YouTuber.
He's not a YouTuber.
When he does 5150, he's a YouTuber.
No,
he's famous.
Trey, that's crazy, Trey.
That's different.
Well, Trey, the reason that's a bad take is because he done been in the industry for 20 years. Like, he should know. Listen, being in as a comedian for that long, he should understand production. That's a bad take, Trey.
He's not. Look, here's the thing, right? I get what you're saying. He comes on. No,
go ahead.
No, look. Here's the reality, right? You can't say he's a YouTuber. And the reason why is because if you go look at his show, Corey doesn't even understand how to really milk YouTube for what it's worth, right? He just now turned on his memberships, right? Corey Holcomb, with the size of his audience since he's been on YouTube, he could have made a fortune off of YouTube, but he didn't. He was just using YouTube as a way to him to, you know, vent, run his mouth, talk about shit he believe in and stuff like that. He wasn't using it the way most people utilize YouTube, right? Because he's a comedian. You feel what I'm saying? And he said numerous times, like, yo, I'm good. I don't have to do this and da-da-da-da. He said that numerous times, right? So he's technically not a YouTuber, because I can tell you right now, doing YouTube once a week and every time you talk, you're saying things that's getting you age restricted. So you're not making the money you would make off of AdSense. You're only making the super chat money, right? He could have been selling t-shirts. You know what I'm saying? I know he got his 5150 t-shirts and shit, but he could have been capitalizing off of YouTube, but he hasn't. He's a comedian that's on YouTube.
You got me for using words earlier, so I'll correct myself and say he's a bad YouTuber. How about that?
Yeah, I'll agree to that. I'll agree to that, because he could be making, fam could be making bank, fam. You got 15,000 in the box every time.
Been doing online comedy shows, members only.
Yeah, he could have been doing it. Yeah.
Even if you was just getting $1 per person, if you got 15,000 people in the chat every time you go live, which is only once a week, that's 15 grand. Just $1.
Yeah, but
that just changed your life.
But here's the thing, right? Mm-hmm. So when you look at him coming on to YouTube and shit, right? Mm-hmm. He's treating it like it's the industry. See, a comedian, when they go do a show, they can stand up there and say whatever they want. It's no holds barred, right? So when he gets on YouTube, he does the same thing. And that's what gets him into trouble. And he's too stubborn to change that. Like, you gotta kind of adjust the way you talking on YouTube. He doesn't understand how the internet works.
Right. Well, and that's the thing.
Go to a different platform one if you want to do it like that.
Well, yeah. No matter where you go, right? We still have to understand when we talk about the legal precedents, because of Section 240, and a lot of y'all may not know what Section 240 is. It's pretty much protection on the internet, but because of how things work within law, I don't care if he was on Rumble, if he was on Twitter, if he was on Instagram, TikTok, none of that. Anywhere that he posts that picture of Leslie, because she was 17 years old, which she's considered a minor in the state of California. Anywhere he posts that picture and he's saying or making the statements that he was making, he's still going against the law. It still can be argued that it's defamation. It can be argued that his depiction or portrayal of Leslie and of Rita on those shirts, it still can be argued that inflicted damage, right? Someone said in the chat earlier, I believe it was Brittany B that said in the chat earlier, if you were getting, someone has an echo, if you were getting joked on by Dave Chappelle during the time when the Chappelle show was hot, and you were a target of Dave Chappelle jokes, if you went to school, you're about to be the laughing stock. You see what I'm saying? If you worked in the business, you're about to be the laughing stock. This is why a lot of people don't really go after people directly, because maybe they understand that I'm making this person a target. I could affect them. I could stop the money. You see what I'm saying? So when it comes to Anton, this is why I don't think Anton is a part of the lawsuit, because this is not affecting him. Anton is he's still making his money. He's still doing his business. Now, how this affects Leslie as a 17-year-old girl who just now turned 18, as it affects her, as she is internationally known because of what she does in Taekwondo and all that and the other, she's still a private citizen. She's not a public figure where people can just utilize her likeness however that they want. This is why I say that it was wrong for what Corey did. Now, according to what E Black was saying last night, because I see E Black in the chat, because it was a war of words, I could see if he put Anton's picture up there and he was talking shit about Anton, but that's not what he did. He attacked her. And for all the people in the chat, if y'all want to join the stream, y'all know y'all can just click the link at the top. But I want to make sure that we go over this and cover this, because you have a lot of people who's, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just real quick. I'm confused.
Mhm.
You said you saw E Black in the chat. Do you have dark mode on? If you had that,
I do indeed have dark mode on. I do indeed.
So how did you see him in the chat?
Because I got his name is it got a blue. He got a blue on his name.
Okay,
So
my bad. I was just wondering. I'm trying to figure that out, bro.
That was a good one. That was
nah. You know what? I want to use that as an example. Could E Black potentially try to sue Angry Man for that statement? He could sue for whatever he wants
mental
to.
duress. He gonna be
for mental duress.
How's he gonna sue me for me making a factual statement?
Because he's actually dark.
He's black as hell. How am I make like you can't do that, right? And I told you, E Black, it's forever smoke because of that leprechaun joke, bro. Forever.
Now see, an Angry Man can sue E Black for the leprechaun joke because now he has to prove that Angry Man is a leprechaun. But Jeremy says defamation or slander is the hardest thing to prove in court. He ain't keeping them from making money. They got upset and went the legal route. It will cost them money and nothing will come from it. Jeremy, you're more than welcome to click the link. But my question to you is that if it's about them making money or having good public stance, do you not think that Corey's depiction of them or portrayal of them or the words that he used about the 17-year-old girl Leslie, do you not think that it will have some type of effect? You're more than welcome to join the show. Also, I see Messi Michelle in the chat. What's going on, Messi?
I'll be killing me with just making money. Like,
I'll tell you what. If Leslie was Hunter, this wouldn't even be an argument.
Mm-hmm.
This wouldn't even be an argument. These cats in the chat, they would look if somebody took a white content creator's white daughter that's a minor and put them all over the screen.
Don't play that game.
They gonna get sued. They gonna get sued and they gonna win.
Thanks. But you know, the biggest thing is like I don't like how he framed it. Jeremy said he ain't keeping them from making money. They got upset and went the legal route. So this is where I come with the whole victim shaming part. Are victims not allowed to defend themselves?
They are, but that's why he mad, because they get making money.
Let me ask the question right quick.
Not in the community.
And this is about to get, let me just go ahead and say this disclaimer right quick. What I'm about to ask is about to get hairy. Even if you want to join the show, please leave your emotions at the door. But if you bring your emotions up here, I'm not here to. The precedence that y'all are setting right now is that victims cannot defend themselves. My question is Leslie and Shareta technically a victim of Corey Holcomb in his statements? That's my question to y'all.
Yes. Absolutely.
Right?
And this watered down ass age we in, yes.
What you mean watered down?
Wow.
Because like playing the dozens we've been bringing motherfuckers, family members into arguments in city school, talking about their sister, their mama, their auntie, their cousin. There's nothing new.
Okay, but when you playing the dozens, both parties agree to that. All parties involved agree to that. They ain't agree to any of this.
In a perfect world, yes, but we are in a real world where people are just mean and just fuck with you for no reason.
Okay, well, you should have started with that part instead of playing the dozens, because there wasn't nobody there before.
But the difference is, you know, like you want to Jones somebody, it's like 10 people max. Corey Holcomb did what he did in front of how many viewers? 15,000 viewers?
At least.
At least.
With a replay value of about 250,000 views or 350,000 views. Yeah.
That's different. At least 10 people.
In this climate we're in, it's like that. It's different. We watered down, but we grew up with the same shit, like roasted in front of the whole goddamn cafeteria.
Okay, that's still what, 200 people max?
Uh-oh.
That's
all right.
200.
The internet is new as
it is, so we got to worry about what's going on now. We can't work back then. Well, people
so if that's the case, right? you're saying that Corey was basically doing what we do when we play the dozens, and it's all fair game, right, Trey?
I said what he did to me was despicable, but we have witnessed it before when we've been out playing the dozens and checking and roasting and kicking shit.
Okay, so as a comedian, if he's roasting somebody, then he should expect to be roasted back, and it's fair game, right?
Yes.
Then why is he on his channel every week crying about his reputation? Why is he on his channel every week? Why is he on his channel every week crying about YouTube content creators talking about him?
Why is he striking people?
This watered down age that we in. Everybody wants to do what they want to do and then play victim when it happens back to them.
But how we held it watered down and he older? Well, I know he older than me, but like,
well, I don't disagree with what Trey is saying. What Trey is saying is that people shouldn't be so fickle. But here's my counter to that, Trey. And E Black, I see you that came up here. Welcome to the show. Here's my counter to that. Do you know someone by the name of Tommy Sotomayor?
I do. OG.
Do you know the things that Tommy was saying about black women?
Yes.
What was the response that Tommy got from the black community from the things that he was saying about black women?
It was torn.
What was the result of what happened to Tommy because of his opinions about
ended up having to leave YouTube and go to Kick, Rumble, OnlyFans, and everywhere else.
Same thing happened to Mumi. Same thing happened to Mumi, Obsidian Ali, right? Well, sort of.
He had beef with one person, yeah.
Well, he kind of took it to a different level. The reason I'm bringing this up is because if I'm going by what you're saying, on the avenue of what you're saying, Trey, everything that any man has ever said by any woman on the internet, there shouldn't be no kickback from it. But what have we seen happen from all of the things that has been happening, I say over the past 15 or so years? How there has been resulting actions to a lot of men who have seen consequences from what it is that they say on the internet. And most women haven't seen that. So I agree with your statement that a lot of people are fickle, but there's consequences to your speech. You have the freedom to be able to speak. That does not mean that you are free from the consequences of your speech. Would you agree to that?
Yeah. Yeah, we said that earlier, that you got the choice to do what you want to do, but you have to face the consequences, whatever that may be, that comes with it. Whether it's you get canceled, you get sued, somebody hit you in the mouth, whatever it is.
And see, this is why I say that, right? Because Kimberly says people so sensitive. Drewski and Corey are funny. I don't care what Anton hypocritical ass does because he did this to himself. Again, this is not.
I agree we're sensitive.
This ain't Anton.
Yeah, we are definitely sensitive. I agree with that statement. That's what I was saying initially. Like in this time we're in, everybody is sensitive about everything.
I know damn well she didn't jump up there talking about Drewski and Corey is funny. The way you niggas was crying over Obama being portrayed
in the Lion King video.
Absolutely. All right, E Black, you up here? How you doing? What's going on?
What you got? What is good, everybody?
Did you come to argue? Or did you come to converse? Because this is weekend at Willies. So if you want to argue, you're more than welcome to do it.
No, we just came to converse, you know.
Okay. Now, if you end up in this layout, like I said before, you end up in this layout, I'm not here to protect you. I go quiet, and however it is that y'all handle it, okay?
Okay, good.
All right, cool. Go ahead.
Thank you for letting me know the rules. But yeah, I think even after last night, like I said, I'm more resolute in my position in regards to this. This is what they call lawyer slop. This is courtroom slop. This is not going anywhere. It's a waste of money on Anton's side, and it's going to end up in just like every other case that has been like this, in the trash. No judge. There's reasons why we have words like anti-slap and a whole bunch of other terminologies for and a lot of other burdens of proof. So good luck, but it ain't really gonna be worth it. Ain't worth it to me.
You hope.
I hope what?
You hope it goes nowhere.
I do. I do. I hope this case goes nowhere. I hope this case gets slapped down just like every other case.
So you don't want Shareta and Leslie to get justice for the statements that was made about them?
Justice?
Yeah.
What justice means that there is a fair and equal punishment. I don't believe there's going to be a fair and equal punishment for this.
But an injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere, correct?
No.
Millions of dollars is justice.
Wait, stop. Say that again. You said no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Millions of dollars been justice for a long time. That's why these broads keep using it.
So a woman walking away from a divorce with half a man's shit, is that justice?
I don't think that's justice.
The law says justice.
Okay.
It's definitely not justice.
Yeah,
which is why I don't agree with the statement.
The funny thing to me is E-Black get up here with his sense of morality, his misplaced sense of morality. And you think just because you think that's the way it's going to go in court?
Yeah. How has it gone previously?
So you're telling me nobody's ever won a defamation case similar to this one?
Not like this, no.
Okay.
You'd be hard pressed to find one.
Okay.
Because even like I know people talk about Tasha K, but there's stipulations in which, like I said, the burden of proof of defamation have to be hopped over, and she proved it.
Okay. I want
to. She proved that she put a statement out that was false, and continued to do so that was false, and presented it to an audience that was false.
Okay, so everybody up here, we all can chew the fat, and we can mull over this over and over. But we all know right. We all know right from wrong.
Mm-hmm.
We all know right from wrong. And I'm gonna say this: every last one of you that are taking the position that you're taking, E-Black, whether you like it or not, you are in defense of Corey Holcomb, right?
I would definitely be in defense of that.
Where's your 5150 hat at?
So
it's right here. Hold on.
Go ahead and put it on. Go ahead and put it on.
So here's the thing. He actually has a 5150 hat. Wow, that's crazy. So you might want to flip your camera around, weirdo. Look. So here's the thing, right? Every last one of y'all that are in defense of Corey Holcomb, right?
Are we in defense legally, or are we in defense?
You gotta let him finish. You gotta let him finish.
Corey Holcomb we're not gonna play that. Okay, we're not gonna see. Here's the thing, y'all gotta decide what y'all want to be. You either black or you white. And the reason why I say that is because white people love to play that technicality shit. Black people, we don't play that technicality shit. It's either right or it's wrong. Period. Right? We know that's wrong. We know what he did to that man's daughter is wrong.
Yeah.
So every last one of you that are defending Corey Holcomb, y'all a bunch of weirdos.
Or we just love the American justice system. That's just be honest.
That's a bit harsh.
We just love it. We just believe in American justice system.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Freedom of speech.
No, you don't. If
a white man said the N-word, I do not believe that he should be sued for it. I don't care how wrong I believe it is. I don't care how immoral I believe it is. It means that I believe in the American justice system enough to say freedom of speech.
Okay, cool. So you believe in the American justice system. You just said that, right?
I more or less believe in the Constitution.
Okay, cool. So then that means that you also agree with slavery.
No, I don't.
Why not? That was part of the American justice system.
Yeah, up to a certain point, and then it got ruled out. So I don't believe.
Okay, but it was legal.
You didn't ask me if I believed in every American.
No. That's not what you said. You said.
That's your fault for phrasing the question.
What you said is you believe. What you said is you believe in the American justice system. So if you believe in the American justice system, you also said you believe in the Constitution. And at one point, the Constitution declared us as 3/5 of a human being.
I believe pizzas are healthy, but I don't believe you should eat pizzas every day too.
That's not what we're talking about. And
that's saying you're asking me a generalized question. You're asking me once again a generalized question in regards to the American justice system and its history in regards to slavery. Where I'm telling you that I believe in the American Constitution once it does benefit for me and the things that I enjoy. So
no, I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you anything. You made a statement. You made a statement. I repeated your statement in question form, right? You made a statement. You said you believed in the American justice system.
Yes.
So in order for you to believe in the American justice system, that means you believe in every wrongful prosecution that has taken place as it pertains to black people.
No, I don't.
So then how are you going to sit there and say you believe in the American justice system?
Because I believe, like, once again, when it benefits me.
That's the same thing that white people used to do. They believe in the American justice system.
But that's not the question you asked.
Because it benefited them. That's the entire reason. That's the entire reason that people complain about white privilege and those things.
Once again, I believe that, once again, I believe that the First Amendment should be held to a strict upper standard. And it's the reason why it's the First Amendment, because we do not want to have our speech to be bastardized by lawyers and rich people. We want a lot of things, freedom of speech. So
Okay.
I don't understand why this is such a hard subject for you, especially you, Angry Man.
It's not a hard subject for me. You're the one that's making certain statements without context. You said you believe in the American justice system, and based on the way you said it from the position that you believe in it so long as it benefits you.
Yes.
Excuse me for 1 second. Almond, please pin the StreamYard link to the top of your chat, please. Thank you. Go ahead, y'all.
You don't see a problem with that? See, here's the thing. There's a reason why Lady Justice is portrayed as a blind woman, right? You're supposed to believe in the American justice system, whether it benefits you or not.
Yeah, well, that is true. That is true. I do believe in both.
Okay, so then you see why I have a problem with what you just said.
Yeah, yeah.
Then that's not believing in it.
No, that's what it means.
You don't wait, hold on. You don't believe in the justice system. You only believe in it when it's a benefit for you. That's the part that you can't leave out. If it's not a benefit for you, is it still justice? If you lose a case, is justice still being served?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so then it can't be.
In fact, I've lost a court case, and I've realized why I've lost the court case, and I realized why I lost it, and I'm fine with it.
So you trust in the legal process.
So what you're telling me?
Thank you.
So what you're telling me is this, right? So what you're telling me is this: if this case does go, if it does pass the anti-slap situation, right, and Anton's family does win this case, you're gonna be cool with it?
I'd have to be cool with it. I have no choice. But I would think that based on other cases that are just like this, in fact, very much mirroring just like this, I would say it's not.
Okay.
In fact, I would say 95% chance that this case doesn't go beyond.
Okay, well, you've established that already. That's not what I'm asking you, because I'm looking at the hill that you want to die on. And
can you describe my hill?
The hill you want to die on is that this case is a frivolous case and it's not going to go anywhere.
Yes.
Okay. So since you want to die on that hill, what I'm asking you is if, because I don't know either, if they actually prevail and win this case, are you telling me E Black, the content creator, is not going to do content complaining about them winning that case?
I would definitely. I would feel that it'd be a travesty of justice.
You just said.
Did you just say? I'm sorry, I'm a host.
But being okay with it doesn't mean they ain't gonna speak about it.
See, y'all see this dubious shit?
I can accept something and disagree with it.
This is dubious shit. You cannot make a statement like he made a second ago and then he's talking out of both sides of his neck.
He said he would be okay with the judgment, but he would also do content saying he disagreed. You can do both. He can't do nothing to change he can't do anything to change the verdict.
Yeah, exactly.
He can disagree and move on with his life. Give the reason why he disagreed and moved on with his life.
Exactly.
Still be okay with the justice system.
But here's the thing. There are people out here in this world that actually do believe in the justice system and the process. So if, in fact, whether that case goes in either direction, the person that truly believes in the system, if they win, they're going to say justice was served. If they don't win, they're going to say justice was served. And they're not going to have an issue with it either way.
No, that's not true. That's a very small opinion. You can believe somebody was the justice system wasn't served, and you can also accept the fact that the verdict.
Fair, but that's not what you said.
No, that's exactly what I said. I said
that isn't what you said. Initially, you said.
Let me reiterate then. Let me reiterate.
Initially,
I believe in the First Amendment right, and I believe in the way that the system was built up and has been tried and true, built up in the way that it's currently at, where these type of situations, in particular into defamation and in particular to slander, I believe that this case will get thrown out. So let's just forget all the other stuff. Forget all my opinions about the justice system, whether I believe in slavery, whether I believe slavery post Civil War or pre-Civil War. Forget all that stuff. I believe this case is most likely going to get thrown out. And if it doesn't get thrown out, it's a travesty to justice and it sets a bad precedent.
Thank God. Thank God you're not a legal scholar.
Yeah, thank God.
I wouldn't think it's a travesty of justice if it actually got into a courtroom and a jury had to decide. I don't think that's a tragedy of justice. That's letting the legal process play out.
But he does. And the reason why I'm pointing this out is because he is no different. He is no different than the racist white people that thought justice was served when they ruled against Dred Scott, because that was in favor of what they wanted. It wasn't justice, but it was in favor of what those people at that time wanted. That's the point that I'm trying to make to him. Like, justice cannot be based off of your preference.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is that it's kind of the way I feel right now in regards to this case.
Well, I want to ask you a couple questions, Black.
Yeah.
So you believe, based on the First Amendment right, American citizens should be able to say whatever they want to say?
Yes.
Regardless?
Yes.
So it is no line, correct?
I think you should be able to say whatever you want to say, but I don't think you should be like, I do believe that there are certain rules of like, you can't, I don't think you could be like in a movie theater yelling fire and it caused deaths of people and you not be punished for it.
All right. So when it comes down to threatening, should I be able to threaten anybody?
That's an interesting question. Should I be able to threaten anybody?
This is the hill that you've been living on that we've been trying to get you off of.
Yeah, I do believe that there's a certain level of that. Yeah.
So you should be able to, hold on, wait. Let me ask. So you should be able to threaten people and there be no consequence.
I believe if I said, hey, Sel, if you walk into my house, I will kill you. If you try,
that's not a threat. That's a defense. That's a statement of
that
defense.
Is a very good threat.
No, that's not a threat. That's a statement of defense. That's not a threat. That's not a threat. No, listen. That's not a threat. That is a statement of defense. If I say to you, E Black,
you're reusing my words, but
I'm not using your words. I'm clarifying. If I say to you, E Black, if you bring your black ass to my house, I'ma shoot you. That's a statement of defense. If I say to you, E Black, I'm about to walk over there and blow your shit out, that's a threat. Pause.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Pause.
Wow, that was crazy.
If I say blow your, if I say okay, if I'm walking up and I'm saying I'm gonna elbow you in the head, then that's different. Blackish Cracker, you got to be on camera, big homie. That's the way I run my show.
But I want to go down this line of questioning. So, E Black, you believe that I should be able to say whatever I want, regardless of the cause of harm to the person that I'm saying?
I don't think it's an absolute, but I believe that in general.
So in general, okay. So when is it not right?
Hey, to hell, hold on. To hell with all of y'all saying some damn pause. I'm from Detroit, all right? If I say, bro, like, keep talking that shit, I'm gonna blow your shit out. That's don't front on
no
me,
Eddie,
right?
boy. It's no Eddie. No Eddie, bro.
Listen,
that's on Eddie long side of the game,
double
bro.
down on it. That's the crazy.
What a money reside, what a money reside, what a money reside.
Keep playing.
And the video made it worse.
I know the video made it worse. I don't care. It's weekend at Willies. We're here to have fun. Blackish Cracker, if you don't want to be on camera, then you got to hit the cash app, big homie. The rule is you have to be on camera. I would prefer you be on camera. It makes for a better show. But no, so I need you to understand, E-Black. If I say that I'm going to cut you with this knife, then that's a threat. If I say to you, if you come in my house uninvited, something gonna happen to you. That's not a threat. That's a statement of defense. You know what castle law is, right?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but you're just twisting the words and making your own definition.
Words matter.
They're both threats.
Words matter. In the context of words matter.
Whether it be a defensive threat or offensive threat, it's still a threat.
The context of words matter. If I sit on my show and I say E-Black has a particular STD, the same way Tasha K did, that's problematic. If I say he allegedly has an STD, that's a whole different story.
Yes.
Oh no, I'm trying to understand where E-Black stand at. So so say for example, you're trying to get say you're trying to become a porn star, right? E-Black.
Corn.
The porn star. Okay, corn star.
How'd you know
and I start spreading rumors that you have AIDS, right?
Yes.
My question to you, and you lose jobs, right?
Yes.
Should you be able to sue me because I affected you financially?
Yes, I believe that.
Okay, so that means we can't just say anything without being sued.
I didn't say anything. I said in general, yeah.
No, I'm trying to understand.
In the spirit of the law, yes, I do believe most things should be passed, but I think there's obviously special cases. That's not like obtuse about this. I'm not an extremist to say you should be able to say anything. You should be able to threaten the president's life. I don't believe you should be able to threaten political lives. I believe that there are certain things that, of course, in certain settings, especially in obscenity laws, sometimes I believe in that and sometimes I don't. But let's be honest, in general, I believe most American citizens under the First Amendment have the right to say what they want to say.
The whole premise of freedom of speech is to stop a tyrannical government from policing what you're saying, because you might be really, if you want to be truthfully honest, if we're being truthfully honest, freedom of speech really, in my opinion, is to protect whistleblowers. In my opinion.
Yeah,
but what I notice is people are trying their best to use freedom of speech to do things that are not conducive to a society.
Yeah, and it's dangerous what E-Black is saying. Because say, for example, if somebody can accuse you of something, quote unquote, and then they can depend on freedom of speech, that is dangerous. I say for example, somebody say E-Black did this, that to me, and then they find out that person is lying. Do you believe that they just should be able to say, you know what, I was just using freedom of speech, E-Black?
Well, no, that's where the slander and defamation comes in there.
Oh, so slander. Okay, that's what I want. So if Anton's daughter can prove that what he said was a blatant lie, isn't that grounds for a lawsuit?
No.
See, you see how
you calling somebody, looking at somebody and calling them sass ain't the same as running around just automatically saying you sleep with such and such X, Y, and Z. You like that.
No, see, but what I'm trying to tell y'all is,
man, my principles on this subject is not about opinion. This is about course precedents and what I've read and what I've seen in history. This is not the first time two podcasts have gone against each other and made lies about each other. And guess what happened? Every single time, the First Amendment has been upheld.
She's not a podcaster. I think the problem that you keep saying, the person that he attacked is not a podcaster.
Exactly. Hold on.
Why does it matter? Because it changes your argument.
Hold on for a second. Let me be the host. You have to understand, and I pulled this up for a very specific reason. On this lawsuit, it says Leslie Daniels, Shareta Daniels versus Corey Holcomb, 5150 show, Does 1 through 25. Anton Daniels is not listed as a plaintiff in this case. So you can't use the argument that this is between two podcasters because neither Shareta nor Leslie are podcasters.
And it fits your narrative.
No, it's not that it fits my narrative.
It doesn't fit case law. It doesn't fit
E-Black, you have to remember, E-Black, you remember, I'm just a host. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm just setting the facts. So you can argue with anyone.
That's not a fact.
Hold on. It's not a fact that he's not listed in the documents?
It's not a fact that Anton has nothing to do with this.
That's not what he said.
If that's the case, E-Black, then how did Johnny Depp win his lawsuit against Amber Heard?
Because of multiple false statements that was made under I think it was multiple false statements, knowingly they were untrue, and then after the fact, I think still kind of pressing along with said and lying under oath and a whole bunch of other stuff. Like that was a very different style of case.
No one. Them tapes
Huh?
But if Antoine, somebody said she's an international fighter or something like that. Did somebody say that earlier?
She does taekwondo. I believe that was a typo on the document because for line 5 it says intentional, and then if you go down a little bit it says international. So I think that was a typo. It happens all the time on documents.
She's a junior Olympics
public figure for being in tournaments and winning and things of that nature.
I don't think that's what's being argued. I think what's being argued is whether or not if this lawsuit is against Anton or if I see you back there, Blackish, and I see you back there, word up. All right, so the thing is, I'm going to reiterate this. What E-Black is arguing is that this is between two podcasters, or rather, E-Black, let me ask you to clarify your argument. What is your argument?
My argument is that the resulting fact of two podcasters having a war of words is the result of is what this defamation is about. It has it's not like Corey just walked out his house one day and decided, "Hey, I'm going to pick on these two individuals." That's
exactly how it happened. Though.
No, it's not exactly how it happened. And if you remember exactly how it happened, it started off as, in fact, go to the document and they will tell you how it happened. No. If this was just about Corey making, hold on, stop. If this was just about Corey making a statement, then there would be no need to add Anton Daniels' initial podcast appearance on the document. Why not just say, "Hey, a guy"? Why not just say?
Because you can't do that.
Why you can't?
E-Black.
You have to set the whole thing up. Like you have to.
E-Black, if you were in front of me, E-Black.
But still, they wasn't talking about Leslie or Rita when Anton was there in his face.
E-Black, if you're standing in front of me,
yes.
If you and two of your homeboys confront me, right? And you say, "I got something for you," and you whip out a knife. I can't pull out my gun and shoot your homeboy. Even though your homeboy is with you, I cannot claim self-defense for shooting your homeboy when you the one that pulled out the damn knife.
Well, that's great for criminal case law.
So you sit here,
E-Black, you gotta let him finish.
So you sitting here saying, "Oh, Corey didn't just get up one day and decide he was going to attack Leslie and Rita." That's exactly what he did, because that was between him and Anton. So when you keep saying it was a war of words between two content creators, the moment it stopped being a war of words between two content creators is when Corey Holcomb decided to skip past Anton and talk about his wife and his child that had nothing to do with the conversation.
Exactly.
Once again, that is based on your opinion. Like case law and case precedents and how this is always done. Because has this been the first time two podcasters have had a situation and they've
not two podcasters?
Hold on, listen. Have two podcasters had situations where they've talked about each other's family? Is that the only time? Is this the only time we've talked about this?
You keep pushing this non sequitur. We're not talking about two podcasters.
No,
it's not two podcasters.
It started off as two podcasters, and as collateral damage, the family got brought into it.
It's not two podcasters on that. You keep saying case law. So if you understand case law, hold on for a second. If you understand case law, you understand the importance of paperwork.
Yes.
Is Anton's name on that paperwork?
Yes.
Where?
It's there.
It's described in his appearance on the podcast.
Go down.
Who are the plaintiffs? Who are the plaintiffs?
Go down.
No, the plaintiffs are right there. Who are the plaintiffs?
He's telling y'all Anton Daniels being on the show is mentioned in the lawsuit. Him being on
but that's still not that'll make him a plaintiff.
Well, first of
that's
all,
for context though, because it started off as two podcasts.
Well, first of all,
you guys don't have critical thinking skills.
Well, first of all, even if that name is in the paperwork, that would be a mistake as well, because Anton Daniels does not have a podcast, as far as I know.
I don't know who Anton Daniels is. I know who Anton is. I don't know who Antoine is. Shout out to House of Hypocrites in the building. What's going on? He said his name is on it, but he's not a plaintiff.
And that's the point. Look, here y'all go. Look. Let's not start this pedantic. Let's not start this pedantic shit. When I said, is his name on that paperwork? You know what I mean. Is he a plaintiff? Yes or no?
Are you saying that he's a party to the case? No, he's not.
Okay. So and you know as well as I look, here's the thing.
What does that mean?
Here's the thing. E Black. Here's the thing, bro. I realized I saw your little post about your job and shit, right? That you had, right? You're not the only one that's familiar with case law. You're not the only one that's familiar with the legal process. Okay. The fact that his name is not listed as a plaintiff, you cannot keep presenting your argument as two podcasters going at each other, because that's not what the case is about.
And why did they file it as such? They filed it definitely as such. They said that Anton on a certain day in January went on a podcast. Then the following week, Corey Holcomb did a podcast. They're basically alluding and providing context to the whole environment.
Providing context doesn't make you a plaintiff.
You guys are stuck.
He's not saying it makes you a plaintiff. He's just saying the fact that they put it in there lets you know it started off as two podcasters. Now it escalated into Anton's family being involved, but the initial beef started between them on a podcast.
Okay,
right there, Trey. Who escalated it?
Inside
the problem, but the
Trey,
problem
who escalated it?
But the problem with what we're in the context of what's going on right now. Every single time that E Black presents his argument, he's talking as if this is between two podcasters, even though originally it was between Corey and Anton. That is not what the case is about. The case is about them being included in the shit that they were not a part of.
Mm-hmm.
That matters.
You guys,
it was a squabble between two.
Great opinion. This is just.
May I please? I've been very white, patiently waiting. Yes, give me a second. I'm very patiently waiting.
Go ahead, you got it.
Yeah, I'm on this cast right now. Give me a second, baby. I feel like everyone is missing the whole point of this, and it's a constitutional question. They're trying to say someone can't say something because someone else got offended. I mean, I could only imagine how it would be in the 80s when all these rap groups were getting sued, having some of y'all on the jury. Wow. I could only imagine. We wouldn't have half the music that we have. because someone else got offended.
And that would have been a benefit to us. That would have been a benefit to us. We should have locked all them niggas up, and the damn community probably wouldn't be.
Listen, angry man, bro. Listen, don't be part of the problem. Be part of the solution, bro.
No, I am part of the solution.
Blackish Cracker,
I am part of the solution.
You're equating.
Me and Angry go back. Me and Angry go back. I know Angry. Angry knows me.
Yo.
That's all I'm saying.
Blackish Cracker, you're equating Corey Holcomb to NWA?
I'm saying the same principle of that question is if someone can say something to offend someone else. Who's right? Who has the right?
I'm asking.
Do you have a right to offend, or do you have a right to be offended?
Protest music against black people getting their ass whooped by the police is
which the police try to shut down.
Hold on. Is in the same vein as two women who had absolutely nothing to do with the squabble between two men.
Yep.
Explain it to me.
That's crazy.
It's not.
Because the police, the police that sued NWA had nothing to do with the NWA song, right? Okay, but they still decided to sue because they heard something that they decided to listen to that they didn't like. That is the whole point of all of this.
Okay.
And so everyone is missing. Who cares about the unconstitutional law on the books? Okay, I don't care about it.
Okay, but here's the thing. You just brought up the police, right? You're talking about an institution trying to sue American citizens for saying something that is protected under freedom of speech, right? That's a totally different thing than a private individual making statements about a minor and displaying her photo on his screen. That's different, bro.
No, it's not. It's all freedom of speech, dude. It's all First Amendment. It's a First Amendment question. It's a First Amendment question, dude. Because if you want to be on the side that, if you want to be on this side, which I'm going to describe right now, if you want to be on the side where people get offended and you can shut someone's free speech down because they got offended, what are we going to be talking about tomorrow that's not approved by all the big box companies that have the right to sue because they're not part of the government? No, NBA, ABC, and CNN that used to run around and talk about Michael Jackson being a pedo all the time, right?
Hey, watch that. I don't care what you say on other people's channels, but don't say it on my channel.
Yeah, talking about that all the time. How many times did Michael Jackson sue NBC or CNN? He didn't have the right to, so he didn't. Today, things are laxed again.
You can absolutely, if you have never been convicted of being a PDF, you can absolutely sue somebody for saying that you're one. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. You're leaving out context. This is not just about someone saying something offensive and the other person being offended by it. It's deeper than that.
Yeah, I don't know why people keep trying to. I don't know why
deeper than that.
So let me Blackish. Let me ask a question. What did Leslie or Shareta say about Corey?
It doesn't matter.
So
Corey has the right.
Hold on, Blackish. Hold on.
I'm going to. You asked me a question. Please allow me to answer it.
So did they
let
say
me,
anything?
No. Let me answer the question, please. You asked me a question. Let me answer the question.
Did they say anything?
Keep it simple.
Did Shareta and Leslie? Did Shareta and Leslie say anything about Corey Holcomb?
It doesn't matter.
That's not an answer.
They didn't.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Continue. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. He has a right to say whatever he wants to, as long as it's not violent. That's the only thing. That's the only thing everyone can agree on. You can't go around and say you're going to, destroy people. Right? You can't say that. You can go around and say, hey, that dude, no, you can go around and say, hey, that dude's an asshole. That dude's an asshole. And his family's full of whores. You can say that all day.
Okay. You actually can.
So let me just actually you can't, but
well, you know what? Whenever anyone says anything I don't like, I'm gonna sue them.
You
All
can.
right. So let's just live in
If you
that
got
world.
money to do it, do it.
You can. You got money to do
Live in that world.
it.
The fact of the matter is, you can.
Us being black, we should just totally be okay with, not us being able to sue the white man.
All right,
but
wait,
the black
hold
man
on,
can
hold
sue
on.
the black man.
Hold on,
When we sue the white man, our case gets thrown out. That's what we're failing to realize here.
Here's the thing, right? So you can absolutely sue somebody for saying something that you didn't like. You're not gonna win the case.
Exactly.
But you can sue them. The point is they're suing on the grounds of certain things. It's not just, oh, he said something that we didn't like.
But what he said technically leads to her mental state and all of the other stuff. So it still falls back on what he said. Because they're saying now.
What who said? Can you put names on it, please? What who said? What Corey said
about her mental state.
Is saying that she has mental distress and all mental anguish and all that based off his words.
Oh, because she decides to go online and look at all that. Because she decides to go, and you can't just. The internet's not in your brain. It's not going through your head all the time.
Okay,
you have to pick up a device and you have to connect to it. No, you have to connect to be offended. So these people that are oh my God, she can't live her life anymore because every time she goes on Twitter, she's a post about herself.
We're talking about a child, dude. We're talking about a 17-year-old dude.
No.
It doesn't. Okay, listen. You know what?
Blackish, hold on. You got to pass the mic. Blackish,
you keep saying the 17-year-old crap.
Blackish, you have to pass
I hear
the mic.
that, bro.
Blackish, you have to pass the mic. I understand that you're saying what you're saying, but you have to pass the mic because other people.
Yeah, relax, Mike. Jamaican brethren.
Hold on. First of all, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. What you're saying is ridiculous because she's not the only one that goes on the internet. Okay. Her classmates go on the internet. People around her go on the internet. So if she chooses not to go on the internet because she doesn't want to see it, that doesn't mean she's not necessarily going to be affected by it.
So she should sue the people that are telling her about what they're seeing on the internet.
Well, if she
because they're the ones that are directly affecting her.
She can sue the source of it.
No.
What do you mean?
Crazy right now.
So wait, you're saying that instead of Leslie and Shareta suing Corey, they should be suing people who brought the information to them?
Oh yeah, because those people are actually giving.
But that you
those are the direct. No, listen, bro. Because listen, she didn't have the information until those individuals gave it to her.
Let me ask you
the information that the individuals gave to her are the ones that is the information that caused her distress.
He supplied the information for them to give her.
Let me ask you a question. If me and you was driving down the street and I slam into your car and it's my fault, you can sue me, but you telling me you can't sue the insurance company too?
Now you're talking about something that has a lot of legalese around it.
Angry man wins again. Angry man wins again.
Did y'all hear the question that he asked? Everybody's tripping out. But did you actually hear the question?
I heard the question. Wait, I heard the question.
I can sue both of you.
But wait, I heard the question. I heard the question that he asked, but I think it.
You know why I can sue the insurance company? You know why?
Why?
Because that's insurance law.
Okay, and there's defamation law too.
That's the law.
We have defamation law too.
So what's the history of defamation law? Tell me.
What's the history?
I could give you a recent case. Hold on. No, I could give you a recent case. E-Black, I'll give you a recent case.
Hold on.
I'm going to say something right now.
Hold on, y'all. Wait. Hold on. Omni is trying to speak. Hold on, y'all. Go ahead, Omni.
I'll give you a recent case. Happened not too long ago. Cardi B versus Tasha K.
Exactly. And the reason why is because she was told that this information was false, and because it was repeatedly stated as fact after the fact that she knowingly did that. That's the reason why she lost that defamation case.
That's not the reason why she lost the case.
That's not the reason why she lost the case.
Okay.
It's not the reason why she lost the case.
Let me ask you this. Have there been a situation where two podcasters went back and forth.
You're saying two. You got it. You got to stop. You have to stop saying E Black. You have to stop. You have to stop. Wait, hold on. Wait.
What you're talking about?
You have to stop saying two podcasters.
You're repeating the same bullshit.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
And Shareta are not.
Can I?
Okay, so it
Let him
doesn't
finish. Let him finish. Let him finish. Hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Okay. Has there been a situation in which two podcasters had
in the past? Yes.
And children were mentioned.
In the past, yes.
What happened with those situations?
Don't know. You tell me.
Not guilty.
I'm trying to remain a host, but you're about to piss me off. Hold on, angry man. Hold on. So, no, wait. E Black. I'm trying to remain a host, but you're about to piss me off. I'm gonna tell you how you're about to piss me off. I'm gonna tell you how you're about to piss me off. In the past, with those two podcasters, where children were being mentioned, what happened?
It got thrown out.
Why did it get thrown out?
Because they had a war of words.
Did the children sue? So what the fuck is you talking about?
Why?
The children were never plaintiffs on that case.
Okay, so what you're saying is that if those children sued, they would have won?
More than likely, they would. Yeah.
See the problem.
No.
See the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. E Black. The problem. E Black. You said
law doesn't change.
E Black. You said what's the
getting the law up to date with all of this internet stuff that's going on?
E Black.
Law changes. What are we talking about?
You said what's the history of defamation? See, the problem is you don't understand defamation, right? So let me break it down to you, right? So if you came to my house and you put your hand on my pearly white car,
that's assault. I'm sorry.
Assault? Yes, you assaulted the vehicle.
I thought you were saying your part.
This is the age of AI, you know.
Listen. Listen. If you put your hand on my all white car and left your black ass handprint on it, and then you went and told everybody I had a black car, I'm suing you for defamation because that's a white car, nigga. Stop lying about my car because you put your black ass hands on it.
Facts. So I'm trying to understand, E Black. You keep saying there's a history of two podcasters. There is a history of two podcasters, and you can't even use Cardi B and Tasha K because Cardi B is not a podcaster. She is a singer. Now, with that being said, there is a history because this is the bullshit that you pulled last night with Barstool Sports and Michael Rappaport. The children didn't sue. There has not been a case. There's not been a case where a child has says this person had a back and forth with my parent, and I'm now here to collect the damages because of the engagement that they had affected me. You don't have a case like that. Nowhere in history. I'm not inferring anything. I'm not inferring. I'm making a statement of I'm making a statement. I'm making a statement of fact. Hold on, and I'll let y'all have it. I'm making a statement of fact that a child and a wife, the mother of that child, has come forth to say that the actions brought forth by Corey Holcomb, 5150 Show, and those 1 through 25 has affected them because of their actions and their statements that was made. It does not say anywhere on here that my father is the resulting factor of what happened to me.
It actually does. What are you?
No, it does not. Wait, it does not. Wait, it does not. It does not. It does not. Wait, stop. E Black,
you playing games with the audience.
This is. I'm not playing games with the audience. Where do you want me to start at? Upon information and belief in January of 2026. The Corey Holcomb 5150 Show was aired through YouTube and had a wide audience in the United States. The 5150 Show was aired on or about January 13, 2026. Anton Daniels, the father of plaintiff Leslie Daniels, and the husband. Stop. You said why does it matter? Because
I'm asking you rhetorical reasons. Why does it matter if we're talking about two?
Why does it matter? Because this is factual. Do you not understand what factual background is?
Yes, exactly. I exactly
Okay,
understand.
cool. So let me ask you a question. In the case, what was the name of the young boy that they tried to charge for? They said that he allegedly took a AR across state grounds and shot a whole bunch of people. What was his name again?
We're talking about different laws, man.
Hold on, wait. Just give me a second. What was his name? What was his name? What was his name?
Rittenhouse.
Rittenhouse. Can Rittenhouse sue? Can Rittenhouse sue for everything that all of the multimedia people were saying about him, that he was shooting black people and that he was a racist? Can he sue?
Yep.
He can sue.
Okay, why? Why can he sue?
Because that's the freedom of our justice system.
Oh, because was it factual that he shot anyone that was black? Trey, I'm gonna take you off camera for a second because I don't want children on camera.
He can sue, but doesn't
was it factual that he shot any person that was black?
He can sue, but it doesn't.
Was it factual? That's my question. Did anyone that was black get shot?
He did not.
I'd have to think about this case.
No one was shot. It was 3 white people that were shot.
Okay. Actually, he technically did shoot at a brother, but he didn't. He didn't file. He didn't file no complaints. He didn't go to the police department.
He shot at him. Wait. Listen, 3 man. I was there. I moderated the whole entire case. That black dude that jumped on top of him and kicked him in his head. He shot at him and he missed because earlier in the night that dude was standing on top of a car and he said, "I'm gonna take that gun and I'm gonna shoot you, white boy." That's what would happen. I was there. I watched it. I sat through every hour of that trial. Now hold on. I want to get back to that for a second. What does that have to do with defamation? What did mainstream media, what did Black Lives Matter, what did celebrities, what did entertainers say? Oh, this white boy was driving across state lines and they killed the black boy. They was out there shooting black people. You know about all those people, all those Black Lives Matter people that said that Justice Smollett was attacked by who?
You're grandstanding because
I'm not grandstanding. I'm telling you. I'm not. No, you're not going to call factual. You're not. Hold on, wait. Time out. Because apparently you don't listen. So I'm gonna try this again. So you want to argue against factual information based on people's opinion. A fact does not need to be justified because it is a fact. 2 + 2 is 4. We all know this, right? So does it need to? Is it in my opinion that 2 + 2 is 4? No, it's a fact. Going through. No, I did not conflate a house of hypocrites. But anyway, back to you. So the fact of the matter is that Anton Daniels. The fact that I don't want to argue because I'm just a host. The fact of the matter is that Anton Daniels went on to Corey Holcomb's show. That's the fact. That's a fact. We can agree, right? That's a fact. Anton Daniels. Wait, stop. That's a fact that Anton Daniels went to Corey Holcomb's show. Yes or no?
Yes. And
is it a fact? Is it a fact that they got into it? Yes or no?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it a fact that Shareta and Leslie's name was mentioned during that fight? Yes or no?
No.
Is it a fact that Corey went live a week later and put this minor child on the screen and said crazy, fucked up, defamatory shit about her, and that he put his wife up there and he said shit about her too? Is that a fact?
Yes.
So what the fuck are we talking about Anton for?
The reason why is because, like the document that you submitted, they had to provide a factual background. They had to tell the judge, they had to tell why this case is being brought. The reason why this case is being brought, just like it said in the first line of a factual background, is that Anton Daniels went on to a show. This is the first.
Upon information and belief, in January 2026, the Corey Holcomb show was aired through YouTube and had wide audience in the United States. It's not the first line. The second line. The 5150 show was aired on about January 13th. Anton Daniels, the father of plaintiff, not the plaintiff, the father of plaintiff, Leslie Daniels, and the husband of plaintiff, Shareta Daniels, appeared on that show. After introductory comments were made by defendant Holcomb and the guests, 2 individuals became involved in an intense, heated discussion and provocative remarks were exchanged. The following week, January 20th, 2026, defendant Corey Holcomb aired another 5150 show. During the show, the defendant twice aired a photograph of plaintiff Leslie Daniels standing immediately in the back of American flag at 3224 and at 3302 of the show. See Exhibit 1, which I'm not showing here. The defendant, Holcomb, clearly identified plaintiff Leslie Daniels as the daughter of Anton Daniels while the photo was shown. Host Corey Holcomb made disparaging and highly offensive statements about plaintiff and her father. Now, I'm going to ask you this one more time. What does this have to do with Anton?
He started
Why
it.
did they put it in there then?
Oh, he started. This is.
Why did they put it? Hold on,
He started by engaging with the other person.
Hold on.
They are asking me. You got listen to what you're trying to question is.
Crazy.
You're asking me what does Anton have to do with it while reading
public document that was submitted to a court and telling you why.
There is no judge.
Can I ask for some whiteness on the panel, please? Can we stop talking over each other?
There is no judge. Nobody logically is going to say that it's Anton's fault that Corey decided to do that.
Why mention it?
Did he originally engage with him?
Because it's part.
Did he continue to engage with him?
Because it's part of what happened.
Case. So when you have context,
because it's part of what happened.
So wait, hold on. Because it's in part of what happened, the judge then has to make a judgment or an opinion of how to rule because it's part of what happened.
Okay, but here's the problem. But here's the problem. Here's the problem, E Black. Here's the problem.
Am I living in the twilight zone?
This is dangerous, man.
Here's the problem.
Real dangerous.
Hang on, y'all.
Yes,
it is.
Will, can you search that document how many times Anton was actually on the 5150 show?
Can I search through the document how many times he was on the show or how many times he was mentioned in the document?
How many times he was actually on the 5150 show?
One time.
Since January 13th, how many times Anton been on there?
One time.
Okay, and Corey talked about his family, 2, 3
for weeks.
Thank you.
4 weeks at a time.
So Anton being there, it would be different if Corey said all of this while Anton was there. Then what E Black is saying make a little bit of sense. But because all of this happened and Anton wasn't nowhere near Corey, that you have to throw that out.
What?
But you have to establish
the talking about?
You have to establish
based on
association
your opinion
and verify why he would go after them. He went after them
based
because
on
he was pissed off with Anton. He was pissed off with Anton because Anton made him like a fucking fool in front of thousands of people. Corey was pissed off. He didn't have no content, so he decided to go after Leslie and Rita. And because it kept the more traction he got, the longer he tried to drag that out. Now he don't have nothing to say and ain't nobody watching. It don't take too long.
Give me a second. Hold on. Give me a second because I do gotta get some order. So Angry Man wanted to speak. House of Hypocrites came up. Blackish, I think you wanted to say something. If not, then I can go ahead and move on. But Angry Man wanted to speak. Then House of Hypocrites. And House of Hypocrites, thank you for the cash up for not being on camera. Appreciate you. All right, so go ahead, Angry Man.
Okay, we get that y'all don't like Anton. We understand that. Okay. But Anton had a back and forth with Corey Holcomb on his show. During that show, neither Anton nor Corey Holcomb brought up Anton's wife and daughter. At no point on that show, right? A week later, Corey Holcomb decided of his own volition to bring them into the situation. That is not, Anton is not culpable for that. What line of logic are you using, E Black?
The exact same logic is the reason why they are putting it into the case, because it provides context to the context of the case.
Okay,
That's even the lawyers of them are saying it matters. Am I saying, am I Michael? The lawyers are saying it matters.
If a document is drawn up because of a situation that happened, of course they're going to include the details of the situation.
And the details of the situation matter.
But that doesn't make him culpable. What are you talking about?
No, actually, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
No, it doesn't. If I rob a freaking store and there are people in the damn store, no. If I rob a store,
talking about defamation or slander.
If I rob a store, no, we're talking about paperwork right now. We're talking about paperwork right now.
Different type of
we're talking about. See, notice you're fucking filibustering because you don't want me to say shit that makes sense. Jesus. If what I'm saying is ridiculous, let me say it, and that'll give you a moment to have your 5 seconds of fame. You're talking about paperwork right now. Regardless of whatever type of case you're dealing with, you're still talking about paperwork. If you have paperwork, you're going to put the context of everything that happened in it. You may even include people in it. That doesn't mean they're culpable for certain things in that paperwork.
I just think you're just factually wrong, and you're just not acting like.
I'm not factually wrong.
It's okay to say you don't know.
I'm not factually wrong.
It's okay to say
I'm not factually wrong.
It's okay to say that.
I am not factually wrong.
It's okay.
Angry man, can you stop filibustering, please? If he's wrong, let him speak, Angry man, please.
I'm not factually wrong.
It's okay, Angry man. It's okay to say, in my opinion, I believe that Anton should be left out. That's your opinion.
No,
what's going to happen is they're going to go to court. What's going to happen is they're going to go into court and they're going to say something different.
No, what's okay is for me to say what my opinion is or what my position is, not you to tell me what it is. That's why when I'm conversing with you, I'm asking you questions about what you said. I'm not putting words in your mouth. Don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. I've literally went into court without a lawyer and won cases. You don't know what you're talking about.
Did you win defamation cases?
Bro, I never had a defamation case.
Okay, so
I've never had a defamation case. I've never had a defamation case. But at the end of the day, paperwork is paperwork. Court proceedings is court proceedings.
Okay, so since you're a lawyer, is criminal law different than civil law?
Did I say I was a lawyer?
Well, I could have sworn you just said you won cases.
Did I say
okay, my bad. My apologies. Okay, well, let's not get hung up on that. My apologies. I did not. Let's act like I didn't say it. Please stop. No, please, just stop. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Okay, I'm sorry.
Stop for a second. If you want to have a conversation in good faith, do that. Let's not start the shit off disingenuous.
Bro, Angry man. It's Rock. Nothing. It's Rock the big gun. Angry man, it's Rock the big gun, bro. Chill, bro.
Bro,
I know you remember me. Chill. Stop attacking me, bro. I love everybody.
In Jesus, you chill.
Jesus is going.
This is what we're talking about right here. This is what we're talking about. Criminal law and civil law has different levels of evidence that you have to have in order to try in the court, right? Civil law is a very low bar, so it can still get past the initial phase of things. But once it gets to actual judge, right? Like the first magistrate, it probably went to a magistrate, and the magistrate was like, "Yeah, whatever." They signed off on it, and that's why everyone's talking about it now because it's going through, right? Now, when it actually gets to the actual courtroom, it's going to be a different story because I feel that if you're engaging with someone, you open yourself up to a lot of things, all right? And that does include your family being part of your critique of someone critiquing you.
If he did
your family, your daughter, your dog, your house, your neighborhood, your neighbors, everyone's fair game, basically, because you're deciding to include yourself with the other. That's what it is, though. That's what it is. We can't live in a world. I cannot believe that we have a bunch of men up here arguing facts as if they're white liberal women from 15 years ago, saying that you can't offend anyone, and if you do, you need to be sued into the ground and your house needs to be taken away.
Let me ask you a question. First of all, you're making a factually incorrect statement. No one up here.
What is that?
No one up here has stated that if someone says something offensive, you should be able to sue them into the ground and take all of their property. No one has said that. And y'all keep trying to, the reason why y'all keep trying to reframe it that way is so that your argument will actually have some validity.
So if they win the court case, what's going to happen?
Let them finish, Blackish.
No one is saying that. I offend people every day. No one is saying that. Okay? Now, let me ask you a very simple question. When you have a defamation case, how is that case usually played out? Is it usually played out with a judge or a jury?
I would say 50-50.
50-50, right?
Yeah,
So,
I'd say 50-50.
Here's my question. As much as we're sitting here pontificating about all of this, if it's a judge that has to make the determination and he feels like Corey is wrong, how's the case going to go?
Well, I mean, he has to follow the Constitution. So
what?
I feel like it's going to be it's gonna be thrown out, or the judge is going to decide not to get in the middle of it, and just like what happened with the whole.
I'm gonna ask it again. Whether it's a judge or a jury, if the judge or the jury feels like Corey is wrong, how is that case going to be decided?
Exactly. What's going to be the consequences? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Somebody's going to pay money.
They're going to win, right?
No, the consequences is you having to pay money.
No,
and maybe make a statement.
Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if a judge decides that Corey is wrong, or the jury decides that Corey is wrong, that means Corey's going to lose that case, right?
Sure, he loses the first case, yes.
Okay, so E Black up here making his proclamations. The shit is ridiculous. Because here's the thing that
stay on track.
Here's the thing.
We're just talking about. Can I say something? We were just talking about if the case follows through to the end, and what's the consequences of the case, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The consequences of the case is the gentleman making a public statement and probably paying money. All right.
Okay, so here's the thing. Will brought up something very important, right? Because E Black keeps bringing up legal precedents, which is important. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's my question: do we have legal precedents for this specific type of case? In other words, do we have legal precedents where a content creator went back and forth with another content creator, decided to bring the content creator's family into the conversation where they did things that were violations of certain penal codes, and then that content creator's family brought the lawsuit? Do we have precedents for that?
I'm pretty sure they've gotten all thrown out. That's why we haven't heard of any of them. Okay. And here's the question: if that's the defining point of bringing someone else into it, my question would be: did she make any statements about the original podcast? That would be my question.
When you say she, who are you talking about?
If she tweeted or Facebook posts,
when you say she, are you talking about Blackish? When you say she, are you talking about Leslie and you talking about Shareta?
Yes.
So your question is: did Leslie or Shareta make a post or say anything about Corey, saying things about them?
No, I'm talking about the original podcast before Corey even came out and said all these things about them. Did they say something about him?
Like my
in
dad
the 2 weeks? Yeah.
No.
When their father's beefing with somebody else, they're not gonna go online and say something. Oh, they're just gonna be. Oh,
I mean, I know it's a wild concept, but not everybody needs to react to everything.
Well, not only that,
it's a wild concept.
Not only that, I know
they get involved in all this?
I know people want to mount. Hold on. I know people want to mount a defense for Corey, and I have no problem with you,
bro. We're just talking constitutional. I'm a constitutional.
No, you're talking hypotheticals, right? And we only dealing with the facts. The hypothetical is that maybe they did post something, or maybe they didn't. We're dealing with the facts. The facts is that as it stands right now, Corey's actions. Jesus Christ! Go ahead, man. I got a kid. Give me a second.
His words.
Oh shit. Okay.
So
here's the question I would say.
Hold on, Blackish. Does the audience matter in this conversation, Angry Man or anybody on the panel? Does the audience have a role to play?
No, I don't think so.
As far as the stream where he was making the disparaging comments,
I'm just saying in general, would the judge take into consideration the audience?
If the audience found it funny or not, probably not.
Oh yeah. Well, no, hold on. That is part of it. I was reading over here that It depends on if the reasonable person watching the information or hearing the information can discern it for themselves to if it was true or not. Right?
E-Black,
That's the difference. That's the difference.
This is why I'm gonna say E-Black. In civil cases, the audience reaction tends to not matter as much as the character of the person who did the thing.
I would disagree. I would say the context of the situation and the audience.
No, they're looking at your history.
They're looking at the person's character.
I'm going to repeat what I said.
Go ahead.
Context of the
Beans, you
situation.
can pull up if you want to. I don't know who your ops is. Give me 1 second. Someone in the back named Kendrick. You got to be on camera, big homie. Go ahead, yo.
The context of the situation. People who are watching a situation matter in a defamation lawsuit. Because the judge is going to ask, like Blackish was alluding to, does the reasonable person watching Corey Holcomb and Anton, are they able to decipher facts versus hyperbole versus rhetoric versus all this other stuff that's going on? And if they say, you know what, based on the situation, this looks like two podcasters having a beef, and they're going to say, we're going to throw this out. And that's what the case law study is.
Time out.
Because we're talking about Les, and you're talking about a 17-year-old child.
Time out. E-Black.
Y'all got to get over the next one.
You got to get over the 17-year-old thing, bro. You got to get over that. Because he's online posting like everybody else.
Stop. Y'all sound like y'all in agreement. Other people wants to get in. You can't talk over them. If you E-Black and you Blackish, if y'all in agreement on this and what he said just landed both of y'all argument, why do y'all need to continue to keep talking while other people is talking?
God damn it, because everybody else is doing it, bro.
Okay, well, guess what? You see me stopping it. Yeah, you see me stopping it. Ain't nobody picking on nobody.
The constitutionalist is trying to silence people.
I know he's trying to silence, but he's trying to silence my First Amendment right on my show. And he ain't paid not $1, not a super chat or a cash app. I'll shut the fuck up. Send a $200 super chat. I'll shut up. I'll get off the show. That's how you shut me up. You shut me up with money. But other than that, y'all made y'all point. E-Black made y'all point. Y'all point landed. Let it be rebutted. Go ahead.
So E-Black and this gentleman from Nazareth. I'm sorry, I can't help it. Look, here's the thing, bro. See, I forgot what I was gonna say because of y'all's rant, man. See, that's how y'all silence.
I was talking about audience and the precedents and this perspective of the audience.
The audience. Okay, the audience. What Almanaz and Omni said is true. They're gonna look at his character, and y'all keep saying that. Oh, you got to get over the 17-year-old. You can't get over the 17-year-old because that's part of the violation. Is the fact that he posted a picture of a minor. That's part of it.
Which part of the charges are the 17-year-old taken into effect?
That's the part where
the difference between a toddler and a 17-year-old.
No. What law? Because they brought together 6 sections.
E-Black, I understand you want to interject, but let him finish.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You said, is there a difference between a 17-year-old and a toddler? If I'm not mistaken, in the eyes of the law, a minor is a minor. So
there's a slander of a minor law.
So here's the thing. You keep trying to change it. E-Black, you keep trying. Do we need to pull up the penal code? You're not allowed to post a photo of a minor without the parents' express permission. So that's number one. In addition to that, because you're talking about a court case, if this sees the court, if it doesn't get struck down initially, right? If this goes into court, you have to factor into the fact that this was a minor that he was talking about. in addition to the countless videos he has saying weird shit about minors.
All right, give me a second, y'all. Shout out to the BTSI show with $20. I mean, with $10. He says, I find it unappealing when people try to sound politically correct while taking an L in discourse. Acknowledge your mistake and that your perspective was unwise. Shout out to I Am Gorilla One with $20. He says, greeting polite savages. In the states of California, Civil Code 1708.85 states that unauthorized images used for revenge, the victim or parent can sue for damages. Ages, it also has a hate crime enhancement.
Ages also have a hate crime enhancement.
Is that statute
Yes.
named in the complaint?
So let me make sure I got this right.
Nope.
In the states of California, Civil Code 1708.85 states that unauthorized images used for revenge, the victim or parent, they can sue for damages. Ages, it also has a hate crime. Okay, I get what he's saying. Okay, cool. So in other words,
for comedic purposes,
it can be argued for comedic purpose, but the thing is, now the argument is going to be stand in court is why did he pull up the daughter and the wife's picture? Was it to embarrass or to shame Anton? That's the argument that can be. It can be used for comedic purposes. That's what you're saying. But if that was the intent of Corey doing that, then now we just got something else on the table.
Let me say this.
And
let me say this.
By the way, to any and everybody, oh, that's THP. Hey, THP, what's up, man? What's going on? Hey, make sure you the link is pinned if y'all want to join up. Please be on camera. Y'all go ahead.
Let me say this because this is the other part that E Black is. Now, let me ask you this, E Black. Honestly, all jokes aside, bro. We know that Corey's lawyer, if he has any damn sense, he's going to try to strike it down immediately for free speech, right? If it makes it past that, if they say, nah, we're going to go through with it, are you telling me right now that if they start playing videos of Corey talking his shit, that there's not going to be any type of sympathy? Is that what you're telling me?
I think, in my opinion, I think even Howard Stern went through a lot of this stuff. All that doesn't matter. Free speech and the rules of law and the Constitution is way more above anything in the court of law, not the court of public opinion, not how you feel, not how it makes you want to think, but free speech is technically the rule of the land.
Fair enough, but that's not what I'm talking about. When we're talking about this right now, we're talking about the court of public opinion. If we're talking about a jury, we're talking about a jury, we're talking about opinions. We're talking about the opinions of the people there that are parents that may have daughters of their own. If they're sitting there watching a video, because if they make it to an actual court case, they're going to play those videos. If they play those videos of Corey saying those things about her, in addition to the things he said about other underage girls, are you telling me there's going to be no sympathy from the jury at all?
Well, one is more PDF type comments, and the other one was more insulting type comments.
It would establish a history of him having problems with minors.
But let me say this: juries are. You guys got to understand. Your average jury is a very educated group of individuals. I developed the jury system. These people, they love the law. They love going to do their civic duty, and they've been instructed by the judge, and they get a pamphlet based on the situation.
So you go all over the country doing this?
And
you go all over the country developing juries?
No, I developed a digital jury impaneling system.
Oh, okay.
So you mean to tell me progressive CA, right? Progressive CA, blue state CA under Newsom right now, with all of their problems, not problems, they got problems, but all of their policies and their liberal ideations and liberal ideals. Him saying that about children in the era where the Epstein files was a big commotion, right? You think that they're not going to have a problem with Corey?
I definitely
jury
don't
selection.
think. I definitely don't think so.
For that particular case, it's not
Hold
supposed
on,
to
hold on.
Hold on. Wait. Excuse me for a second. Excuse me for a second.
I can't wait to see this.
Hold on,
Job.
wait. Give me a second, because hold on. One of my guests just came on the panel. Excuse me for a second, Mr. Grover. What's going on, G? How are you,
gentlemen? What's going on? How are you doing?
What up,
I
G?
greatly appreciate you pulling up. Hey, y'all, please excuse me. I am outside taking a quick smoke break, so please, y'all, be behaved. But yes, Grover, welcome to the show. Make sure that y'all please are sharing and liking the stream, and y'all continue our conversation. Go ahead. Yeah, and for the record, especially to that savage down there at the bottom, E Black, when the host of the show interrupts, you allow him to hold court on his show, you savage.
All right. My apologies.
See, my point proven. Everyone's turning into a white liberal woman. My case is closed.
But no, I don't think you guys recognize the fact that juries are have instructions, and this is not just a red state, blue state thing. This is a constitutional thing. So I don't think there's no big bag boogeyman of California jurors who believe in certain things. This is about law.
Well, you know, if I could, E Black, I want you to know that for someone who's been on a lot of juries in California and did a lot of work with kids who actually went under Seth's law, which I believe that if Anton's lawyers have any salt, they're going to refile and amend this to Seth's law.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. Royalty just pulled into the building. Nate, what's going on, dog?
The lawyer. Yo.
Nate, the lawyer. What's up, man?
Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hold on 1 second. So we got another opportunity to see E Black go up against another lawyer.
An actual lawyer?
This is crazy.
Nate, the lawyer. What's up, man?
No, I'm all right. You sent me the invite. I just got it. So I was like, I always tell you I'm going to stop by. So today I'll actually stop by.
Oh, they sent you to get me jumped. That's what they doing. Okay, I see what's going on. I see what's going on. Y'all
you're mad. You're mad. An individual with credentials is up here now. Okay.
And by the way, I just want to. I was just saying.
Love you.
One of the things I did was I was actually researching to make sure my video was correct. And I also have some experience because I've had some kids who I mentored who actually fell under who were protected by these laws and these enhancements. And so I could just say that in California, I hate to tell you though, California laws are written by a white liberal woman. So that's the first thing you got to think about. California is 100% Democrat controlled supermajority. So a lot of times when we're having these arguments from a position of, well, it's not right, or this is what's going to happen here, we got to think about the state that it's being tried in. And I have the civil statute right here, and I'll actually read from it. It's an enhancement to Seth's law. It has a civil side and a penal side. And the civil side says this protects against the unauthorized distribution of images often used in revenge or harassment scenarios. Private cause of action, the victim or their parent on behalf can sue the harasser for damages. Identifying characteristics the law specifically protects identifying characteristics, which includes the minor's image, name, or social media profile. And also the hate crime enhancement is if you mention anything with their sexuality. And Corey made a joke about their sexuality. Now I want to be clear. I'm a huge Corey Holcomb fan. I'm just being honest and saying where I've seen liability can be.
Well,
I like Anton Daniels. I don't know. It ain't like I know the brothers. I'm hanging out with them. I know like E Black. I'm just saying I don't know Angry Man. I'm a fan of Angry Man, right? I don't know Nate. I'm a fan of Nate. I'm just being honest. We're saying that I see some liability here, and when one of the things in California is everyone knows you don't mess with people's kids because this happens all the time. It usually just gets settled out of court.
Can I step in? Can I step in here real quick? Because there was a case very similar to this that just settled for something like $2-3 million. It happened in Texas, where they had a very similar law regarding minors. It was actually a BLM attorney, and it was a young kid. His mother, he had gone to his friend's house. They played a prank on him. Supposedly he was drinking pee, and the mother flipped out, and she said it happened to be a black kid who had drunk the pee, and the white kid in a white kid's house. So the mother called the white kid racist. They doxed the white kid. They put his name out there. People went to this white kid's house. So the white kid sued the mother and the lawyer for saying that he was a racist for putting his information, and got $3 million. And the reason why is because obviously minors are protected more. So I think this harassment thing would be serious liability, because don't forget, this was a case in which her son was bullied. Her son was made to drink pee, but she and her lawyer were forced to pay this white kid, which is kind of crazy, $3 million for the harassment. So it is some serious liability out there for that particular case.
And that's Nate, the lawyer, talking. Black and light skinned Jesus.
I would ask the question: Is 17 still considered a complete minor?
In the state of California,
also, if she was engaging in discourse online about the original issue that her father and the other gentleman had, does that open her up for critique?
No.
I was asking the lawyer.
Well,
about her being an international fighter.
So two things. If it's the adult, yes, you don't have any issue. But when you're talking about minors, then that's the issue. And also, if you're talking about a minor who's a celebrity, then you may have a different argument. But if you have a minor, that's why a lot of times when you see celebrities, they'll tell the media, don't take pictures of my children. And you don't see those pictures of celebrities' kids a lot unless they release them. And the reason why is because of these harassment laws. You can go after them for just taking pictures of your minors and publishing them. So that's why you don't see that a lot.
That's true.
Right. You satisfied?
Okay. I have one more follow-up, please. One more, please.
Hold on. Wait a second.
Does her having an Instagram following make her a quote-unquote celebrity?
No.
Well, it would be called a public figure, but there's a test for that. So how many followers does her Instagram account have?
He's doing it for instance. We don't know.
That's the question, right?
Oh yeah. So what you would have to
on Instagram?
What you would have to recognize is that just because someone is, let's say, a world-renowned athlete, does that mean if she's 14 she can have sex with an 18-year-old? No, because that doesn't change her physical status of being a minor. So we have laws that protect minors versus laws that protect adults. And this is where you get the gray, because you can have a famous minor, but those laws are still very protective of those famous minors, because let's say she doesn't want to be in the business anymore, and so forth. So I think the constitutional question you're asking, there's so many different ones, like the Gary Coleman case, where Gary Coleman was 17 and he emancipated himself from his parents. So essentially he became like a quasi-adult. So things would treat him differently than would treat others. But I want to make it very clear. I'm not saying which side is clearly going to win, but I think there's liability to be had on one side, and there's possibility of liability and there are good arguments on the other side. But if the side that if the side is making the argument the child is a public figure, meaning that it's going to be harder to prove defamation, then that's going to be something very, very, very hard to overcome if that child is declared a public figure. But in California's harassment laws, that may not matter, because harassment is something of more of a criminal nature, where you can harass somebody and not defame them. And if California laws don't really deal with the speech element of it, then we're not talking about a First Amendment issue. We're really talking about a disclosure issue. And if you're disclosing personal information about minors, no matter who they are, then you may still be open to some liability. Because now we're not talking about speech, we're talking about disclosure of personal information. Think HIPAA laws. Yeah. Just because they're a minor, you can't release their HIPAA information. So that's with the line I think we're trying to.
Hey Nate, is there a difference between slander and defamation laws between minors and adults?
Is there a difference? Let me think. I don't think there would be, because defamation essentially has to overcome the First Amendment.
So once again, when people are saying he's saying this about a minor, in terms of defamation and slander, that doesn't matter, because in law they are equally treated the same.
It would be, yes. I think if you're saying this is all right. So I heard harassment of a minor, but if we're talking about defamation of a minor, That's different. Defamation of a minor still has to satisfy the First Amendment.
So
So I can say something against the minor that may not be nice, but it would still have to satisfy the First Amendment protections. Yes.
So, so when people are saying, "Well, he said this about a minor, he said that about a minor," or basically said it, but those
so
fall under defamation.
let's just go to what was said, right? Let's
y'all
just go
dirty
to
over here, boy.
No, let's just go to what was said, right? There it is. All right. Defendant Corey Holcomb on his podcast, January 20th, 2026, falsely stated that plaintiff Leslie Daniels, who's 17 years old, was a dyke. This is a disparaging, homophobic, and misogynistic slur for a lesbian, particularly one who is masculine or butch. Plaintiff Leslie Daniels is a heterosexual and is not a lesbian. The false statement was made by defendants intentionally to demean plaintiff and subject her to ridicule. Defendants knew the statement was false at the time it was made, or in the alternative, the defendants failed to use reasonable care to determine either the truth or the falsity of the statement, yet made them anyway without regard of their truthfulness.
Well,
So
I will say that first claim is a loser, and I'll tell you why.
Yeah, there's no way of knowing if she's gay or not.
And in California specifically, it is not defamation to call someone gay, trans, or anything. So if I say you're gay and you say I'm not and call it defamation, it's a loser automatically, because being gay is not defamatory. So if that's the claim that is read, I believe that claim is a loser.
Next.
Wouldn't it still hold on for a second.
Nah, don't argue with him. He a lawyer. Don't argue with him.
That's my opinion.
That's his opinion. That's his E-Black. Hold on, E-Black. Let him ask his question.
Number one, E-Black. I'm not arguing with the man. I'm asking him a question. And I done told you, bro, if you're gonna look like I done told you, bro, if you're gonna look like Robin Harris, at least tell some jokes. So
that's cold. I'm sorry, that's cold.
Asking the question, right? Wouldn't that still be an issue with him using the derogatory term dyke as it pertains to a minor?
No.
I would again, this is just my opinion, but absolutely not. Dyke, gay, whatever, transgender, in the society we live in, especially in California, if that's what you guys are saying, it is absolutely protected to call someone gay and it not be considered defamatory. Matter of fact, I don't know which states would consider gay, dyke, or any of those things, because, and also, whenever the word can have, for instance, if I called a white person a racist, that's generally, I can't win on defamation because it's so subjective that there's no clear factual thing that makes someone a racist. So it's so subjective that you could call someone a racist and it not be defamatory. And they essentially treat being gay and stuff like that. Number one, they'll say it's not defamatory to be gay. It's not defamatory to be a dyke. And you can't recover, because actually in our societies, in some instances, being gay is actually a plus if you're talking about things like DEI and some certain other aspects. So it's just, I would be shocked if it went through past the motion to dismiss. I'd be shocked.
So basically, what we're looking at is an issue of them pursuing the wrong type of shit. What they should be pursuing is cyberbullying.
It wouldn't be that
well, even cyber, because again, we're talking about this criminal conduct and this civil conduct. So if we're talking about criminal conduct, then you have to go to the statute and see, okay, what is required for the, so, but what you guys showed me, it seemed to be, again, I haven't looked at the case, it seemed to be a civil case. And the first claim in that civil case was someone called me this derogatory term, which happens to talk about my sexuality. I'm gay, I'm a dyke, or something like that. And I'm saying in California, ChatGPT it, they'll tell you, generally calling someone gay or something is not defamatory.
So let me make sure I set the premise correctly. So during the stream, he pulled up the picture of Anton Daniels' daughter, who's a minor. Now, according to California Civil Code, what is this? 3344A1. Any person who knowingly uses another's name, voice, signature, photograph, or likeness in any manner on or in products, merchandise, or goods or for purposes of advertising, selling, or soliciting purchases of products, merchandise, goods, or services without that person's prior consent, or in the case of a minor, the prior consent of their parent or legal guardian, shall be liable for any damages sustained by the person or persons injured as a result thereof. Now, the reason I had to pull this up is because during his live stream, he pulled up Anton's daughter on the screen, showed a picture of her. That's where he made the comment. She's a bitch. She's gay. She's going to have to pay for sex and all this, that, and the other. Also, later down the line, I believe this is the same show, he used a depiction of her or a caricature, and he depicted her as an ape and said that the shirts is for sale. And he said, well, Anton, this your family. So looking at this law, based in just in your opinion, not legal advice, in your opinion, do you think that this will stick?
I think you can have a claim there. Yes, I think you can have a claim for maybe harassment, civil harassment. I think there should be a claim there because again, you're talking about a minor, the picture, the doxing, because that's conduct. So I think you have a couple of claims there. But I think that because we're specifically talking about the defamation claim, so I don't think the defamation claim is going to work in that particular instance. But if everything else you're saying is true, yes. If this was a minor that this was happening to, and he's doing this to a minor, you could have some serious issues.
But with that, I have one question. One thing really quickly. Does her talking about does her as a 17-year-old minor talking about the original beef they had with the two gentlemen on the original podcast, does her making comments and opinions about that online open her up?
Did she do that? Do you have knowledge that she actually did that?
Exactly. Good.
I'm 100%.
You keep bringing that up.
We
you
will
keep bringing
find
that up
out
like it's a fact of the case.
In the response, I'm sure it's going to have plenty of posts of her talking about and posting about her
she's a private citizen.
It's a simple question.
Hold on, Nate, I got a question for you because we've been cooking on this, and I think
No, we ain't been cooking. We've been cooking. You've been dying on the hill because you keep trying to say that. Wait, you keep trying to say that this is all. Wait, you keep trying to say that this is Anton's fault, and this is not Anton's.
That's my next question. Okay.
Yeah, but this is not. Okay, well, go ahead. Ask your question.
Okay, so.
And then we got to get Grover in here too.
And Nate, from what I've seen from situations like Rappaport versus Barstool and Drake versus UMG.
Oh my God, you are not doing this right now.
That ain't got nothing.
I've seen audience and the appearance of what's going on as a key factor in defamation. Basically, can the audience confirm that two people are having a podcast beef? Anton has gone on, and after the initial situation, he went on and he went to different podcasts and proclaimed his victory. He even stated facts of shaky hands and he would beat his ass and a whole bunch of stuff. Then Tuesday, everybody's waiting for Corey's response. In that kind of context, can you see where a war of words or where a judge may say, hey, this is a war of words, and we're going to go back to historical context and ruling on this?
All right. So if they have a beef, a fight, right, online, just words, that is, in that context, it really depends on what's said. Like there's a lot of context that needs to be spread out, right? Because it really depends on who's saying what facts have the backup, and what context they're saying it. I'll give you an example. Tucker Carlson, when he was on Fox News, he said the Playboy Playmate that Trump paid to keep quiet was extorting him, and she had committed the crime of extortion. And when one of his guests said, no, she didn't commit extortion, nobody even alleged that, he said, no, she in fact committed extortion. I know it for a fact. She did it. So you know what the Playboy Playmate did? She sued because she sued for defamation, right? And the court came down on Tucker Carlson's side, and he said no reasonable person would watch Tucker Carlson's show and believe that what was being said was true because it's an opinion show. So if we're talking about these shows, and if they are opinion shows and they're clearly where they say crazy things, then yes, it would be extremely hard to win a defamation case because they'll say no reasonable person would believe these things are true. And there's another case that just recently came down on that same premise where the person was calling the cops a pedophile and had no evidence of it. And people were like, hey, it's clear. Even his lawyer was nervous. But the court came down in the end in the Afro Man case where the juror said no reasonable person will listen to Afro Man's music and believe that it's actually factual. So if we're in a case like that where no reasonable person will believe these things are factual in a defamation context, let me be very clear, not in a assault context, not in a harassment,
not in a minor harassment context.
Yeah, I'm just saying in a defamation context.
Yes.
I have a question. I have a question real quick. I have a question real quick. Hold on, I got an important question, right? So just now, E Black put his face really close to the screen, and it got dark, and I felt like I was going blind. Can I sue for damages? Like, for real?
Can I sue Angry
Okay,
Man
so
for his
this is why E Black and Grover, I'm gonna come to you with this one because Nate been talking for a minute. I'm gonna give him a chance to get some rest right quick. So Grover, I'm coming to you with this. E Black's argument is that even though Anton is not listed as a plaintiff in this case, is that because of the fight or the argument that him, Anton Daniels, and Corey Holcomb had on January 13th and the weeks-long celebration tour that Anton Daniels went on, that the reason that this suit should be thrown out is because this is all Anton's fault. That the reason that his daughter and the reason that his wife were put up there and things were said about them, that this is Anton's fault, even though he's not listed as a plaintiff in this case. Grover.
It's kind of like a root cause fallacy. So in my opinion, right? So, so it's kind of like that reasoning is kind of like saying, well, if your kids were behaving, if you would have raised your kids right, they wouldn't have gotten a fight and the other kid wouldn't have got hurt. So, my kid wouldn't have had to knock your kid out. So we're not really dealing with that. Anton probably is not on a lawsuit because Anton's wife probably filed the lawsuit. We don't know if she filed the lawsuit on the behalf of her child. We don't know exactly what's going on, but I don't really think it makes a huge difference that Anton was there because Anton wasn't there when Corey Holcomb put up his child. Now, listen, I'm the first to tell you, Anton went on I'm a beat your ass tour for a week after. I understand there was fuel on the fire, but only thing I'm saying is that it's kind of befuddles me why they're filing defamation when these laws are on the books and they're really popular and powerful in California. And I've seen it applied 5 times when I was mentoring kids. So that's what I said last night. Last night when I came up and I said, look, I don't know why he filed it under this and that, but it doesn't make a difference. I think that in California, you have to be very careful, and it's written this way when you involve kids. There's an extra layer of protection when you involve kids in California. Do I necessarily think it's right that this is happening? On a one-on-one level, hey, House of Hypocrites, what's up, brother? On a one-on-one level, if I was talking to anyone here and I was engaging with anyone here, and you guys went low and I went low and you went low, and we got in an escalation trap and there was no way out, I wouldn't sue anybody. That's me. But hey, I'm not Anton Daniels' wife. I'm not his child. I don't know how they feel. So, and I don't know I don't know what lawyer got a hold of them and said, this is the angle that we can actually extract money. Because that's what it comes down to. It's a civil lawsuit. It's for money. It's not for pride. It's for money. It's a lawsuit in general is to extract money. They're not going to force Corey Holcomb to never talk about this stuff again. That's not going to happen. So I think a lot of times we may try to frame it as a free speech thing. I don't really think it's a free speech thing or as it's going to turn out. I think that sooner or later it's going to turn out, it's going to fall back on this law because I've seen it happen a few times before in my experience. And my experience is anecdotal. I'm not a lawyer, not a litigator. I don't have any credentials. It's just I've been in a situation over and over again, and I find it when I see that's just why a lot of people don't play with people's images of kids in California. I mean, I have a production company. I film people, and even media releases of a 17-year-old. I get their parent, and I tell their parent exactly what's going to happen, and I take time and explain to them one by one exactly what's going to happen for my personal liability because I'm doing it in California. Other places, you sign it off. Hey, this is what we're going to do. You know what you got into. I know people who film martial arts videos all over the country. In California, everybody takes 3 or 4 extra steps because just children and that level, and because children have an extra layer of protection here that may not be in other places. So even though, like I said, the laws are written by Karens, and so that's why I feel like there's a liability there. Not because I want Corey Holcomb to do this or do that. No. Gotcha. It has nothing to do with that, or because I like Anton. No, it's just from my experience of what I've personally been through, and that's all. That's all. And I only came up because you sent me a link. Or
hey, I appreciate it.
Is there a difference depending on where they get the picture from? Let's say, like in public.
No, because the California specifically says on that statute I put up that they can take it from their social media. It could be public. It could be private. It could be on a website. But if you're using it to make fun of somebody, that's what the enhancement to Seth's law carries.
Correct. So you have to still give express permission.
Yeah.
And Corey did not have permission.
And I want to tell you how careful people are. 90% of the videos you see with that person's face on it, with that young lady's face on it, is blacked out because people understand the liability of it. And because she's a minor, and on YouTube, you can actually, if she complained, that video will be taken down. You can even get a strike. You can get a strike for a community guideline strike for using her image without unauthorized.
I've had YouTube make people blur my face out, and I'm grown.
Yeah. It was probably scared he was going to talk bad about him. I seen what you did. He black shit.
All right, so Trey first, and then I'm sorry, Nick.
Anyway, I'm gonna hop off. I don't know unless somebody wants to ask me a question. I don't want to just say something and just bounce like I'm trying to dodge anything. I'm really neutral. I mean, I'm a big fan of. I'm a huge Corey Holcomb fan. I think people notice about me if they see my content. So it's not like I dislike anybody. And I said last night, I respect when Anton built that machine to get that much content out. I wish I knew how to do that shit because I'm doing content right now. What I'm saying is that just in California, be getting your ass kicked for stuff.
Have I been just cooking lately? Like come on, I've been cooking.
No, you have.
Why? I kind of disagree with you a little.
Did you just request a meat stretching?
Right, he just requested meat stretching. That's exactly what he just did. He just requested dick holding.
Hold on, I got a question for him.
We'll talk about dick holding. I'll see you guys later.
You said you got a question.
I got a question for you really quickly.
All right.
Okay, kind of make it quick.
Can she open herself up to being part of the conversation by posting things about him online? Social media.
Just asked that question.
I asked the lawyer the question. You idiot.
Ask the same question.
It's a different lawyer guy. I'm asking a different lawyer.
What she said.
Okay, so wait, hold on. So Blackish, the reason you keep asking that, did you see Leslie or Shareta post anything about Corey?
He ain't look.
In short term,
everyone else can be hyperbole, but me. Okay, thank you.
I
have the same question. I have the same question, sir.
You already asked me.
I'm just answering the question. In California, I haven't seen a cutout for if somebody engages in a discourse. As a matter of fact, I've seen people go back and forth on social media. One person goes too far and kind of perverts the images with AI. Just last year, and the person they actually took legal action against the family who did it, because the person who did it was actually 18 and he was doing it to a 16-year-old, but they were both in high school. And so I mean, I'm sure there's some carve-outs. If you're both in high school, you're still looked at a certain way. But I would say I would be very man, I've just always thought in media kids were a red line because of those situations. Not because you shouldn't, not because you ain't roasting, not because it doesn't, not because it's fair or unfair. To me, it's fair game when you're in war, but California don't give a damn about what I feel about it. And that's the only thing I just try to tell folks. I see folks going back and forth with free speech, and he wanted to get involved, and Corey wanted it, and Anton wanted it. California doesn't care about all of that. They don't. I'm just telling you, like I've seen it before, so that's my only opinion. And of course, Nate, if you have something to say and think I'm tripping, that's fine. Because
I think you're right with the protection of a minor, but I'm because I haven't read the complaint. So before
check your Twitter.
No, I just got it. I just picked up. So there's just seems to me to be 6 actions here.
Yes.
Defamation per se, false light, defamation, the intentional infliction of emotional distress, and then the unauthorized use of names and photos. And I think we've been speaking about them all like in one thing. And I think we need to really understand kind of how this litigation works. So I think you're right. Everything you're saying is right in terms of section 3344 of the Civil Code. I think he's dead to rights. I think that's the claim that is the most liability for the defendant, because he did use their images, right?
Yeah,
now, if we're talking about the next claim I want to talk about is IIED, that's intentional infliction of emotional distress. That means you harmed me in some way. You harmed me in some way. You assaulted me, you harassed me, or you defamed me.
Hey Nate, I got the complaint on the screen. So if you want me to go to a certain page, just let me know.
All right. No, I'm just explaining how everything kind of works together.
Okay.
So to win that intentional infliction of emotional distress claim, you have to actually win the underlying claim of defamation, or let's say if it was assault. But here you have to win that underlying claim of defamation. Now, someone else was before, I forget the gentleman's name, he was asking about the daughter's Instagram page and the wife. So from my reading of this is that the wife and the daughter are the plaintiffs in this lawsuit, right? And they are the ones who are saying that they've been harmed. Now, the problem that I think the defendant's going to have here is that the wife and the daughter, there are 2 levels of defamation. There's the negligence, which is just anybody who's not famous, and then there's malice, where you have to prove actual malice. If Corey Holcomb was on this, then it would force them to we were talking about actual malice, where you'd have to prove the defendant knew what they were saying was false and said it anyway. Here, we're talking about negligence, where the defendant, if they said something and it happens to be bad, and you don't have to prove that they knew. You just have to prove that they were essentially negligent by saying it. So it's a lower standard. So that's good for the plaintiff. So that's a 1-up for the plaintiff, regardless of the Instagram account. I think that's where they're going to be. And then second, to prove that you have defamation per se, which essentially is saying, earlier someone mentioned that, hey, this is defamation, but don't they have to prove that they were harmed? Well, defamation prove that they lost something, prove that there were some damages. Defamation per se, you don't have to prove damages, because the law in defamation per se assumes that the conduct was so defamatory that damages are assumed. So, for instance, if you say someone is a victim of if someone's a criminal, then that is supposed to be by itself so bad that the law says you don't have to prove damages. Damages will be assumed. Now, obviously, you can show damages and still get a little bit more, but it's assumed. Then you have false light. Now, false light is essentially defamation, but it's defamation by implication. It's an implied defamation. The famous case for that was there was a company where somebody was stealing stuff out of the company, out of the cash, out of one of the safes. So they put up a sign that said, "Hey, if anyone has information on who's stealing money out of the safe, call this number." And right above that sign, they had this employee's picture. They didn't say he was the one that stole it, but because they put his picture right above that sign, that he was able to recover because he was put in a false light. So, and then we have the defamation for the T-shirts, which I still think goes for section 33444, the unlawful use of images. So what I'm saying here is that based on what I'm reading here, this is not just a joke lawsuit. This is 50-50. And when you're talking defamation, you're talking about 50-50, and you add the California element and you add the minor element. This is something that people are going to have to pay to figure out what's going on here. So I don't think this is a laugher. And I understand people talk about First Amendment rights, but when you're talking about kids, especially kids who are private citizens, and his wife, who's also a private citizen, that's going to make it extremely, extremely more likely that they can recover something based on this. And if they get one of the defamations, they're likely going to get the IIED. And I think the civil code for the unauthorized use is a game changer. That's
Hey, Nate, let me ask you something.
I would argue that they both have social media presence that makes them
Hold
a
on,
public
Trey.
figure.
Not Trey. Blackish. Hold on for a second.
Do you see their social? God damn.
He keep bringing up their social media like he's seen it, but House of Hypocrites.
Post their social media in the back since you are so certain that it exists.
Right.
Because I know what math is, and 99% of people that live in the suburbs,
you do know
their wives have.
Scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga.
That brother's floating in the air. How could his hands do this? Oh, someone get him out the air.
I knew it was going to happen eventually. Shout out to Kay for sending $20 to get Blackish up out of here. Blackish, you can come back in 15 minutes.
I'm sorry, that shit was hilarious.
It happens all the damn time. The bounties is on. If y'all want to get somebody up out of there, y'all know to hit the cash out is $SELLYOULIGHT. Also, make sure y'all support the show. Greatly appreciate it. Let's move on. House of Hypocrites, you had a question?
Yeah, this was for Nate because the t-shirt thing. Now, the t-shirt thing I said is weak as well because unlike Will said Corey
I was putting 20 on 10. He said lame.
Okay, look. Will said Corey held up the shirt and said, "Hey, this is your family." He never said that. In that particular show, since we was following the fallout, we knew who he was inferring to. So even if he didn't say their name, even if we inferred as an audience that that's his family on the shirt, I made an example and said, well, those could be his two side bitches on that shirt because he didn't mention their names in the entire show. So can he be sued for the particular shirt with that in that cause and claim because because we as an audience inferred that that's his family? Because when he held it up, he said, "Hey, Lane, this is dedicated to you." He didn't say this is dedicated to Anton Daniels. He didn't say it was dedicated to the family. But as an audience, since we following the beef, we understand what he meant. So can he get any damages or be at fault for that particular moment?
Nate, you're on mute if you're talking.
Will, do you have a picture of the shirt? I think we probably don't want to do that. Never mind.
I think there are, but there are two claims involved in the shirt, right? The Civil Code 3344, and that's the one for the unauthorized use of likeness. I think you got them dead to rights. If they're on the shirt, they didn't approve it. It's a minor and the wife. You're essentially done at that particular point in time, right? Because that's black letter law. So I think that claim may survive.
The image is altered?
You'd have to make that argument, but I'm saying that's a factual argument. Right now we're just talking about getting through the pleadings, right? So in other words, there's a shirt. These shirts are identifiable. You know those people are his daughter and his wife, and they're saying we didn't let him use our likeness for that, and that's what they're litigating. So I think that is a stronger claim. May not be a gimme, but that's a stronger claim.
Does that look like his wife and daughter though?
That doesn't matter.
It has to matter.
It does.
No,
if they're saying he used that,
well, you know what?
It 1000% matter, bro.
But the way the court is going to look at this is it's not whether I would know it, but would a reasonable person look at that shirt and think that that's his wife and his daughter? Would a reasonable person?
Nate, would the text matter? That's really what I wanted to bring up, not the actual imagery, but the text. Hey, leave my family out of this. Would that imply that the two ladies on the shirt that are depicted as apes, would that imply that those are the gentleman's family?
To be honest with you, now that I'm seeing the shirt, I'll give you my opinion. My opinion, but not, again, this is not me saying this is actually absolutely going to happen. This is my opinion. This is going to be a hell of a case to get through defamation and maybe even get through the unauthorized use, because I thought it was just a picture of the daughter and the wife. I didn't know these were representations of them looking like. So this triggers so many First Amendment issues. We're talking about it's not really them, and then it's a reasonable person who doesn't know, because remember, the jury is going to be a reasonable people who don't know any of this, and they're going to say, look at this shirt. Does this look like his wife and daughter? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. And if a reasonable person, again, you guys are in it, they're going to say if a reasonable person not knowing this, and that judge is going to be a reasonable person, and is going to look at this and say, could you look at these people and know who the real people were behind it, right? And I just don't think. I think that's just going to be very, very hard to overcome in just this particular issue. If it was a picture of their clear faces and stuff like that, that's different. But here, it's going to be tough. It's very tough.
And to add to that, if say he had their names on it, like if that said Leslie's and Shareta, they'll have a stronger case. But you can't go put your name on the particular shirt when it's not on it. That's why I said we understand as an audience what it's for. But
boy, your mic is going out, House.
Your mic went out, House.
Your mic went out right at that last part.
But I totally agree with. I totally agree with.
But here's the issue. Here's the issue, right? You're saying, okay, well, it's a picture of monkeys, so that's not them, right? You're leaving out the context of the entire conversation that was being had before. You're leaving out the context of the entire conversation that was being had before he presented the shirt. The picture in the middle is obviously Anton.
Mm-hmm.
He's holding up and he's saying, leave my family out of it. Now, the other night, there was a situation where Corey accused Poetic Flacco of being a grapist, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Poetic Flacco said that he didn't, you if you said my name, trust and believe I would be suing. Lead attorney said that he still has a case because a reasonable person can determine that he was talking about Poetic Flacco.
I know Lead and
a reasonable. We
hold on, House, because he was asking Nate. Go ahead.
He was
Nate.
asking who?
He was asking Nate.
Well, I would say there's and this may be it with defamation sometimes. There's the logical leap, right? If it's on its face defamatory, and that's what we're talking about. When you look at that shirt, on its face, is it defamatory? Now, to determine that, you got to know, as a reasonable person who doesn't this is without the full context, looking at it, who is on that? Who is on that? I don't know any of those people. Corey, I can see, but the rest of those people, I wouldn't know, right?
What?
Hold on, E Black.
Without the full context that was just given. So now you're giving me full context. You're on a show. You're talking about all this stuff. Now, with that context, is it possible for me to identify that is his wife and daughter, even if he does say that and they're dressed up as monkeys? Again, there may be a claim there in California because, just like someone else earlier said, California is very liberal with this. But again, I'm just saying, under First Amendment core principles, it's going to be extremely, extremely hard to get this work of parody that is not directly looked like these people through a First Amendment analysis, because parody is highly protected. It's where the president's children are put in these cartoons. All the politicians are made in these cartoons. Matter of fact, there are so many cases where they do this type of stuff, even with the children of politicians, and they still can't recover. So I'm not saying this is impossible, but I'm saying it's very, very unlikely based on the facts that you guys have presented. Even if he said, these are his kids, blah, 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 blah. Yes. But the judge is going to say on its face, with a reasonable person, look at this and believe so. And then when you even add the context, is it defamatory? And even in this room, it seems like you guys even have an issue with it even being defamatory. Some of you saying it is, but some of you saying it's clearly a joke. And I do want to ask you guys, as a threshold issue, everybody on this panel, does anybody believe that the person who presented this shirt on the show, was that person spitting facts? Was he making factual claims? Is it an opinion show? Is it show like, am I watching a comedian or am I watching a news show? If I'm watching a news show, we got defamation. If I'm watching a comedian talk trash, talk shit, then I don't really got nothing. Because the context of the show is an opinion.
Okay. We're gonna go around the room. Angry Man, you want to answer that question?
Look, I'm not gonna argue with the lawyer because he has the expertise. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not gonna do that. If he's saying, to me, from everything that Nate is saying, what it sounded like to me, it sounded like one, in order to win this case, you would have to have one hell of a lawyer, and you would also have to have the sympathy of the judge or the jury, whichever one it's going to be. That's if the case even makes it past the initial strike down.
Yeah,
that's what I'm taking from it.
Yeah, this like when I was moderating, and this is where I learned years ago about anti-slap, because I didn't know what the hell it meant. Everybody kept saying, "Oh, this is anti-slap." I'm like, "What the fuck is that?" And finally, when I looked it up, I said, "Oh yeah." So I am in agreement that the only thing that's really going to stick, and I said this last night, E-Black, so don't you dare try to deny it. The other claims are going to be hard to prove, but that last one, that 7th clause, the one, what is it called again? No, the 6th clause, the violation of California Civil Code. Yeah, Corey, he cooked on that one. But anyway, I'm gonna move on. Ahmed, because
but if you notice, before E-Black tries to gloat, if you notice, E-Black, every time I spoke on this, I said, if this makes it past the initial getting thrown out.
Yeah, he about to. All right, Ahmed, go ahead. Do you think that, well, would you consider Corey to be news or comedian?
Watching the interactions from the very beginning, from Anton being there up until the point where he presented the pictures in the shirt, nothing about that was comedy. For me, he was on there like he was stating facts, like he knew, you know what I'm saying, what was what and who was who. Gotcha. He didn't present any of that in a comedic fashion.
Gotcha. All right, Trey, news or comedy?
It was a comedian doing crowd work.
Okay. E-Black?
I think obviously these were comedians or a situation in which two podcasters were having a back and forth, and any reasonable person could say, you know what, whatever they say after this, we believe them or we don't believe them based on what we like. So
y'all see how he didn't answer the question, right?
No, I answered the question. I just thought
you didn't. I said, was it news or was it comedy?
I literally said that both of these podcasters are going back and forth, and I don't think anybody knows.
Does anybody want to tell him? Does anybody want to tell him that he's not? Okay, so I'm gonna do it like short.
I'll tell him. Hold on. E-Black. Here's the thing, bro. What he just gave you was multiple choice, and when you didn't answer between the two choices, he's asking you to answer between the two choices.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do this the court way. Asked and unanswered. Could you please answer the question, sir?
Yeah, it's all jokes, man.
Okay, so you said that this is that Corey Holcomb's a comedian, not a newscaster.
Now you asking me more. That's why I contextualized in the beginning.
Same framework.
Wait. At first it was yes or no. Now I'm contextualizing.
Okay, cool. All right, I will move on. Thank you, Grover. What's going on, G?
What's up, man? It's called the 5150 show.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think context matters. I don't think anybody should be going to the 5150 show me as a reasonable person for news. So if you're just asking me the question, do I think the context is in a comedian or a news show? I'd say it's a comedy show.
Gotcha.
I'm just being honest, right? You know, I'm not, like I said, I don't have a dog in the fight, but I got to be real. It's called the 5150 show.
You could be on the jury.
Could be. If you're in California.
Too.
I'm just going to let you guys know they're never letting me on a jury in California. I just want y'all to understand. I got all types of opinions. They don't want to hear from my black ass. I hate everybody.
Everybody equally on an individual basis. We're best friends.
Yes, I hate everybody. I hate everybody. My wife ain't from here. Everybody thinks I'm crazy. My mom is Creole and got green eyes and talk and spit fire. People don't want to fuck with me.
Less.
My opinions are crazy.
Really quick. Hey, Nate, you there for a second?
Yes, I'm right here.
Nate, you from New York, right?
Yes.
God damn it.
Hey, man.
Goddamn New York.
Cut that out, bro. Stop that.
Baby, Nate from New York, too. Shit. It's like the 19th person. All right, so Nightish, when you see Corey Holcomb's show, do you see him as a comedian or as a newscaster?
Why you change it? As far as this Anton stuff, he hasn't been funny since January 13th.
Man, answer the damn question. See, y'all be doing this bullshit.
News. Thank you. All right, and last, House of Hypocrites, because I have a very important question I have to ask next. The House of Hypocrites, news or comedy?
Man, you know this nigga a comedian. It's gonna always be comedic. It's comedy, bro. He was roasting.
Got you. All right, cool. So now my question. This is the very important question.
Hey, before you ask that question, E Black, you need to get the other hat too. You need to get the other one too, the one that says the open season on 13-year-olds in Iceland.
Because you do understand that's what Corey said, and it's on tape.
Get that one.
You don't think that's going to be played in court?
When he talking about black women, so why y'all ride with that like it's gospel?
Was Corey a comedian when he said that he went to Iceland to have relations with a 13-year-old? Was that a joke as well?
Hold on, my microphone.
Don't take your time.
Argue the bad taste joke.
Hey, that man did not say he went there to do that with them kids, bro.
You sure? Have you seen the compilation?
I seen it.
Oh, okay, cool.
No, he made a joke, but he didn't say this was what I was doing, bro. Yeah, he didn't say that.
Okay, cool.
No. House of Hypocrites. Hold on, House of Hypocrites. Did he expressly say it? Absolutely not.
Did he infer it?
But this is what he said verbatim. He said in Iceland, you could be 13 years old. He said the only thing I didn't like is you can't give them cash or gifts after you done with them.
Exactly.
And then the dude asked him, he said, so are you saying you took advantage of the laws in Iceland? He said, all I'm gonna say is I had a good time in Iceland. That's what he said.
Now,
don't turn your head around now, E Black. Pull that damn 5151 back, that 5150 back up there. This man inferred having a good time in Iceland after he just talked about 13-year-olds and I had to give them gifts. So is he still comedy?
It's all satire.
As the viewer, you can interpret it as that. If you want to believe that particular man is going to do that, then that's on you. I say your feelings is valid. But if you looking at it in a distasteful, dark humor, comedic expression, then you say, okay, that man was just joking. Yeah, it's distasteful, but then he just joking. You can look at it however you want to look at it, bro.
That's true. Can I interject?
But you can't tell me a comedian making dark jokes that all his jokes have to be something that he's living in actuality. Yeah. Like, oh, if you said it, it must be true.
Yes,
if you want to look at it like that, look at it like
that. There's a long history of comedians saying crazy shit.
Louis C.K.
I mean,
Dave Chappelle, Eddie Murphy,
Patrice O'Neal,
and most of those comedians, and most of those comedians, because I'm definitely a fan of comedy. Most of those comedians, the stuff they joked about are things they were involved in.
So listen,
I don't know. I just did it. I just
hold on.
The only comedian that was actually been found liable in these things was the Russell Brand dude, and that's recent.
That's not true because
actually Lenny Bruce was found liable for freedom of speech. Lenny Bruce was the comedian who put freedom of speech on a map for the United States. He was also credited as the first stand-up comedian or close to the first stand-up comedian.
Yeah,
but I just want to say this: we can't. And I really want to say this firmly. I don't agree with putting anybody's child up. Just me personally, Angry Man could be, this motherfucker can roast. Angry Man could be kicking my ass. I'm not going to say nothing about his kid. It's just the way I am, right? That doesn't mean my morality goes to anybody else.
Correct.
It also doesn't mean that the state of California is not there to say, hey, that's too far, and I don't give a fuck if you're a comedian. I don't care. That's all I'm saying. And so I find it disingenuous to like hang on every word this comedian says because we don't like him, but then give another comedian a pass because it's okay. So when Charlemagne the God and Andrew Schultz sit up there and say a whole bunch of gay stuff to each other, nobody's really thinking they're gay because they're married, right?
But no, I think they are gay.
Oh, well, my bad. I don't think they're gay because they're married. I'm just saying. Corey Holcomb says something and we turn around and say it. So I'm just gonna say I just keep it even both ways. I just keep it even both ways. I believe that he's a comedian, and I'm not going to take everything he says to heart. Now, just because he's a comedian, when he's saying something doesn't mean that he's immune if he breaks the law as a comedian. And so that's the only thing I said. when I was doing research, I said, oh, there's a law, there's a liability here. And I actually with somebody who Nate knows, I actually spoke to them about it and said, hey, what do you think about this? Because before I jump off the ground, I just go out there. I just at least try to get a second opinion to my opinion. But that's the only thing I'm saying. But I find it disingenuous that if we're going to hang on everything this man says because we don't like him, but let this man go. Because honestly, if you really believe, and somebody who's a poli-sci major in college, if you really believe the history of the Constitution, when somebody said I'm leading the ass to Washington, which is the beginning of satire, which was one of the first free speech cases, you're allowed to say that. You're allowed to talk shit to people. California put some stops on it for minors, and that's what I think the situation is. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, because guess what? I'm not going to court. I don't have to buy a lawyer. I'm just a person with a fucking opinion like everybody else. And so with that being said, I gotta get my ass out of here because I'm behind on my production schedule. I appreciate everybody.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Unless somebody wants to tell me that I'm an ass or something, then I'll sit here and take it. But if
well, I'm not gonna boot you off like E Black did last night. You know how you did, dog.
You know that was kind of rude, E Black. That's why I was laughing when you was getting.
Hey, wait, hold on. Was your feelings hurt? Did you feel some type of way? Because you could sue.
Actually, I went straight to work. I had some shit to do anyways. I stayed up. I was kind of happy.
Don't do that.
Have you or a loved one ever been offended by E Black?
E Black, I'm waiting for you to say something about the kids so I can get that money out your shit. I need some new tires. I mean,
I know that's right.
Give me some of that skin color from the tires. I put some tread on it. Y'all later, man. Love you.
Damn, take it easy, man.
And by the way, there's a lot of content creators up here that I really have some respect for. Like,
I try to be as connected as possible.
House of Hypocrites, Angry Man. First of all, you're kind of like the godfather of some of this shit. So,
wait, no, Grover, you can't say that. You can't say that because the moment you say that, they gonna be upset. They gonna be on your ass.
No, this is what I mean. I didn't
say Kevin Samuels with a godfather of space.
No. Just please hear me out.
Wait, hold on, Grover, watch this.
About a lot of anybody was really talking like that.
No. If you be nice to
I apologize.
No. You haven't offended me, but if you be nice to Angry Man and actually give him flowers and give him like salutes and like handshakes and what ups, people be mad because they don't like the Angry Man. They said that he hates black women.
Don't like me. House of Hypocrites. I've been watching these documentaries you've been doing. I'm fucking jealous, and I make good videos, dude. I make good videos, and I'm jealous. I'm just telling you.
Hey, I wish I had your work at the dog. I said, damn, Dr. Wizard Kelly that came out of retirement, bro. I ain't never seen
him. Can I?
Yeah, House do 6 a day, and I edit everything myself, me and my partner. But we do 6 a day if we work.
Yeah, House is a problem, bro. I actually clicked on one of his joints. And I was like, wait a minute, am I watching the damn History Channel or something?
Bro, it be all epic and shit. It got music.
He got montages and shit.
Yeah.
He got heartbeats.
This nigga got a director of photography.
He got heartbeats and
fade out. Nah, wait, hold on. Can I be extremely? I
went to school for this shit though, but I never finished, bro, because I always kept switching.
Well, take your black ass back to school. What the hell are you doing?
Nah, we don't. You ain't got to go back to school.
Let me say this right quick. Y'all know who I really hate on? I'm gonna tell you who I hate on. Any content creator who uploads a video within the first hour, they got 7,000 views. Yeah, I'm talking shit about Nate the Lawyer. Nate the Lawyer and Asmund Gold. Nate the Lawyer just put up a video today, and I checked back in an hour, and that shit says 7,000 views. And I was like, how in the hell?
We don't know. That shit is number 6 out of 10 on his. He's disappointed in that shit.
Yeah, for real.
Hey, listen, I really appreciate you, bro. I just, by the way, this is my damn 3rd panel in 2 years now, so y'all ain't gonna see me.
We do this every weekend.
Nah, not me, man. Not me.
Okay, no problem.
I can't take all this income in, man. Y'all too volatile. I'm old, shit. But hey, respect you guys at E Black. I'll catch your ass later, man. Y'all take care. And everybody, thank you for letting me state my opinion. I appreciate you.
No problem. Nate, you still there?
I'm still here. I have like 5 AI, so I put it in 5 AIs, and they're saying the same things about the lawsuit.
Yeah,
the issues are the same exact thing. He's going to say it's this is ChatGPT, rhetorical hyperbole and insult comedy. Mm-hmm. The context in which it's being said matters. And for each claim, parody and caricature. The defendant's images were not their own; they were transformative, and parody and caricature is commonly associated with not being defamatory. Yeah, so all of the weaknesses. I asked him what the weaknesses of his words, and it just mentioned that. And again, it's asking the same question: would a reasonable person who's watching this particular content believe it's of a factual nature, or is it someone who is and it makes sense, right? If you're at a comedy show and somebody says outrageous stuff and they're an outrage comic, you're not going to take it seriously. No reasonable person. And again, and a lot of times we like to individualize this, like what I think because I watch these people. How would I think? How would his audience think? But that's not what defamation. It's about what a reasonable person who doesn't know these people, because that's the jury. Would they believe it's defamatory? And
Nate, I got to hold on, E-Black. Nate, I got a question. It's a real quick question, E-Black. Nate, I got a question for you. Do cases like this set precedents?
It could. But again, the issue here is that there are. The way I like to explain it, I used to teach this in law school. So the way I like to explain it is that there are two levels when you're talking about defamation, and the first level isn't the state law, because you'll hear a lot of people talk about state law. It's the Constitution, because we have the freedom of speech. So you have to overcome that. So right now, if the person who's making the claims is protected. So now you have to go to a point where you have to convince now the court that these are not protected, and the reasons why they're not protected. And from what everyone said right now, when the question was asked, was he a comedian, was he a newscaster? That difference is so important, because if we go out to a comedy show and we pay $50 to watch somebody insult people, that's fully protected. If you're watching a comedy show on Tubi, that's fully protected. And if you're telling me that all his shows are essentially him making comedy, not to say he can't be defended, because the way you would generally have to catch a comedian in a defamation lawsuit is you would have to send them a letter previously, like I forget the name of it.
Cease and desist.
A cease and desist. And you would have to outline exactly why what they're saying is false, and that would put them on notice. And then if they say it again, you can hit them again. Dominion famously did this with Tucker Carlson and Fox News. Correct. That's why they won the $700 million.
Actually,
I'm not sure if that happened here.
Actually, you're all incorrect. It's called a cease and assist letter.
Oh, geez.
It's cease and desist.
Based on Corey Holcomb, it's a cease and assist letter.
Hey, it was a play on words, dog.
Absolutely.
So Nate, one of the things that I've always been harping on is,
hey, I know one thing. I didn't got Nate to come to the damn show, so y'all better be supporting the show. I got Angry Man up here. I got Nate up here. I got House of Hypocrites up here. I got Omni up here. E-Black, Almond, Nighters. Y'all better support the damn show. I didn't see Nate pull up to y'all shit. I don't see Angry Man pull up to y'all shit. Make sure y'all support the show.
So Nate,
I'm gonna talk my shit.
Yeah, go
that
ahead.
includes you too, E-Black. You better be supporting the show.
So Nate, I've been harping on like the Drake UMG case, and
here we go.
Oh my God.
Okay. Nate, are you following me, Nate?
Yes, I'm following you.
Okay. It's the clinical.
Did you even ask him if he's familiar with the case?
Are you familiar with the case?
Yes, I'm familiar with the Drake case.
Okay, so they break down dozens of reasons why any person reasonable watching the case, watching the situation, can assert that these people were not like serious. They're like, if one person said, hey, you're a PDF file, the next person says, hey, you beat your old lady. Anybody reasonable watching this environment can deduce that this is not real or anything is not fact. And I believe, once again, that Anton, he went on Yuck Mouth's podcast that same night. He went on his podcast that same night. He went on another podcast the next night. And I think he created the environment where any reasonable person believes that on that Tuesday, Corey's going to say something. And I believe it's the same scenario. I really believe that, like, this has been done before. And I just want you to kind of speak to that, if I'm like off base or if I'm just like not knowing what I'm talking about.
No, I think I understand your point. You're saying he's not only saying it on the show, he's going to these other places and continuing to say the same thing, right? But my response to it, I'm thinking Corey's team's response is going to be, well, yeah, when I was on that other show, was I playing the character of Corey Holcomb, the comedian, or was I Corey Holcomb? You know, what would a reasonable
Anton
person
was going
think?
on other shows.
Oh, I'm sorry, Anton. This is the one that's making the defamatory claims, right? Am I mixing it up?
No.
Yeah.
No.
No.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So here's how it worked. Anton and Corey got into it on January 13th because E-Black just tried to disingenuously and misinform you. So Anton and Corey got into it on January 13th. Corey only goes live on Tuesdays, if I'm mistaken. It's either Tuesday or Thursday.
Yeah, it's only Tuesday.
Tuesday. So he only go live once a week. They got into it. It was like 11 o'clock at night. After they got into it, Anton went to his show called Room 9. And over there on that show, that's where he started his shit talk. And for the next week, he was going from show to show to show, talking shit. Yeah, I beat his ass. His hands were shaking. Well, I could beat his ass. His hands were shaking. He wasn't ready. All this, that, and the other. That Tuesday, people was like, I wonder what Corey gonna say. Tuesday comes up, and the first thing he talks about is, he was talking shit about him. Then he put up a picture of his daughter, the actual picture of his daughter.
Yeah,
that's where he made the statement. Oh, this bitch look like she like a lesbian. She got to pay for pussy, and she ugly, and all this, that, and the other. Then the picture of the video of his wife came up, and then he was talking shit about her, and then he showed her picture. He showed the daughter's picture again.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was like the week later. That's when he came out with the shirt.
Yeah.
I got that. Wait, so
Yeah,
I'm
I
not.
believe so.
So E-Black, am I missing something?
I thought he came out with the shirt the same day.
No, it was the next.
No, it was the next
No, it was the next week.
Okay.
Right. So that's what he was referring to, Nate. That 1 week after they first got into it on January 13th of this year, that's when Anton went on multiple shows and was like, yeah, he was talking shit, just parading.
But the context is that the judges and the UMG and Drake said, hey, you're engaged in a war of words. So the conduct of my argument is the conduct for Anton.
You're doing this again.
The conduct of Anton is actually detrimental to the case because it's not. It really muddies the water. The audience is basically watching entertainment at that time.
What you're arguing is that
you arguing rap beef with no.
Hold on.
Two people.
I'm arguing defamation.
It was
just to add
defamatory
context
stuff.
to it all. Another thing y'all don't know is Anton did speak about the relationship Corey Holcomb had with his children. So
after he went on the
that's
show?
a real reason why he came on that show the next week and started talking about his family.
Shout out to Falsehead Media with $50. Appreciate it. Hey, y'all, let me read these signatures. I had to read.
That's crazy.
I had to read. Give me a second, y'all.
Deep in the water now.
We deep in the water. By the way, the link is pinned. I don't know what stream you're watching on. For those that's restreaming, please repin the link. Give me a second, y'all. I have to refresh my StreamYard because I did not see none of these super chats, but I did see this one pop up. So shout out to Falsehead Media with the $50 Super Ball. He says, informative panel. Shout out to all of y'all. I will be right back. Y'all continue the conversation. Let me refresh.
Hey, Sel, you know who Falsehead Media is, though?
Yes, I do. I know who Falsehead Media is.
He is definitely a Corey Holcomb supporter.
Yeah, he's more than welcome to come up if he wants to.
And defender.
He's more than welcome to come up if he wants to.
Like you got a goddamn line up today, boy.
House of Hypocrites. I tell people all the time. I don't tell people that I'm connected. All you gotta do is just witness it. I'm connected to a lot of people. I just don't tell nobody nothing. But let me refresh right quick. I'll be right back, y'all.
Hey, can I do this while Sel does that? I want to apologize to House of Hypocrite for saying his ceilings was low. It was no beef, brother. I just, I was a little tipsy that night. But shout out to you.
Yo, you know that your ass wood tipsy because I was in the garage. You got a low.
No, forget that. What we need to do is we need to give House props for being one of the few YouTubers smart enough to get a sign. Shout out to House for getting a sign in the back, bro.
Yeah. Shout out to the House of Hypocrites light up. And the ceilings look higher.
Where's your sign at, E-Black?
E-Black ain't got a sign.
Why are you hating over there?
Well, you know what your sign should be.
Just turn your Beijing that you ran out of red Kool-Aid.
Hey, I tell you what, E-Black, I'm gonna do you a favor. I'm gonna do you a favor and I'm gonna buy you a sign. It's gonna say darkness, everybody.
All right, let me read these super chats right quick.
I'm gonna buy you some red.
Hold on. Let me read the super chats right quick. Shout out to Bad Duck with $5. He says, "Why do black people have nice cars but not nice houses? They haven't learned how to steal houses yet." Oh my God. Shout out to Bad Duck again with $5. He says, "What do black people and watermelons have in common? The greatest natural predator is black people." God damn it. Shout out to Brain with $5.
If we ever meet.
All right. I'm beating your whole ass. All right. Shout out to Brain with $5. He says, "I am an Anton fan, but the court and possibly see." Hold on. I am an Anton fan, but will the court and possibly jury see Anton as trying to bait Corey into a fight? And would that be taken into account by the judge? That's a good question. We may get to that.
Hey, can I say something to Bad Duck?
Sure.
Hey, Bad Duck, you know why white people don't steal anything?
Uh-oh.
Because they own the patent office.
That's actually pretty funny. Shout out to Bad Duck with $2. He said, "I supported the show and you ignored him. My bad. I apologize." Shout out to Money Boy Trey with $5. He says, "Paying ties. Appreciate you." And again, shout out to my man's Fawcett Media. Greatly appreciate you for the $50 super chat and being a sponsor of the show. Greatly appreciate it. Nate, you got something that you presenting to us?
Yeah, this is from the Afro Man lawsuit, and I want to ask everyone. Here's what was actually posted. This was posted and it was said, but I want people to listen to it and tell me if they believe this is defamatory or not.
Hold on, is this the same case Sel said that we shouldn't pay attention to because it's different?
Okay. Oh my God!
Well, no, but I'm just asking you just for this particular part. Listen to what was said and the context in which it was said, and tell me if you think it was defamatory.
Wait, before you push play,
Afro Man.
Wait.
Till I got high, man.
Yes. Before you push play, thank you to Murray. Thank you for the $10 on the Cash App. Greatly appreciate you. And thank you for Malcolm D for the $5 Cash App. Greatly appreciate you, big homie. All right,
and just for the record, that case was hilarious.
Yes, it was. Funny as hell. All right, go ahead.
He got like a whole album.
Published it all over the internet in various posts. He found a photo of Detective Newland from a Shop with a Cop event that Mr. Newland attended with little kids, disadvantaged kids, kids in the community, shop with a cop, get them to know law enforcement. Mr. Foreman found a photo of Brian Newland holding one of these children that he worked with. And am I reading the date right? September 2nd, 2023?
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask you to read it, but I will read part of it just to make sure it's in the record and that people are clear on what it said. "This is the uneducated can't count pedophile police officer that stole my money. His name is baby-making Brian, child molesting, newborn baby mama, newborn Newland, Detective Brian Newland. I have a song coming out about him. The chorus goes like this. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Brian Newland is a flag. He used to play with little toys. Now he plays with little boys. Watch your little boys around Brian Newland. He's very bold. He will fondle little boys' testicles and butt cheeks right in front of you in broad daylight. This is a public service announcement. Stay safe."
Defamatory or not?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
But you know why it was found not to be defamatory? Because Afro Man is a comedian.
Is a
and
rapper.
the jury said no reasonable person would believe that cop was a pedophile because Afro Man said it.
I believe he's
okay. So this is what I want to ask because it seems
hard.
Like
it's hard.
This is what I want to ask. This is
pause. Serious pause on that. You can't say it's hard after that.
This is crazy, y'all. Crazy.
Hey, bro, he said it's hard. I mean,
it's difficult to win a defamation.
Go to commercial.
Go to commercial. Yeah, let me throw up a commercial right quick.
All serious and shit.
Right. Let me throw up a commercial. Right quick.
Can you hear me? Is this thing on?
Yeah, it's on, but let me just throw up a commercial. Shout out to my wife for reaching over 30,000.
Watch your mouth. Don't say some fly to me and you can't handle what you dish out. I have yet to mature to the point where I can allow you just to talk
since I ended the video early, you know, all y'all got to come off mute manually. But do I say defamation? Hell yeah. You saying some shit like that about me? You just defamed the shit out of me. Comedian or not, I'm gonna try to sue. I might waste money, but goddamn it, I want discovery. I want all that shit.
But this is what I want to ask Nate, right? Okay, so if I just decide to become a comedian tomorrow, I could just say whatever I want, is what we're establishing.
No,
pretty much.
You can say whatever you want in certain context. And the context of a show, and a context of people believing, because there are times you are in character and times you are not in character, right? There are times you are performing and times you are not performing. And sometimes it's muddy. But I would say if Afro Man, for instance, was giving an interview with a news organization and said something like that, that's different context than him being Afro Man on the internet and making fun of the cops, right? Because he's a comedic figure. So that's why I said context matters, really matters in these particular cases.
Nah, I got you. One second, I gotta follow up. One second. Okay.
Hey,
so
man,
I noticed on that particular post, right? On that particular post.
Damn it,
it wasn't a page that said Afro Man. It was a page that used his legal name. So how were they able to argue that he was in character and that wasn't something personal?
Well, even though the post had his name on it, it was Afro Man, and it was Afro, and people knew that account as Afro Man's account. So, like, for instance, my account wasn't Nate. Hasn't always been Nate the Lawyer. It was something else. It was Nate Brody, spelled differently. But people knew I was Nate the Lawyer, but YouTube was able to change it. So, what I played that to show you how hard it is to win a defamation suit, even when something like that, I would say that was defamatory. It's crazy, but the jury, and it passed motions, but the jury said that no reasonable person would believe that Afro Man saying this guy was true. No reasonable person. And I'm saying we're not.
He told him he was a rapper. He got away from saying he was a rapper, not a comedian.
So because it's Afro Man, he has this character, and people just don't take it serious. The general public doesn't take that persona seriously. That's the reason why it's not defamation.
You have to believe it's true. People have to believe it's true. Like, say if I said that about that cop, people would more likely believe it's true because they say, "Oh, Nate looks at the facts." If Nate says it, it's more likely we believe it's true because I'm not doing a comedic thing. But Afro Man, and think about it. But he says his song
all the time,
I got high, right? So, matter of fact, the crazier things he says, the more in this case, it was even argued because it was so crazy, because it was so extreme, it makes it less likely that a reasonable person would believe it to be true, right?
Okay.
The more
so talk crazy all the time, and you'll get away with it. I got you.
The crazier you talk, but again, there's limitations to that. But in this case, it worked for him. The crazier you talk, the less likely people were to believe it.
Okay, so I wish E Black hadn't left because
he's still back here. My bad.
So there was something very important in that video we just watched. He posted a picture of a police officer holding a child. What did you notice about that child, E Black?
Face was covered.
The face was covered.
The face was covered. So there's a couple of things. That case was in the state of Ohio.
Correct.
This case is in the state of California.
Yeah.
Would Afro Man have gotten the same result if it was the cops' children he was defaming and posting their photos with nothing over their face?
That's a different. Now we're talking about.
There we go. Now we're in the ballpark.
I think the court covered the face.
No.
And that's why, wait, and that's why, and this is me defending Will to E Black. That's why Will said the case was different. Okay, that's why he said it was different because this case and everything that Nate said, I believe him when he says it's going to be a difficult case, right? I don't believe E Black saying it's going to be a difficult case because you ain't no lawyer, but I'm just telling the truth. I'm gonna take the expert's opinion over a layman's opinion. You feel what I'm saying? But here's the thing, right? The case is different, and even though it's a hard-fought case, there are some differences that make the circumstances different. This is what we were trying to explain to you, E Black.
So this is why I said this. Wait, this is why I said this. Black is just back too. This is why I said this, right?
I thought you're supposed to be a moderator and not a part of the.
I'm trying to keep it going. That way we won't get deadened into this one point. Yeah. That's my job as the host. So we won't be deadened into this one point. I want to be able to move the conversation along. Thank you, sir, for reminding me of my job, motherfucker. Anywho, as I was saying, so E Black, that's why I was saying. Listen here. Nidus, I ain't cussed you out in a minute, bro. It will be today. I promise you it will be today.
I miss you. I miss you.
Light skinned Jesus, you back?
I miss you too. I don't know what it is with y'all light skinned dudes. And
to the other thing too, my bad. To Bad Duck. Talking about, hello, my white friend, bro. I need to have a conversation with you. I got to find out how I can cash in on my white blood.
For real.
Yeah.
Honestly. By the way, that's a good segue. Bad Duck with $2 says, Omni, you are the first one I'm hugging. And Bad Duck with $5 says, Angry Man, how are you tonight, my white brother? I appreciate
And why does that duck look gay?
Oh, Angry Man.
I have to just run because I got to pick up my daughter. She's called me to go pick her up from this party. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you guys for putting up with me for the past hour.
Thank you, Nate. Been watching you many years, bro. Appreciate it.
Nate, will you be doing? Nate, hold on, wait. Nate, will you be doing the video about this?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna break it down. I'll break it down and I'll put all the case sites and everything because I got to look at the California law because I do think the minor does color it, but I want to get all the facts before I put it out, and I'll break it down. So yeah, I'll put a video out. You should expect it next week. And matter of fact, I'll even reference parts of this live stream in it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And Nate, before you go, have I been cooking? Like this would be. Oh my God!
Hey, you still answering the meat stretch for you?
I've been cooking. Just tell me.
You have not been cooking, and you cook.
Only water, and you burnt it.
So just say it. Just say it. Say it. No. Say it. No, wait. Say it the correct way. You Black. Just ask him to meat stretch for you. Just ask him. Say, will you meat stretch for me? Just ask him.
Yo, he doesn't have to answer that. Look, Nate
he said he gotta go.
He gotta go pick up his daughter, man.
He gotta go pick up his daughter, man. Got you up out of there. You didn't get the answer you wanted, did you?
E Black been burning water.
Listen,
no. You have not been cooking. You are cooked.
Hey, shout out to Murray for the $10 for the on the Cash App side. Greatly appreciate you. Yeah, that was just filibustering until he got up out of there. I know. You'll be okay.
Hey, E Black. Just so you know, bro, I would destroy you in court, bro.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah. I would.
Oh my God. Can I say something really quickly? I think the biggest point that Nate made. The biggest point that Nate made was they have to get past the constitutional question first. And that was the whole point I was making the whole time. That's the whole point that E Black is on. And I think that's the point that the other side's missing out on. Just because someone's saying something that you don't like, and just because there's a nuanced law about it somewhere in, middle of California, doesn't mean that it's going to actually go anywhere. It doesn't mean that it actually,
Bro, go back to smoking.
It doesn't mean anything.
Hey, can you not put that on the screen, my brother?
It doesn't mean anything.
And pull your camera away a little bit.
Keep that off the camera.
Actually looking in your nostrils.
Keep that off the camera, please.
Yeah. Pull back a little bit because we're looking directly into your nostrils. We do not want to see your brain.
This is
and
the
we
reason.
don't want to see the evidence why you've been taking the L since you've been on this panel.
Yeah. So this is the reason why this is why I'm glad that Nate pulled it. Now I did send the invite and I did tag lead attorney. I don't know if lead attorney is listening. I have been on the panel with him before. Again, I'm more connected than a lot of y'all think. But when it comes down to it, when we talk about the precedent, because I can agree, and I said this last night on E Black Show, a lot of this might not pass, but that last one, that 3344, it might stay.
We need one.
And I agree with you on that.
Yeah, He said, I literally just came back to listen and heard E Black asking if he was cooking. I'm dead. Appreciate you, Grover. That bad duck with $2 more. He said, Anger Man, when you find out, let me know. And when you find out, let me know. Shit, I'm trying to find out if I got white blood too. Shout out to my man's Deucey MacGyver for coming a member. Greatly appreciate you, big homie, 2 times. So this is the reason I wanted to ask, right? Because I need y'all to understand just where this can go. And I, as an individual, as a man, I don't care how this goes. To be honest with you, I hope it goes in the route that is going to prove all of my talking points and my beliefs and my values true. That y'all are just about to become more degenerate. Because if it's going to be okay for Corey to say what he said about Anton's daughter, please don't complain when it's yours. Don't complain when it's your kids up there on the Summer Jam screen. Wait, hold on, time out, hold on. Wait, I want this to be well understood. If we are agreeing, that's a lot of ice cream that you just took, big homie. That's my ice cream. Oh, don't worry about it. You're gonna work it off. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. We have a whole backyard that you can go out. Go ahead. Go to your room. Go to your room. Go to your room. Go to your room. Nope. Go to your room. Go to your room. Go to your room. That's a big ass thing of ice cream that you just took. Don't worry about that. Ice cream expensive. Don't worry about it. I got me and your mama been $9 motherfucking tomatoes and some pumpkins in the backyard. Take your ass to your room. Good night. Bye. Gone. Rob,
I mean, yard work for Sunday.
You remember you said you wanted that tomato garden? She about to be picking that shit up tomorrow. You see that big ass bowl of ice cream she just took? Oh, let her eat the ice cream. Your ass gonna be out there with her. Nah, how about that? Anyway. Hey, you know when you talk shit to a New York woman, you gotta dodge a little bit.
That's a fact. Learn that the hard way. That's a fact.
But no, so the dangerous precedent that's being set here is that y'all are going to go off the rip. Corey got away with it. I could do it too. As long as I do it in comedic context, I'm gonna talk shit about kids.
That's exactly why I was getting at. So
it's not even comedic context, dude.
But the question is this: do y'all really want to open that Pandora's box?
No,
I promise they don't. They got to learn the hard way. They got to learn the hard way.
And I'm gonna step out for a second.
I believe they do. They do want to open that Pandora's box.
Until they actually happens to them, then they're gonna wish that bitch never opened.
No, you know what?
It's been open.
The box egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga.
Ooh, that brother's floating in the air. How could his hands do this? Oh, someone get him out the air.
Cracker, they got your ass again. See you back in 15, big homie. I tried to tell you, but we see you back in 15, Cracker. If you want, you can pay. You can pay.
Jesus, white Jesus just booted black Jesus.
Wait.
Hey, I was just about to step out for a smoke. If y'all want to bring it back, it's $20. You can bring yourself back, or somebody can bring you back. Other than that, holla at you, Crackers. We'll see you back in 15 minutes. That will be 7:30.
That's messed up because I wanted to ask him what's it like being a hippie in 2026.
You can ask him in 15 minutes. Let me go outside to smoke right quick. I'm gonna join from my phone.
Oh man.
But no, Anger Man, you was making a point about Pandora's box. Elaborate, please.
Yeah, y'all don't want to open that box because here's the thing. Corey's roasting and what he did is as messed up as it was, it pales in comparison to what other folks can do.
Oh yes, for sure.
So
that was light work.
There's a reason that you maintain a standard. And I'm sorry, the only way to enforce standards is with when it comes to niggas, the only way to enforce standards is with litigation.
But as far as like disrespectful jokes, they brought up Lenny Bruce, but I don't know if y'all remember when Patrice O'Neal went around in these news companies defending Opie and Anthony and Imus. Imus' joke was about nappy-headed hoes.
Yep.
Opie and Anthony joke was about a bum raping what's her name? Condoleezza Rice.
And they got canceled for it too.
For a short little minute.
The Imus never recovered from that.
This is true.
He came back after that.
He didn't recover from it though.
He didn't recover from it, but he came back. And Patrice was one of the biggest people that was. See, the thing about comedy and dark comedy itself, because the thing is, if you're trying to be funny. So the most recent thing they've been talking about lately is, because Drewski did the thing about Eric, whatever her name is, you had Jake Paul come out and say he wants to do blackface.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure when he does blackface, he's going to try to be as racist as he possibly can be. And we have a lot of people that's, saying, no, if you do blackface, that's racist, that's racist, that's racist. I think that Robert Downey Jr. did the best thing of blackface ever. That was from Tropical Thunder.
Well, see, that's kind of different, Nice, because I mean, dark humor is one thing. If it's in the course of what you're doing and you just start, going through your routine and it hits you and it come out, it's something completely different when you step on the stage or in this case, you turn the camera on because you're going for the sole purpose of going down this dark road. That's different. You know what I'm saying? I think that's kind of what differentiates, comedy from, you just fucked up.
Well, yeah. When I look at Drewski, I think he didn't do anything that was necessarily distasteful. He just did exactly what that woman did, right? But if you do blackface, this is where I look at it. Be as racist as you possibly. What you gonna say? Chicken and watermelon?
Okay, well, here's the thing, right? Because this is where I have an issue with the culture. There are certain things that are specific to us culturally, right? So from one position, we'll be like, oh, Drewski didn't do anything wrong because there's no cultural implication of him making fun of a white woman and doing whiteface. But culturally, Jake Paul shouldn't do that because, there's implications of it racially. So we understand that as far as our culture. We understand it's a no-no for us to find it acceptable for people to do blackface. But then we'll turn around and act like we don't understand the cultural context of a comedian joking about underage kids inappropriately. That's part of our culture too. We have a culture where we don't like it when you mess with kids like that. But we're gonna act like we're gonna suspend that for Corey Holcomb.
Well, if you look at it, Angry Man, we have a history. We don't like it, but we got a history of letting it go. That's why all these, we got all these uncles and mama boyfriends, the cousins, and all of that. And folks looking at them sideways at the cookout, but you still letting them come to the cookout.
Yeah,
and that's the implication. That's the implication that I've been speaking on ever since this happened. Is how culturally we claim that we have an issue with this. But we keep picking and choosing. We keep allowing people to violate when we shouldn't be allowing them to violate.
Jake Paul should do blackface. He should do it. I want to see it.
I think he should do it 100% and live whatever the outcomes of him doing blackface.
Let it ride.
Exactly.
Well,
so Jake Paul, please.
Before we go further, I just want to touch back on just one specific point right quick. E Black, do you not understand why I was saying that the Drake UMG lawsuit that has nothing to do with this because there was no children brought up or affected in that?
I think, and that was my point.
Here comes the rich.
No, that was my point altogether. You guys were saying that it had nothing to do. I was saying it absolutely had everything to do with the first 1 through 5, and then I agreed with you on number 6.
Right, but the thing is, right, this is how I'm looking at it, and I really do appreciate Nate coming up and giving his professional look at it, and also Grover coming up. But you know what, all of y'all, let me give a shout out to all of y'all on the panel for y'all coming up and y'all giving y'all 2 cents as well. The thing is, right, when I look at this particular case and specificity, this case is different from every other case because this is the first time that a child is coming to sue the person who they believe accosted them. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I think once again the premises is all still the same. The premise of defamation is all the same. So I understand where you're coming from, but you're neglecting the fact that the way that a judge is going to conclude on this case is going to still reach the same matters.
So E Black, you believe the judge is going to pretty much tell his daughter, well, although he brought your name up, hey, it is what it is. You just got to take it.
Because he was mad at your daddy. He talked about you, but
no,
it's
not because he's mad at your daddy. It's because your daddy engaged in a podcast beef, and you were.
Okay, well, Corey didn't care no more, and the beef was over. The next week, he could have talked about something else.
Wait, the beef was over. Hold on. This is what I'm saying. Y'all talk and y'all don't stop and think about what you're saying. The beef was over.
What I'm saying.
The fact that it's
literally wait. You said y'all talk and don't think about what you're saying. You literally just now said it's not because of your daddy, but it's because of your dad. That's what you just said.
I never said.
You did.
So I will ask this question again. The judge should tell his daughter, although your name was brought up, it is what it is. You just got to deal with that. Is that what you're agreeing to? Yes or no?
Yes.
Essentially, yes, because of the actions of his father.
So,
his father.
And I'm going to bring up my original point. When you talk about slavery, is it their fault that they were enslaved, or was it their parents' fault that they was enslaved?
Are we talking about a defamation case? Like
oh my God!
Y'all keep bringing up these scenarios, and they never add up to how historically defamation cases are judged. And
let me ask you a question. When you talk about hold on for a second. When he just brought up slavery, are you telling me slavery was not a legal matter?
Yes, it was.
I'm gonna let that sink in your head for just a second before I say anything else.
Is property tax a legal matter?
Oh my fucking!
God, like you guys,
slaves were property.
You guys,
yes.
No.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, they were.
You guys keep basically trying to fit in either criminal misdemeanors, criminal murder, criminal robbery, criminal this.
No. Everybody get out the way. So E-Black, because I know you keep hyper focusing on that. This is podcaster, so everything goes. That's what you've been doing since you've been on here, correct?
No, you know why?
Why?
Because when judges judge a case, they look at precedents. They look at previous court cases.
Better scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet, nigga.
Ooh, that brother's floating in the air. How could his hands do this? Oh, someone get him out the air.
The people have spoken.
E-Black.
The people have spoken.
Where is this case that is exactly like this that we supposed to be using for precedent? I need to know which one it is so I can look it up.
So, because what I'm trying to tell E-Black is him hyper focusing on this being podcasters and podcast beats is irrelevant. Because all she has to say is this: they can engage their podcast beats, leave me out.
Right.
That is very simple, and the judge gonna be like, yeah, they could have engaged in this beat without bringing you into it. So because he involuntarily did that, and also he didn't have consent from both parents to bring you in the beef, boom, there you go.
That's what I thought, Chris J, because to have her, she's not a public figure. To have her actual picture up there and do a whole show calling her. And listen, last Tuesday, he was talking about her again.
Huh?
Oh, sweet Jesus.
He made a song about her Tuesday.
Yeah.
Did he specifically mention her name or
yes?
Who made the song?
He's a bigger fool than I think. Jesus Christ.
And he hasn't took down none of the shows. He still hasn't show up with her.
She's an athlete, so I would argue she's a public figure.
There's no
Oh,
sweet Jesus.
She's not LeBron.
Hey,
listen,
you know what?
So
you saying every high school basketball player is a public figure because they play ball?
I'll go step further. Is every middle schooler or Little League person a public figure?
Yes.
So listen, Chris, you got to defend darkness because two darknesses is up here defending bullshit. E Black and I don't know what his name is, Trey. So yeah, the darknesses is somehow going along with babies being defamed. You don't want to protect the children.
I'm going to just.
I'm talking to Trey. Because he showed his pearly whites and it's up here somehow defending
I've
it.
said several times it's despicable. I said it's been done to me, but I can't tell somebody how to fight. Just because I won't personally do it or I think it's wrong doesn't mean he don't have the choice to do it. I can't say right because I ain't going
Listen, Trey, I would agree with you if this was Anton pressing the case. This is the actual daughter pressing the case and her mom.
I got a question. I got a question. I got a question. I got a question.
Can you prove it?
I got a
Can you
question.
prove it?
I got a question. I got a question.
Can you prove it wasn't?
I got a question. Because I keep
Actually,
hearing
I can.
But they don't have to prove it wasn't. You have to prove it was.
Hold on, y'all. There's a question on the floor. Hold on.
I got a question. Because just like you said earlier, somebody had a right to be despicable. Now you're saying you can't tell somebody how to fight.
I said it the whole time. I started the show off saying it.
And I keep hearing this. Especially amongst black people. You can't tell anybody how to fight. All's fair in love and war. Explain to me, other than the street, what type of fighting don't have rules to it?
Any fight, if you at a fight, you may be punching, somebody may bite you, somebody may kick you in the dick, somebody may grab you.
Said other than the street. He said other than the street.
I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again. Other than some niggas in the street, what fighting doesn't have rules?
A bar fight.
That's the
street.
Try to keep up with us, my brother.
Darknesses.
So all fights. So are you saying all fights are street fights?
Check this out. Check this out. Do y'all see now why our community is the way it is?
Yep.
Do you see it now? Because there's no rules. There's no rules. And anytime somebody tries to point out what the rules should be or what the standard should be, niggas got an excuse for it.
And you can't win a game.
Wait. If we stay right here for one, wait, Trey.
That's a bar right there.
People cheat.
That's a bar. I like
people
that.
not cheat.
You're not understanding. And he said leave the streets out of it. But you keep trying to make it the streets. Brother Trey. In a sanctioned fight is rules. Listen. Let's keep it on the street for a minute. Let's keep it on the street for a minute. It is a famous scene from The Wire where these people went and shot at this man's grandmother at a church on a Sunday. And that man came out of retirement because he's like, everybody in the street know you don't do nothing on a Sunday at a church and knock her church crown off.
Yeah.
So based on what you're saying, that was open field, pop at the church.
Well,
see, this is the
spray up your mama's crib, spray up his mama's crib. It don't matter if he in there or not.
This is the breakdown. This is the breakdown of our culture that I've been talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, these younger folks, they will shoot somebody, they'll go to their grave, they'll piss on their grave, they'll shoot up their mama's house, all types of wild shit.
Mm-hmm.
Cats didn't used to operate like that. The reason why we see this going on now is because niggas will sit up and say some goofy shit like ain't no rules in a fight.
Well, I get what Trey is.
Fighting is about survival. It ain't about no damn rules. When you fighting with somebody, you are trying to survive.
Let me say this right quick.
You are out of your mind.
I can kidney punch you.
You are out of your mind. You are out of your mind, sir. You are out.
Hey, Trey.
Hold on.
And niggas snitching, they just trying to be free, dog.
Hold on, y'all. I need to make sure I clarify what's happening here. So, Trey, I get what you're saying. I absolutely 100% get exactly.
Explain it to us, Will.
What he's saying is that anything goes when it comes down to survival. That's what I'm saying. But wait, hold on. Wait. but I get what Angry Man is saying and what Angry Man is pushing. What Angry Man is saying is that there should be no what's the unspoken Negro code? There should not have to be a direction or an order given. It should be an understood notion. We don't attack mamas on Sunday. We don't attack mamas at their house. We don't attack. Y'all remember that old school movie, No Women, No Kids? It was The Professional. When he was an assassin, he said, "No women, no kids."
Jean Reno. Yeah.
There you go. So hold on, wait. So from Angry Man's argument, I get what he's saying, but in Trey's argument, I understand what he's saying because it's just like not everybody go think.
It ain't no way. This is the difference between.
Yo, even in Trey's argument, his argument is bullshit, and I'm gonna tell you why it's bullshit. If I get to fighting with Trey in the street, right? If me and him get into a mutual back and forth, and we get to scuffling or whatever, right? And I get him down, and now he's laid out. The fight is over, and I start stomping him, even though he's unconscious. Guess what? Out. My charges is gonna be worse.
Yep.
There are rules, nigga. Y'all just don't follow them.
Yeah.
That's. But see, that's perfect. That's what Angry Man said. That's perfect.
You said it's worse. But
no. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. We got to understand. Back in the day, there was leadership and people followed that structure. It wasn't no unspoken rules. It was clear rules. You don't do this. And if you do this, we own you. If you go mess with that grandmother, you go mess with them kids, forget what the court's going to do. We going to get you. Right. What happened was they took all them heads off. So they took Larry Hoover, they took all them OGs off, and they kept doing that until it was down to the kids. So what we're actually living in right now is Lord of the Flies.
Yeah,
it ain't no fucking brain there at all.
And now you got grown niggas that know better saying goofy shit like there ain't no rules. If there ain't no rules, and explain to me this, especially when it comes to children. If it ain't no rules, why the hell is it every time one of us from our culture get convicted of some sort of child crime? What do even the niggas in jail, in prison, that are criminals, what are they going to do to that dude?
They tearing him up. They're pulling him from
we
limb
do
from
have
limb.
rules.
No. Let Trey answer.
I turn them out. That's still you're changing fighting into prison and shit. We talking about fighting, and I said I can't tell nobody how to fight. You like I don't know, Angry Man. I don't know why you act like you don't understand it. If me and you are fist fighting, you might not believe in grabbing a nigga by the dick.
You changing the rules. Trey, you changing rules. So here's the thing. So if somebody fight a little girl like they fighting a grown man, a man is fighting a little girl like he fighting a grown man, would you just sit there and go, well, she started to fight. She was in his face.
I would call the police.
This is what's wrong with society today.
Check this out.
So
first of all,
no. This is what's wrong with society today.
First of all, here's the thing, bro. First of all, I'm not gonna stand there and watch no fully grown man beat the hell out of a child. That's number one. Number two, I'm not gonna stand there and watch a bunch of dudes beat you up. I'm not even gonna do that. You feel me? But this whole thing that we talking about, bro, you can't say there aren't any rules. There are rules. We just don't follow them. If you come on, everybody up here, anybody up here, if you've ever knocked somebody out, raise your hand. When you knocked them out, right? The last fight I was in, I knocked the nigga out. I didn't keep stomping that man after he was out.
No, it's over with. That's the end of the fight. Yeah.
You can't. There's rules that we all know. We know them rules from when we was kids.
I said there are no rules, and I said, but in your case, when you were saying, I said they can be broken or you can cheat. So everybody is not gonna have the same moral compass and code.
And you keep defending bullshit.
Everybody gonna be like this.
Okay, that's true. What you just said is true, but there's a penalty for it. There's a penalty for cheating. There's a penalty for breaking rules. But what y'all are doing is you're trying. No, listen. What you're doing is you're trying to use the concept of you can't tell somebody how to fight to justify what they did. That's the difference. You're justifying what they did. I'm not saying that there aren't people out here that's going to break rules. Absolutely, there's people that's going to break rules. Absolutely, there's people that's going to fight dirty and do whatever they want. But
yeah, we agree with that.
That doesn't justify them doing it.
Exactly.
You can call it despicable and say I can't tell them how to do it. I'm not justified. I said off top, it's despicable, but I can't tell this nigga not to do it because I wouldn't.
That is justifying.
So let me ask you,
because here's the thing. That is justifying because if I see a nigga do some grimy shit, I'm gonna say, yo, man, you a sucker for that shit. That's what you just did.
Let me impose this right quick, Trey. So repeat what you just said to Angry Man before you just said that, because I had a question.
I said it's despicable, but just because I wouldn't do it doesn't mean I'm gonna judge him for it and tell him he shouldn't. Because I wouldn't do it don't mean he can't.
So let me ask you.
Despicable though. I said the whole night is despicable.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. So would you say right now in 2026 that debauchery, negativity, and despicableness is a norm?
Absolutely.
And now stay right there for a second. Let's say that's the standard across the board. What's the exception?
I don't know.
The exception.
I would say the exception is self-worth. You know, like not really giving a shit of what other people think about you. God, I remember like 20 years ago, it was like that. You know, it was
that's
great
the extreme.
People could talk and not get offended all the time. And
Blackish, hold on.
Kind of moral high horse.
Blackish, hold on. That's
it's very interesting to see Angry Man run on stage.
Blackish, that's the extreme.
Wait a minute. What did he say? What did he say? Angry Man, what?
What'd you say?
You're such a. I said. With the first point?
No, the last one. You said Angry Man or something.
Yeah, he's talking about how he goes around and he breaks up all these fights all the time. So I'm just wondering when's the last time you've done that? Because I was not going to put my life on the line to save someone else's because I have to worry about me and mine first off.
Okay, well, guess what?
It's very interesting that you're Superman.
Well, guess what? Here's the thing. If you want to be a coward, that's your choice. I'm not a coward.
I'm definitely not a coward, no.
Okay, so then don't tell me. So then don't sit here and tell me, look, bro, if you want to be selfish instead of selfless, that's your business.
How many times have you saved someone?
If I see somebody in distress, if I see some bullshit, I will intervene. I absolutely will. I've done it numerous times.
What have you done?
But Black is Cracker. Why is it like? No, Black is no. Don't say no. Stay where you were. Black is Cracker. Black is Cracker. Why would you be okay with that? Why wouldn't your conscience make you move? Because the scenario. Wait. Well, listen, but the scenario.
It all depends on the situation. But you're not.
Right, that's not true. Stop. That's not true. So if you're saying that, wait, hold on. If you're because now I got to stick you to your principle. So you're saying that if you seen a grown man assaulting a child, you would step in and say something?
Yeah.
Hold on, wait, Nightish, hold on.
I don't think I would step in and say something. I'm pretty sure I would smack this. I would knock him the fuck out. You know.
So Corey was talking shit about a child.
Yeah, it's on the internet.
And that's my point. That's my point.
Oh my god! Do I need to rush to the comments? Hold on, do I need to rush to the comments to defend everyone and say who's right and who's wrong?
Wait a minute, Blackish. See, you came in.
Different context. You keep making these straw men. Everyone's talking about these straw man arguments. They make up this argument that comes from absolutely nowhere that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
He's not listening.
We are talking about Corey Holcomb attacking a child. What's the new part?
Hold on,
verbally or physically?
Hold on, Nightish. I'm gonna show you how he's being a hypocrite. He wasn't here just now. He literally just repeated the same thing that I said I would do. You asked him, you said, yo, if you saw a grown man attacking a child, what would you do? What did you say you would do, Blackish?
Well, you said, it's all depends on the context. And if it's online, I can't really do anything about it. But if it was in front of my face, yeah, I'd probably, get there faster than the police would. So
that's what I said.
But no, the other context he was talking about, two niggas fighting, and they're going to be doing all this other shit, and you got to go break it up. You put a lot of examples out there.
To everybody in here, did I or did I not say when I was talking to Trey?
That's one of the points you brought up. Yeah, that's one of the examples you used.
Bro, check this out. Here's the thing. I don't know what your background is, but I'm not scared of niggas. Okay? I'm not. The last time I broke up a fight was in front of my sister's apartment. It was a bunch of YNs. It was a bunch of YNs trying to jump one other YN. And it was a bunch of women out there egging it on in the damn circle. And yes, I walked down there, got in the middle of it, and broke it up. You know why I broke it up? Because I'm a grown-ass man. I'm not going to sit there and watch. I'm not going to sit there and watch some young dudes just beat the hell out of each other.
So you have extra time to go and put yourself in other people's situations.
That's scary.
I can't believe
what you are saying.
Right, because he was just out there just looking for fights to break up.
I'm actually from the hood. I'm actually from the hood, and if I saw a bunch of niggas arguing outside, you know what I'm saying? I probably would have to go do something instead of going and get in the middle of their shit.
No. Nobody asked
50-50, they're gonna go now. They're gonna be pissed off at you. But yeah, you can walk around and be big man. I'm gonna save everybody.
I advise you to say everything that you can as fast as you can, because you're probably about to get through.
Yeah. Because what you're saying,
I'm trying to make you $20. Hey, I'm actually trying to make you the $20 if you haven't noticed.
You're not making nobody nothing, sir. You're a masochist. You like to be abused. Listen,
no, 40 bucks, 30 minutes. I made him $40 so far. So I don't care about getting kicked off. You're not going to hurt my feelings.
That's cool.
Oh my God.
Shout out to
his father did send him down here.
I do want to say this. If everybody, let me say this, Blackish Cracker.
Hey, not everybody agree with Jesus neither. It's okay.
Don't make yourself Jesus. No, don't do that. Blackish Cracker.
Oh, everyone else can say it, but I can't. Okay, I'm sorry.
No. And listen, come on.
Usually for having the same opinion of everyone else.
Here, he's yelling bullshit, and then y'all keep saving him. Blackish Cracker, you are the reason why the so-called community is the way it is. You want to say, I want to stay away from everything. Just let all the fuck shit happen. Because I'm preoccupied.
I didn't say that.
To do. You literally just said that.
Dude, if a man is attacking a woman or a child, yes, most likely, depending on the context, I'm going to get involved.
I don't know why you.
Hold on, give me a second, please. Thank you for allowing me to speak and not interrupting my sentence.
Because
I'm not done with the sentence. Why are you still talking, bro?
You're making straw man arguments.
No, I'm not making a straw man argument. I'm answering exactly what you just said, bro.
Literally
talking about brick walls, bro. Brick walls, bro.
No, it's not a brick wall.
There's a difference between bosses. There's a difference between bosses and workers, and obviously you have the worker mindset because you can't have any foresight of what could possibly happen depending on the situation you decide to get yourself involved in and the repercussions you and your family could possibly have from it. Okay, so I'm not walking around trying to save every youngin'. Arguing with another youngin' on some random street corner about I don't know what. Are you living in reality?
Nobody said that. You made that up just now.
That's the argument you're making. You're conflating two situations. One situation is a man attacking a child, and the other situation is two probably 19-year-olds that are probably in 8th grade still arguing about some random shit on the sidewalk.
That
one of them I don't care about.
That is not what was said. You just made that shit up. We literally said grown man attacking a girl child. All that other shit.
Yes, and then he came up with another example of youngins arguing outside, and
Right.
he had to go and break it up again.
You're making that up. That's some other shit. Corey Holcomb attacked a child.
Guess what?
We need to spend 40 to kick me off for 30, as all I can say.
Here's the part you missing, Blackish. Here's the part you missing. The part you missing is the same nigga that's willing to attack a child is the same nigga that will see somebody getting beat up and not intervene. What is y'all's problem in this day and age with being grown-ass men?
What about attacking women?
Man, you know what's crazy? Hey, I'll tell you something else what's crazy. In the age of the internet, grown men think they can say anything online and not have any repercussions. But thank you for that little slight of hand insult, Mr. Angry Man. Stay angry. I'm going to say getting pussy.
Check this out, bro. Check this out, bro. Check this out, bro. Check this out, bro.
I'm not stupid. I understood what you just said. It's okay. It's okay, Angry Man. I'm not going to attack you like that.
Check this out. Here's the thing, bro.
Idiot.
That shit don't mean nothing to me.
Idiot.
If we was in person, I say this to your face.
I'm in Miami, Florida, Hollywood, Florida.
I would say this to your face with no problem. No problem.
Yeah. Because you just said that I'm the same person that would attack a child. No, you're
that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
That's not what you said. No. You said the same person that's not willing to get involved in some youngins' beef is the same person that would attack a child.
I did not say you.
Oh, you didn't say that. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So here's the thing, bro.
You need a replay feature on this show is the only thing I can suggest. It's a great show so far. You need an instant replay feature.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, we need that.
Check this out. If you get out of your feelings for a second, I can say what I said verbatim.
Oh, okay.
What I said was the same type of men. It's a general statement. It's a general statement. See, you can't get out of your feelings.
Yeah, he's emotional.
You can't get out of your feelings. See, you talking about you gonna keep getting pussy. You can't keep getting pussy if you continue to be a pussy.
Ooh.
You in your feelings like
I'm gonna call the police. I'm not offended by what this nigga saying. I'm calling the police.
Y'all defaming this nigga.
No, because he's up here acting like
Black.
I think I'm gonna sue you, sir.
Black is full of shit.
I'm gonna sue him.
I'm having a normal conversation with the man, and he's trying to act like I'm attacking him personally. Nobody's attacking you personally, bro.
Yeah, there's nothing masculine about that black cracker.
No one else said.
There's nothing masculine about what you just said. Black is cracker.
He had a disagreement with me not wanting to be involved in every situation
right now.
And he said the person that's not willing to be involved in every situation is the same type of person that would attack a child. So I would think I would have a case. I feel like I would have a case right now. Actually, I have a case against you, Angry Man.
Look up your nostrils. Wait a minute, you said what? He said what?
I
feel like I have a case against you because you said some defamatory statements about me or people like me. People like me.
Then pursue it.
I just might.
Then pursue it. Then pursue it. Because then we would have to go. Then we would have to go to court. Then I could show you that I'll tell you the same thing.
I could start a stream, not Angry Man. You know, that's my new name. Not Angry Man. I don't have to be mad all the time and get it. Oh, I'm going to save everybody. Look at me.
Can y'all let me have this back with him?
Who wants to do that?
Bless you, my nigga. Pause.
Who wants to do that? Who wants to go around and save everyone?
Cracker is very emotional.
I'm sorry, Angry Man. Listen, you got called out on some bull crap. I understand. You said some bullshit about people like me, okay, that's not willing to get involved in every damn thing.
What are you like?
And
what do you mean?
I called you out for it, and you're mad about it. It's okay. It's all right.
I was included, though. I'm not offended.
Everybody's been muted.
Can y'all please let me respond? I thought when two people was in the box, we supposed to.
Everybody's been muted. Go ahead.
So, like I was saying, if you feel that way, you could pursue it. Then we'd have to go to court, and I can prove to you that whatever I said, I'm willing to say to you in person. But for you to sit up here and get in your feelings over a conversation where I didn't even say you. I didn't say you. I was speaking in general. And then you took offense to it. I gotta wonder, is that because that fits your character? Is that why you upset? Then why you upset?
So instead of the slight hand insult that you originally used, you just went ahead and went all the way. No, it's because you conflated people that were not willing to get involved in youngins arguing on the side of the road with someone that wouldn't get involved with defending a child. Okay, you're the one that decided to connect those two together somehow. And I don't understand anybody that has any kind of common sense would conflate the two, would say, yeah, the guy that's not willing to get involved in the 19-year-olds arguing on the street corner is the same guy that wouldn't defend a woman or a child. You know, you're the one that decided to conflate those two. And all I did was call you out for even daring to think that way, of saying that those are the same type of people that do those two actions. That's all I said.
I can give you the logic behind it. The logic behind it is
there is no logic. There is none. No, you want to talk about my emotion? That's all emotion right there.
There actually is logic behind it. Men who are typically cowards are usually the type of men that prey on the weak as well. So the men that wouldn't be willing to intervene and break up a fight are usually the type of men that have no problem beating up on people smaller than them and shit like that. That's the logic behind it. Now, as far as you saying I insulted you, that wasn't an insult. And anybody that knows Angry Man knows if I want to insult you, I will insult you. It ain't gonna be low key. It ain't gonna be shade. It's gonna be direct. Like if I was to say right now that you're a light-skinned bitch that thinks because you got dreads, you're gonna be less light-skinned. That's an insult.
I would like everyone to see who's throwing out, the insults. That's all I can say. Who's actually throwing out the insults? He said people like me are the same type of people that don't want to get involved in defending women and children. And then he called me a bitch. He called me a pussy. He called me all this other shit so far, which is okay. That's fine, Angry Man. You know why? Because you're on the internet. You're protected to this internet access. All right. Say whatever you want to. I'm not going to stoop to your level. I'm just going to call you out for your bullshit.
You already did stoop to my level. You're in the conversation with me.
I mean, at least you're admitting that you have. At least you're admitting that you have understanding and I have overstanding. How about that one? At least you're admitting I have to come down there to speak to you, sir.
Oh, you have overstanding. Do me a favor. Show me that word in the definition. You weed smoking loser. Show me that word in the damn
in the definition of the dictionary. In the dictionary, yes, cigar smoking loser.
And you're a weed smoking loser.
Hey, at least my cigar is not as big. I can barely fit into my mouth. I roll little ones. You like to roll. You like to suck on the bigger cigars. I see.
Pause.
Most homosexual.
By the way, I just have to say,
that's Angry Man starting up a cigar. That's Angry Man. Hey, Angry Man, do you lick them? Angry Man, do you lick them before you cut them?
What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside.
Bro, why would that be the first thought in your mind?
Do you lick the cigars before you cut them? I'm just asking a question. I see you enjoying your cigar very much right now.
Stop this.
Oh, shit.
Bro, what is wrong with you?
Next thing you know, we're going to ask, do you want to see the pistol?
Why would that be the first thought in his mind, bro?
Excuse me, bitch.
Wait a minute. Why would E Black keep in his mental Rolodex the pistol or
That was a fight club moment.
Bro, then he asked me about licking things.
I got
Man, it was super kick.
What are we doing?
All right. Told you it was gonna come. Shout out to BTSI show. Shout out to the BTS Usher with $20. He says, take a pause break. It'll be 15 minutes. Appreciate you. Shout out to Bad Duck with $5. He says, what does black is used for a tampon? A sheep. That pussy is large. Damn. Shout out to Goombo. Shout out to Goombody 652 with $2. He says, Angry Man, watch your back on 60s.
Is that YN holding a
wait, time out. Hold on, wait. Hey, Goon Bodie. I'm gonna leave that alone because I came from somebody else's channel.
Yeah.
It didn't come to my channel. So Goon Bodie and threats on the internet is not to be taken seriously. Bad Duck with $2 says get your book under control. That was from your channel. You might want to get your channel under control. 3-man podcast with $2. He says Papa Smurf versus Hippie Smurf. Appreciate you. Make sure y'all support the channel. Y'all can hit the Cash App and do the suit. I know you motherfucking lying. Hold on.
What?
I just got an email from YouTube.
No way. Was it because of that?
Okay, no, it's not. It's just a super chat receipt. No, it's a super chat receipt because I sent somebody a super chat. Boy, I was about to cuss all y'all niggas out. Boy, it was about to go down, boy. Where the money reside. Listen, I was about to put cases on all you niggas. All right, but anyway, what's his name? Blackish, he'll be back in 15 minutes minus the 3 that I was just talking. So you can come back at 8:12.
Why was he so angry though?
Hey, we're not smart, so you might want to just keep it to 15 minutes.
Why is it
whose chat is
so
Goon
angry
Body
though?
on?
Why
I don't know.
Well, if y'all didn't know what goes down that weekend at Willies, this is what goes down. Now, I'm not saying I'm Fight Club, but all y'all kept complaining, we need another Fight Club. None of you niggas ever do it. So all I did was just open up a platform. We could come together, discuss the topic, and if y'all get into it, y'all just get into it. But Angry Man was indeed right, and I'll take responsibility for that. In the midst of two people being in the box as such, y'all do, on the bottom row, y'all do need to be quiet, honestly. Unless y'all really willing to jump in there and take the brunt of what's going on. But please, when people are in the box, please let them have it. Also, shout out to my man JT. What's going on, JT? Salute to you and what up, though? But yeah, all that gang banging ain't nothing.
I didn't know cats was gang banging on the internet.
Bro, they gang banging on the internet, bro. It's something different.
Yeah, you didn't know that you got to type in all C's, which is why I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? He said on 60s, but his name is Goon Body. It should be Goon Cody or Goon Cody.
It should be, yeah. I mean, I ain't never heard somebody on 60s use a different language. Anyway, I'm gonna leave that.
Yeah, especially when you been creeping.
Right. So
back
now,
to Trey though. Trey was up there on the same thing.
Actually, we go any further. Almond, you okay? You been quiet. You been sitting there with your arms folded. You good?
Arms folded, yeah, the whole time. What's going on? You good? Almond eyes.
Now she like, now you want me to talk.
She don't like stupid shit.
Almond, you good? Almond, you muted. You muted. You gotta take yourself off, man.
You having a whole conversation with yourself.
You having a whole conversation with yourself. Almond, you gotta come off mute. You got to come off mute manually.
Child, y'all in this. Listen. I can't. Like the level of stupidity. Like
I told you.
Hey, hit Almond with one of them. Child.
No.
Nice.
I don't say child. I do not say child. I do not say child. Sir, how much are the bounties? Bridget, the bounties are scrolling at the bottom of the screen right now. It is $20 for 15 minutes. It is $50 for an hour. It's $150 for the show. It is $250 for the week. You can ban someone out the chat for $20 for the show and $100 forever. $500 is permanently. They cannot just come back at all. Forever being like a year. That's it. But yeah, $500 is permanently. But yeah, you send the Cash App to $SELLYOULIGST, or you can do so by way of Super Chat. Super Chat take 30% though. But anywho, Trey, back to you, right? I need you to understand the precedent that was being said. Shout out to Bad Duck with $5. He says, sounds like a goody goo goo motherfucker. I know that's right. Trey, the precedent that you was talking about, that you was bringing up, the reason why, and Angry Man probably just stepped away for a second, so I'll just take him down until he come back. Technically he does an Irish goodbye, but we'll just see if I'll be paying attention to the back, see if he come back. What we speak about is that wasn't a pause moment. Nigga tried. That wasn't a pause. I said
not at all. Not at all.
I'll be paying attention to
you know what? Listen.
Take him down to the back.
When E Black and Trey, I don't know what's happening.
Like, let's be real.
Like y'all, like the whole pause thing. Like, hold on, we gotta talk about it. We gotta talk about it.
That was crazy.
We gotta talk about it. The whole pause thing. Y'all just apply pause to everything.
No,
it's starting to get old. It's what did I say? That was a pause moment.
You said you would take him down. You would watch him from the back and to see if he'd come back. That's crazy work.
How?
That came out your mouth.
It's not really.
No. E Black. How?
It's not a pause.
You was wilding for that. That was
so. That's not a look. Now you got Powder Dusty in the goddamn chat laughing. Shut the hell up. All right, that was lame. That was lame as hell. Like what the fuck?
I heard it, and it definitely was.
I promise.
I heard it, and it definitely was a pause. You said
it was a pause.
You said I'm gonna take him down, but I'm gonna watch him. That's crazy.
What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside.
That's crazy work, bro.
That came out of your mouth. This is your panel. What kind of show are we going to do?
Yeah, I wasn't the pause moment, nigga. Fuck you. Nah, I'm gonna see if my wife say it was a pause. Hey, baby.
We got people watching.
What did I say?
From New York. You know she don't pause that shit.
Remind me again. What did I say?
You said I'm gonna take him down and I'm gonna watch him from the back.
Okay, hey baby. I accidentally slipped up and fucked up and said a thing, right? I said Angry Man went off camera. Typically it's an Irish goodbye. I'm gonna take him down. See when I'm saying it. As I'm saying it, it just gets worse. It was a pause. It was pause. It was
10 minutes later.
It was pause. Yeah, it was.
Hey, shout out to Almanize for not seeing any of this funny. It's too many people giggling. Maybe all the giggling is a pause moment.
See, she just tried to hide it. I saw that shit. Almond. Hold on, wait, time out. Almond, was it a pause moment?
Will told AM that he was going to take him down.
It's too much pause. I mean, if you know that ain't you, and you're presenting your masculinity.
Thank you.
There we go.
There we go.
Listen, the only real one up here is Harmonized. She ain't into that gaiety.
But
yeah, she ain't going for it.
Like that all flagrant and stuff.
See, this is shit I'm talking about. See, now 3 man talking about some damn with $2 talking about some homosexual rigmarole. See, that's the bullshit I'm talking about.
No. Let's keep it 1,000, Sil.
The hell with you, brain. Talking about honesty is the best beginning.
Listen, we understand in the 2020s that the people with gaydar might be
right. Yeah, there might be a little.
So I don't know what's going on in E Black's
luxury bucket list. To hell with you. Talking about some. You sound like a man of intention. No, I do. See, why y'all doing this? I'm about to shut this shit down.
This is what happens. When you let it go, pause.
Man of intention, crazy.
Why is let it go a pause though?
Why is let it go a pause?
Let it go.
No.
First of all, why did you do Why did you wait? Hold on, E Black. You've been quiet this whole time. Why did you zero in? Wait, no. Why did you zero in? I said that statement. I'm not saying that shit again. Fuck you. But why did you? See, look. Now this white motherfucker. Let it go. No pause. See, these stretching ass niggas, dog. Y'all do too much, man. Y'all do too much. Fuck all y'all laughing. Fuck all y'all laughing, all right? The fuck? Long stroking ass niggas. Long stroking. I'll never forget that day. I was cussing Sharon ass the fuck out that day, goddammit. I'll never forget that day.
That clip right there is definitely pausable.
That clip ain't pausable. No, sir.
No,
hell no.
No, that clip.
I was there. That clip is legendary.
I cussed Sharon ass the fuck out, boy. It was bad. I said his wife be tearing his ass up, boy. Anyway, Trey, now that we got all the funny out the goddamn way, Trey, you understand the premise that we was talking about how it is that if that's the standard, the exception.
I don't like the way his hand hovers over that mic.
You just want more pause moments, don't you? You want more pausable moments, don't you?
No, I mean,
why are you focused on his hand? A grown man should not be like, yeah, the way his hand floats over that mic.
Listen, just leave the mic on. Don't keep doing this.
Was he playing with the tip too much? Pause.
Yeah, I mean,
see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
Man, come on, dog. Come on, dog. Stop playing with the tip, brother.
Say, come on, pause. Say pause, brother. Say pause, man.
This was such a good stream.
It used to be such a good stream. Now I gotta edit it out. I'd have had multiple people come up here. Angry Man that came up here, Nate the lawyer that came up here. Shit, I was hoping that quite a few other people. I ain't gonna lie. I sent that link out to quite a few people, but it is all right though. I'm grateful for whoever showed up, and shout out to y'all. But Trey, that's the exception that we're talking about. We talking about the debauchery and the unorganized. There's no lines in the community. Everything is always just there's no hierarchy. There's no order. It's just always chaos. You see what I'm saying? And if there's going to be no rules within the community, then what the hell are we doing?
No,
you see what I'm saying?
There's rules. Just be amongst people who you can.
Your name is not Trey. I know you're dark skinned also, but he said Trey.
I get it. It's up to personal standard and morality. That's what it boils down.
No, that's the problem. It should be a standard amongst men. If we're not gonna have that standard amongst men, then we can't say nothing about these women, these children, nothing else.
Thank you.
It's just each individual. No, it should be a standard across the board.
You can try to hold that standard, but when people don't, what you gonna do? Kill them?
I need you to say delete it, please.
Yeah, delete.
Delete it.
Right,
what are you gonna do? Delete them if they don't uphold the standard?
So here's the thing, right? You can only delegate so much, and when it comes down to it, I know you watched The Angry Man when he says the standard is the standard, and that's something I picked up a long time ago from my uncles. Where if this is the standard, what is the exception? The exception is always going beyond the line of the standard. It should not be acceptable within this country, just amongst men, just in life, that it's okay to attack a woman. It's okay to attack a child. No one's promoting that. No one should be promoting that. But the thing is, the exception to that is, like you said, Trey, ain't no rules. That's a problem.
Exactly.
You get what we saying now?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Everything else he said with a little bit more of his chest. He laid back in the yeah, I get it.
Because you told me to stop touching my microphone. So
don't mess with leave that mic alone. That mic is tender right now. Let that mic heal up. We're not talking about the mic. We're talking about you.
You not say that in my ear.
Why does the mic need to heal? Like it's been worn out. Why are you saying it like that? Hey yo, Nightish, have you been drinking, Nightish?
Every day.
Okay, cool. All right. Now that we got that out with the Bad Duck says E Black is so dark, I shot him and the bullets came back with flashlights saying I can't find the bitch.
No, that says biatch. Hey, you know what, Bad Duck? He was this funny, dog. Hey, listen, Bad Duck, you've been you hero, Bad Duck. I didn't know you was this funny, dog.
E Black, you gonna take that? You gonna take that from that white man, E Black? E Black, I know you got a racist joke in you. Come on, man.
I don't even know who that is.
Oh, he's an Italian white man that just love to crack racist
take our darkness in stride.
Facts. E Black. I'm sorry. The 3-Man Podcast 2000 says E Black so dark. Look underneath. He looked like underneath the bed. Man,
hold on. What kind of podcast called 3-Man? See, that's some sus stuff right there.
Go ahead, E Black.
The whole podcast is a pause, nigga. Get the fuck out of here.
Talk your shit, E Black. Let him know.
3-Man podcast. What kind of sus?
No, go after bad
it's still cold. You gotta,
you gotta do better.
Why'd you go after the black man but not the white man?
Right. Look at your racism. You wouldn't even go after the white man, but you felt comfortable going after the black man. You don't even know if the man is black. You don't know that.
No.
So why? How come you didn't go? So if Powder Dusty came up here right now, you wouldn't have nothing to say to him. Y'all,
I would.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Powder Dusty would come up here and cook shit out your ass.
Fuck no.
You don't think he would?
No.
I think Powder Dusty would come up here and cook your ass.
Here's
well, I
the
mean,
thing, though.
you're already overdone, so.
Yeah. Well, you can't cook him no more. Respectfully.
Hold on. That's a fantastic joke, right?
Oh, bitch. That's what you want to do? That's what you want to do? Okay, continue your joke. Continue your joke.
That was
that's a fantastic joke, dude. I mean, if anybody know anything about Long, that would be you, right? E Black, you know a lot about Long, don't you?
This black on black crime has to stop, brother.
Hold on, you know a lot about Long, don't you, Daryl? I mean, don't you, E Black?
Daryl, that was a Freudian slip.
Yes, it was. It was intentional.
What do you mean, E Black? You better get, bro. You bet, E Black. I'm gonna let you live, bro. That back that ass up, no homo, bro.
Whoa!
What a money reside.
Why is it that when niggas come together, y'all get gay? What's wrong with y'all? Right, look, Brittany, who usually know how to spell, she put pussy. You can't say that, brother. Yes, you three, man, you can't say back that ass up. Not especially when your cabinets look as dark as it. You can't say that. You can't say that.
And you know what? To keep it 1,000, you black. You so dark, I can't tell if your hair is braided or you got it cut low. What's that?
It's just it could be nappy, but that might be dandruff. You know, sometimes you get that shit. You know what I'm saying? You get that shit up in that dew.
How many box wine crates are you sitting on?
Listen, is that they say C4? Is that C6?
Damn.
Hey, leave Dominican Santa alone. All right.
Dominican Santa. Man, y'all got some terrible. Y'all are terrible at roasting.
Wait. Was that fucking Omni that said that?
Why is this nigga chest naked on his avatar? Get the fuck out of here. That was him that left. I was trying to figure out who the hell left. So E Black, you have been roasted.
No, I have not.
Or Angry Man just left. All right, so E Black, you have been roasted, sir. You say E Black so dark, if he had a red light, he'd be a beeper. That's actually it's actually pretty goddamn funny. And he also said that you so black that when he shot at you, the bullets came back and actually
read that one already.
But you ain't saying nothing. Damn, E Black is indeed roasted. Absolutely. Look, hey, now see, you was talking that shit. Here he is. There you go, E Black.
I'm here to look for E Black. I heard he was going to cook me.
Y'all got me in a roasting battle with a crackhead Sylvester.
There he is.
You said a crackhead Sylvester Stallone. That's all you had.
Yeah. Okay. What would you?
Hey, yo,
way too fat to be Sylvester Stallone.
First of all, he had a flashlight just to find you on the panel.
Oh, Virginia Slim smoking that ass. Oh,
Fight back, you black. Fight back.
L&M. Oh, I get them $4 for $1 at the local quickie market, head ass nigga.
Hey, none of your jokes is landing, brother. None of your jokes is landing, sir.
Are you rejecting your white brethren?
You say, am I protecting my white brethren?
Yeah, is that what
Sir, you are melding into your fucking chair. Shut the hell up. What are you talking about? My nigga, you literally look like oil boiled the fuck over, my nigga. What are you on? Man, nigga, you look like a shaved duck, nigga. Shut up. What the fuck is you talking about?
Nigga, you
look like a bleeding cat.
Nigga, you only got your shirt because they made them in a 5X.
You said what?
You only got your shirt because they have them in a 5X.
Bitches, on your license plate, do it say WD-40 or WD-30, nigga?
You got a handicap sticker on your license plate.
My nigga, your hairline is a handicap. What the fuck is you talking about?
You get out of breath going to the gas station.
My nigga, you get out of breath just sitting.
Wait.
Hey, do me a favor. Turn the lights off in your house, my nigga.
No.
Exactly, because you know, nigga, you will disappear off the fucking panel. Fuck is you on? Nigga, when the police pull you over that night, they think it's a ghost driving the car. Shut the fuck up.
Casper the Negro ghost.
The fuck is you all? Try it again. God damn it. Anyway, what up, Powder Dusty? What's going on?
What's going on?
Should there be rules and should there be limits to the bullshit?
Shut up, Brittany.
Should there be, you know, Brittany will come up here and cuss your ass the fuck out. Don't do it. Should there be rules and should there be limits to how people behave on the internet and in life?
Enforced by who?
Just the common folk, just across the board. It don't have to be enforced. It's enforced by us, each other, right? So as men, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that there is, right? If somebody starts, generally, at least on most of these panels, if you start talking about someone's kids, the whole panel is going to shut you down, right? I think that kids is a sort of a limit, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think there are some.
So, are you familiar with the Anton situation with Corey?
No, I'm not. I'm familiar that it's going on, but I haven't paid any attention to it.
The long gist of it is that Corey was talking shit about Anton's daughter. That's the long gist of it is. So I don't know who just dropped. Who just dropped?
3 man.
3 man just dropped. All right. So the gist of it is we're having a conversation that it shouldn't have to go as far as we need to go to the law to set a precedent that has to be that could be understood just as common folk, right? As men, we're not okay with watching a grown man beat up a little girl. We're not okay with a whole group of men jumping one man, all this, that, and the other. But we understand that context is everything, right? But just as a people, as a country, just as a human beings, certain things just don't need to be said because you should be well understood. Simple fact. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah.
In 2026, do you think that's what's happening or no?
I mean, I think it does happen. I think that the boundaries are fairly well self-enforced. Of course, there's always going to be an outlier, right? And then that's where you look to something like the law, where social pressure doesn't really work. Not everybody has shame.
Is shaming a factor?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
elaborate.
Right? I think that there's sort of a social, it's not a written rule, but there's sort of a social contract that, at least on these panels, the ones I go to, you don't talk, like I said, you don't talk about each other's kids, right? That's sort of socially enforced.
Mm-hmm.
But social enforcement only has so much teeth, right?
Yeah.
So if you have somebody that's not shameable or doesn't give a fuck or has no self-awareness, then it won't work.
But then now you're introducing the problem, right? For someone who isn't shameable or socially shameable, what should be the common understanding for the rest of the group? If we all understand that this person is not shameable or they're not willing to conform to the understood notion, the standard, what should be the whole action that should be taken by everyone else?
I mean, I guess give me an example of what you're thinking, because I don't know how.
So
we're talking about social pressure. There's limits on what it can do.
So we all agree on a thing, and yet Almond says no. I'm not willing to agree on that thing. Should we ostracize Almond? Should we isolate her?
I think it's a case by case basis, right? I don't know that I'm generally pretty freedom of speech leaning, right? I don't like seeing more restrictions and rules placed on people if there's an alternative available. So. The question's a little bit ambiguous. I'm not sure I get it entirely, but my inclination is to say no, we shouldn't. Let's, although if everybody agrees that they don't want almond eyes here, I have no idea why anybody would then invite almond eyes on, just to keep using the example.
Right. But that's the thing, right? So in today's 2026 age, the common understanding is that anything goes until it goes too far. The problem is no one knows how far too far is until too far is actually gone there. So are we willing to accept that in this society, sometimes we have to let too far be reached before we recognize where that is?
Yeah. Yeah. I'd rather allow too far to be reached than not far enough be the limit, the hard limit, right? I think that when it comes to things that you say, once you get past the social stigma, the only thing that's left is legal recourse, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like you're trying to find a middle ground between social that's got more teeth than social stigma, but is less than legal recourse. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like leave legal out of it as much as we possibly can.
Yeah. No, I agree with that approach. I just don't know what that would be.
How do we know everybody's going by the same standard?
Well,
I mean, it wouldn't be to ostracize her; it'd be cut her out. You would cut that person out if we're moving as a collective. That's the problem. We don't move as a collective enough to make those type of decisions.
And I don't think that people ever really move well as a collective. When you're trying to get, like, you can have a leader that people get in line behind that's just leading his own way, but I don't think that getting people on the same page and having them stay on the same page ever works. Like, my family can't decide what to eat for dinner. We can't agree on pizza toppings, right? How the fuck are people going to all agree on who to ostracize and then hold to that?
Right.
Eat crackers.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Now you came back with the racist comment.
Oh, I'm just saying, like.
Brain with $2 says, did Dusty just do the get out on E Black now sync? Absolutely, he did. Bad Duck with $5 says, E Black so dark when he puts on the yellow scarf, he looks like a cheeseburger. God damn.
That's actually pretty funny.
It is.
That's actually funny.
Bad Duck with $5 says, so E Black so dark that his favorite dinosaur is the Triceratops. Too far? Nah. Not too far. You're good. But that's the thing, right? If we all accept that and we don't know where too far is, and we're willing to let someone go that far, then it should be sociably acceptable. When they do go too far, we say, okay, now we know where the new line is. Bye, Almond. Take it easy. Dennis about
we gave her the business today. She was struggling. I blessed that girl. She was nice. She's a nice girl, but she was struggling.
How was she struggling?
No, she was just struggling with us. Like,
how was she struggling?
There was a lot of pause going on before I got up here.
Hey, man.
Almond Eyes held her own the whole stream.
Oh, Christopher J, there you go.
She's been here since the beginning.
Yeah, I know. All I'm saying is that
I mean, if anything, you the one that got cooked. You just don't want to accept it.
What do you mean? I got jumped in half and I'm still looking pretty. You know what I mean?
No man should refer to himself as pretty. But no, you the one that you got cooked on your own argument, sir.
How I get cooked on my own argument?
Okay. Since Powder Dusty has not been here. Since Dusty has not stop. Nope. Since Dusty, I don't care if you don't want to do it. Leave. Since Dusty has not been here that long, I'll introduce it to Dusty, and you tell me if I
understand the context of the conversation.
How he don't understand the context of the conversation?
Because you asked him earlier.
Okay.
All right.
The legal system always going to be the legal system. We got the document, so do we go based off of that then?
No, we could just go based off the simple fact that if me and Dusty got into an argument right now, and then I say something about Dusty's child tomorrow or next week, it's Dusty's fault. That's what you arguing, E Black. Exactly. So, Dusty, is that something that you believe or no?
No, I believe in individual standards. I believe that if something it's up to Willie to set his own standards, right? And what doesn't fly here, what doesn't meet his standards won't fly here. It doesn't matter how arbitrary or ridiculous it is, right? Same for all of us. And at some point, the median, right? There's going to be overlap.
Absolutely.
I just think that standards need to be set individually, and at some point, the collective will find its balance, its equilibrium.
Thanks.
Yes.
You said yes? Hold on. You said yes?
No, I understand his thinking, but
you crispy bitch. I've been arming telling you that since last night, and now that a white man said now you say yes?
No, I did not say.
You flat-footed motherfucker. I've been telling you that shit since last night, and now that you know what? No, I know. No. To hell with you. From now on, everything that I got to say to you, I'm gonna get Dusty to say it to you. And when he says, apparently you're gonna agree with it. You racist son of a bitch! I can't believe you just did that in real time. You know this. This is being words. You know this live stream is recorded, right? You know this recorded, right? E Black.
Go ahead, man. Because like all I was doing was confirming that I heard what he said. Like, yeah.
Okay, do you agree or disagree?
I would. I think I have more of a community social responsibility.
There's only two options.
Ask and not answer. Do you agree or disagree?
No, I don't. No, totally no. No.
That's still not an answer.
No.
What do you disagree with?
I once again, because there's either saying agree or disagree. No, I disagree. I think we have more of a social
Do
responsibility.
you strongly agree or strongly disagree?
Oh my gosh.
See, Trey, this is the shit I got to deal with. With unmovable niggas who think they moving. That's what I got to deal with. So, do you agree or do you disagree? Simple. Do you believe that people have an individual responsibility?
Or you neutral?
No, I disagree.
You disagree. Okay, cool.
Yes.
So people should have, if there's not an individual responsibility, it's a what?
I think it's a collective responsibility.
And who's leading that?
Who's leading that?
Who's enforcing to make sure that the collective is actually following that?
I think whoever the people choose.
So an election.
No, it's not election. It's just whoever the people choose. Hold on, my daughter's calling me.
Yes, please use that excuse. the
like how
leader
Willies
of the
leading
game
the struggle
decides.
session against you black.
Please use that excuse. It's literally an election is when people choose, right? I'm starting to think that I know what the big problem with you liberals is, right? You motherfuckers, you are selectively retarded. That's what it is. I get it now. No problem. You choose to be retarded, right?
But I don't like how they only move their position when it's convenient for them, because he stated that earlier pertaining to the law. As long as it's convenient to me, I'm all for it. And if it's not, it is what it is. It's like you need to pick a side. It's either this is a law or this is not. Which side are you going to stick to? Because it seems like between him and homeboy with the locks, they're willing to move their positions. They're trying to find a gray area instead of keep it black and white.
And when it comes down to individual responsibility, there is no gray area, though. You either left or right. You either up and down. You either right or wrong, and all this, that, and the other. And collective responsibility, then you have people who can negotiate, right? Because now the pack is coming together to formulate this idea of what should be or what should not be. But then there's this acceptable gray area, that going too far part. And then once we get there, now we can come together and we can talk about it. That's bullshit. You shouldn't need a group of people to tell you what you should or should not do. You should be able to make that individual choice. And when you do make that choice, you have to be held responsible for it. Now, will that be by a group of people? Possibly. You was about to say something?
I was gonna say, I don't even know that I don't really even believe in the collective, right? It's a concept, but the collective is just a collection of individuals. And anytime you hear somebody invoking the collective or the greater good, right? It's one person summoning a silhouette, a shadow, or a concept in order to promote their own individual agenda.
But is that something that they truly believe in? Because they need other people to validate their belief.
All you need is one leader to have the collective agree.
All I'm saying is that there's no such thing as a collective. There's just a bunch of individuals.
One, I'm going to disagree with Trey, because you don't just need a leader. First, you need people to believe in that leader, and you need people to elect that leader so that they can lead a cause. Two, Dusty, I'm disagreeing with you, because when it comes down to it, that collective, if the collective is something that they agree to, can it be a good thing? Yes. But the problem is that they will all have to be thinking on the same wave. And if they're not thinking on the same wave, they're just individuals who just coming together to have a goal.
Right. And people don't stay thinking on the same wave, though.
I couldn't hear both of you at the same time. Go ahead, Dusty.
I was going to say I don't actually remember what I was going to say. Go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say, explain a singular leader of a cult then over a collective of people.
Jim Jones.
Yeah, I said all you need is one leader, and you said you disagree. All you need is one person over the collective, and they'll follow that agenda.
Yeah, but here's the problem: that one person doesn't have power unless those people give it to him, right? Jim Jones wouldn't have the following that he. I'm sorry, Jim Jones wouldn't have been as influential as he was if he didn't have people to follow him.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm sorry, I just jumped in here. Go ahead, continue.
I was going to say, but that's a perfect example of one person. That's not a collective coming to terms. You know, this is not a collective of equals agreeing on the same thing. It's a group of dopes following one leader's mission for his own benefit.
Yeah, but who made that leader the leader?
He's self-appointed, and then he found people to follow.
Let me ask you this, Dusty. Can you give me a true individualistic society?
A who?
A true individualistic. Yes.
Are you trying to say individualistic?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Can you give me an example of a true individual?
I would say that traditionally America is.
Okay, so since when?
It's getting less so now than it historically was. The American spirit, going west, expansion, right? This is a very individualistic society. Now, the question that you asked me sort of has a little bit of play on the words there, because society is by definition not an individual.
Yes.
Right. So, but I would say traditional American culture is individualistic.
Okay. Do you really believe that, or do you believe that as a concept of the society? Because for the most part, that's not how the country's been ran. That's not what we believe in. We haven't developed laws in that way. I understand in theory, you know, being an individual is great, but for the most part, we've all helped each other out, and we've all done
private property, stand your ground laws, inheritance. I mean,
but even in private property, it was still based on the fact that you had children and family. It's not individual.
Well, I mean, those were your property.
Okay.
And they still, children still are your family. That's why divorce is really just a liquidation, and children are considered assets of the unit.
Yeah, but I'll be honest with you. I just think that I understand it. It comes from what this libertarian thought.
Hey, do y'all see E Black folding? He can't even hold it together.
I'm accepting
folding to the white man.
And listen, it's bad too.
I haven't even put on my cowboy hat yet.
That's it.
What you mean?
I'm done.
What you mean you done? Why you done?
Hey,
sir, you've been hanging for a few hours. Now you coming to so you coming to a conversation that you can't possibly win, and you back off.
Salute to 3 man.
Holding to the white man.
Damn. Hey, you know what, E Black? You know what this remind me of? Remember when you was crying to Just Pearly Things?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't? I got the clip. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
I still got yes, I do. I got the clip when you was up there begging. How come you don't? How come you don't? Hey, how come you don't beg Powder Dusty for an apology for what happened to black people in slavery?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, ask him. Go ahead, ask Powder Dusty for an apology for what white people did to black people during slavery times. Go ahead, you got the floor.
That brother is folding in the air.
Oh, I hope y'all noticed that. When it comes to a white woman, E Black was willing to cry. When it comes to a white man, E Black ran. Boy, that's some strong black. That's some strong black jeans right there. That's some nigga jeans right there. That nigga said, "I'd rather not." I blame y'all, motherfuckers. Listen, better than you can go find them. Go find them. Go find slave catcher. I ain't shit. I'm going there. All right, money boy. I'll let you. Yeah, it's time to end the show. It's time to end the show. Yeah. It's time to end the show. Hey, Stanley, what's going on? It's time to end the show. That's when you know we're getting too far. We 6 hours in. It is time to end the show. I've been talking way too much shit, so let me go ahead and remove these other channels. Yep, remove this stream.
Thank you for allowing me to come up here and colonize once again.
I said, you motherfucker. Bye, Dusty.
Boy.
Let me go ahead and hurry up and delete this motherfucking stream. Bad Duck of $5 says, E-Back, I am about to put you back in the barn with the rest of the antique farm equipment. God.
Jesus Christ.
Damn.
You got to relax.
Ooh, Jesus. Ooh.
Oh, man.
I used to like having a show. Nicole says, E-Black looked like someone in a Dolomite movie. God damn it. Bad Duck of $5. I already read that one. All right,
More
cool.
like 12 years a slave, you know.
Boy,
I ain't gonna do you like that, E-Black.
I'm gonna need you to go ahead and say your last words. And mind you, I just want to say this before we go. This has been another great episode of Weekend at Willies. Man, I appreciate it, man. Quite a few people pulled up that I invited. I really do appreciate it. I invited like 50 motherfuckers, but it's all right though. 2 showing up is good enough for me. How'd y'all like the show? Did y'all enjoy the show?
It was smooth till all the gay shit. Like
it was dope, man. Yeah, hey, to your audience in the panel, hey, my bad about the homosexual rigmarole shit that came out of my mouth earlier. Nigga been drinking a little bit. It's my off day. So
okay. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you have an off day, sir, and I appreciate you and salute to you. Thank you for your donations to the your contributions to the Weekend at Willies. We can keep the lights on for another weekend. It's greatly appreciated. Omni, what did you say? Ow, mother.
What's wrong with you?
So yeah, that was Weekend at Willies, everybody. Y'all have a good.
I ain't got no shoes on.
Let everybody can read and
No, I ain't got no. I ain't got no shoes on.
If you want,
remember,
kids,
if
you want to get away with saying the worst possible shit about anybody, say you're a comedian.
Bruh, that's the new. If you want to say the worst shit, even about kids, just say you're a comedian. That's the new standard. Hey, bruh,
this is the standard everybody's fighting for.
A few more minutes. This is the standard. That's if Corey, can I say it? I think I can say this publicly. Secretly, I want Corey to win. I'm gonna tell you why I want Corey to win. Because I am a person who loves chaos. I want people to be able to say the craziest shit that they can possibly say, just so I can look back and say, this is what y'all always wanted. This is what y'all truly wanted. Y'all just needed the key to debauchery, so y'all can be able to just be like, I'm a comedian. I can say wherever I want to say.
I wonder what YouTube is going to say in all this.
I don't think this case will not set enough precedence. It's not a federal case. It's not a criminal case. For it to set precedence, it has to be a federal criminal case. This is just a civil case.
Because he did violate a YouTube guideline. So if what's going to happen in whatever happens to Corey, let's say that Corey somehow wins, he can say, all right, free game. I can talk about any kid, any child I want, and YouTube's going to say, get the fuck out of here.
So that's where the ball meets the line, because I appreciate you, Genesis. Thank you very much. Remember, no one can sue. It's all satire and it's comedy. Absolutely. So that's where the ball meets the grain at. So just because the law says it, the law does not have precedence over what a company does. The company, like, all right, the state says you can smoke weed, but your job said that you can't smoke weed. Right. What you gonna do? You see what I'm saying? So you're a 1099 contracted employee of YouTube. If YouTube says that you can't smoke weed on camera, guess what? You can't smoke weed on camera, even if you live in a marijuana-free, a legalized marijuana state. Don't matter. It just comes down to the fact that YouTube said you can't smoke weed on camera. YouTube said that you cannot portray kids in a specific type of way. So what the government says, this is what YouTube says. And if you want to check from YouTube, then you have to follow YouTube's terms of services and guidelines. That's just that simple. But as long as you can paint it up as a comedian or as in a satire way, then yeah, you can say whatever you want. As long as it's transformative, you can say whatever you want. And people can put in. Do y'all remember that old clip I used to have? It's the sweet one. Y'all remember that one? The sweet one? The amount of privacy complaints I got behind that, I just stopped doing it.
Really?
Yeah, that's why I stopped playing that clip. Because every time I would play it, privacy complaint after privacy complaint after privacy complaint. And eventually, you can get enough privacy complaints where either you can get a strike. This is what Grover was talking about earlier. You can get a strike, or they will just shut your channel down. Yeah. Now, has Corey Holcomb received any privacy complaints from showing his Anton's daughter or wife? I don't know. I know one thing. I know that video is still up. And if YouTube is going to allow that video to stay up, it's going to set a precedence. But here's the problem. There was this video by Kevin Leonardo. If you don't know who Kevin Leonardo is, don't go look him up. Please do not go look up Kevin Leonardo. Kevin Leonardo
I got to.
Okay. Kevin Leonardo did a video where he spread his buttocks wide open. You can see the whole
Go ahead, Omni.
Yeah, go look it up.
I'm good.
No, you're good. And what he did was he took Nair and he put it on his butthole and he wiped it. And YouTube said that it was for educational purposes. So,
oh my God, I get it. I hate YouTube. I really do.
So my thing is, if that's education, like, bruh, have you ever been on the dark side of YouTube? You trust me when I say this, you don't want to go anything from YouTube from 10 years ago and before. 10 years ago and before, YouTube used to be the wild, wild west, bro. You could upload anything on YouTube. So they allowed that to stay up there. As a matter of fact, the video is still up to this day. Oh my God. Brittany, please delete that chat. Baby, come look at what Brittany said. Hold on.
No, Brittany's a comedian though. So you know.
But like
Brittany's a comedian. She said it in satire way. So Brittany, I'm gonna need you to hit my cash app. Brittany, I'm gonna need 20.
But see, YouTube, they got but YouTube
no problem anymore.
So YouTube got Nick and Yoga on there. They say it's for whatever purpose, so that's why it's allowed.
Oh, she told y'all? Oh, if she told everybody, then I mean, wait. So Bomb Trades said that she was on YouTube doing this. Oh, well, then it's not slander. It's a state of fact, then. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That she was shaving her vagina
Mm-hmm.
on YouTube.
Yeah, educational purpose only.
Stop. So she was on video
for educational purposes only. Yes. If it's for educational purpose, you can get away with it.
I ain't played Mecha Break in like 6 months. I think it's time for me to fire up Mecha Break. I might need to play Street Fighter. I don't know. All right, y'all. It's been real. Hey, y'all have fun. Y'all. Bye. Thank you for coming the weekend at Willies.
Leave that dope alone.
You haven't.
He need to leave that dope alone. Leave that dope alone. Leave that dope alone. Leave that dope alone. Leave that dope alone.
Sway.